Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
After the game, Ravenclaw held a fierce celebration. Ye Ting was like a god of war on the Quidditch field, scoring 120 points, almost breaking the record of the highest individual score in a single game since the founding of Hogwarts. And Zhang Qiu defeated Terence Higgs, a 6th grade student, with amazing strength and won the Golden Snitch. Together, the two of them helped Ravenclaw win the game by a large margin and become the favorite to win the championship. This game was undoubtedly the best one Ravenclaw had played in more than 10 years, and their performance made everyone's eyes light up. This year is also the year when Ravenclaw has the most hope of winning the championship. The new Quidditch players are strong and eye-catching. The Gryffindor players, who had always regarded Slytherin as their main opponent, were also surprised. They had always focused their attention on Slytherin before, but they didn't expect Ravenclaw to rise so rapidly. Now, they have to divide their attention and start to seriously study this new opponent. Those little eagles who were not interested in Quidditch have now become 20-year veteran fans of Quidditch. They talked endlessly about the legendary players of Ravenclaw in the past, and made an in-depth analysis of every move of Ye Ting on the court. Zhang Qiu was naturally one of the heroes. She returned to the lounge amid the crowd and cheers. The Eagles held a rare grand celebration to cheer for today's glorious victory. Zhang Qiu was undoubtedly one of the protagonists of the celebration. But the other protagonist of the celebration was nowhere to be seen. Where is Ye Ting? Hermione hurried to the celebration banquet, but found that Ye Ting was not there, and was very angry. Zhang Qiu was surrounded by people, sharing the exciting moments on the court. Seeing Hermione mention Ye Ting, she shook her head helplessly. In fact, she was also very unhappy about Ye Ting's departure. At this moment, no one wanted to find Ye Ting more than her to share her joy with the boy. 11 She was so happy about the victory that she was clearly ready to reward Ye Ting with a hug and a kiss, but who knew that Ye Ting was gone? Hermione was angry, and she was even angrier than Hermione. I also want to know where he went. He hasn't been seen since he left the lounge. I thought he went back first. Maybe you can ask Roger. Seeing Hermione turn and leave, Zhang Qiu added with a rage, if you see him, you must scold him for my sake. If he wasn't the protagonist of the celebration party and couldn't leave, Zhang Qiu would have gone to find Ye Ting himself. This unromantic man. Hermione then squeezed to Roger's side again, forcing herself to listen to his self-boasting about the heroic deeds of Ye Ting and I teamed up to score 120 points. Finally, she seized the opportunity to ask her own question. After we left the locker room, I seemed to see him going upstairs to the main building. Roger recalled. Upstairs of the main building. Hermione's heart moved, as if she thought of something. After spending half a school year with Ye Ting, Hermione felt that she had a good understanding of him. When not in class, Ye Ting usually only appears in 4 places: the Great Hall, the library, the dormitory, and the abandoned classroom used by the twins as a studio. Of course, sometimes Ye Ting will disappear completely and the whole Hogwarts can't find him, but that's not something Hermione can understand. And if he is in the main building at this moment, then the most likely destination is the abandoned classroom. I want to see what you are doing again. Hermione muttered, then left the Ravenclaw common room and hurried to the abandoned classroom. Finally arrived at the door of the corridor. The girl pulled the door handle hard, but the door didn't open. So Hermione pointed her wand at the keyhole of the door. Because it needs to be used for a long time, this door was enchanted by Ye Ting and can only be unlocked by a command. Thousands of sales compete, and thousands of merchants gather. As Hermione recited this command, the door opened. A dark shadow suddenly rushed out from the door, and Hermione staggered and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, she felt a gust of cold air coming from the room, as if she had returned to winter. The next moment, a furry little figure jumped over her shoulder. She looked closely and found it was Night. "Lynette, why are you here?" The little girl couldn't help but touch the cat's head with her hand. "Meow." Lynette called out twice, as if she was liberated, and hurriedly left here. This damn place was so cold that it was not a place for meows. Hermione wanted to go in angrily, but was suddenly blocked by a transparent and pale hand. She looked up in astonishment, and what came into her eyes was a ghost. "Are you okay?" the ghost asked gently. Hermione stared at this sudden ghost in a daze. Even though she met ghosts every day in the castle, she would still feel subconsciously panicked when she was so close to the ghost. How could a ghost appear here? She couldn't help but start to hesitate whether to move forward. However, she soon discovered that the ghost seemed to be a woman, and that face actually made her feel somewhat familiar. Who is it? She tried hard to search for memories in her mind. "Hermione, why are you here?" Ye Ting's voice suddenly came from behind the ghost, and his face seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil through the silver-gray ghost figure. Of course, if Ye Ting didn't hold a strange rack with several tentacles in his hand, and there was a machine skeleton with a clear female outline next to it, this scene would probably be more serious. Hermione widened her eyes and screamed, "What are you doing?" Hermione screamed, because as her sight moved, Hermione suddenly discovered that the ghost's clothes had been half untied, revealing her skin. Ye Ting was stunned, his mouth slightly open, but he didn't know how to explain this embarrassing scene. He bit the bullet and asked calmly, "How did you find this place?" The ghost girl seemed to sense the awkwardness of the atmosphere. She gracefully bowed and quietly stepped aside. "Ye Ting, I really didn't expect that you actually had such a little-known hobby." Hermione frowned and put on a preaching attitude, "We are waiting for you at the celebration party, but you are here with the ghost girl. Are you doing this to me?" "Zhangqiu." As she said, her eyes unconsciously swept over the silver-gray ghost next to her, who was dressed like a princess, and her face suddenly became gloomier. "Ye Ting, you are not even 12 years old yet." Hermione's tone was full of disappointment. "It is normal for boys to be curious and explore, but you have to know that there are some things that you should not get involved in at your age. I really didn't expect that you would be so." She seemed to be unable to find the right words to describe it, and could only shake her head helplessly. "Hermione, are you thinking too much?" Ye Ting looked at Hermione with a strange look. He knew that girls usually mature early, but Hermione's reaction seemed too intense. "If you don't know, how can you think I know too much?" Hermione's tone was a little aggressive. "Your behavior is really too much." "Hermione, you misunderstood." Ye Ting explained with a serious face, "This is just academic research. Ms. Gray is here to cooperate with me to do some small experiments. As long as the experiments are completed, she can also achieve her goals. There is nothing wrong between us, and it is a completely mutually beneficial relationship." "Really?" Hermione looked at Ye Ting doubtfully, trying to judge the truth from his expression. "Of course it's true." Ye Ting nodded heavily, "You know, I've been doing research. Ms. Gray appeared here, to cooperate with my experiment. You know." He leaned close to Hermione's ear helplessly and whispered, "She's a ghost, I can't even touch her." "If you can't touch her, how can you experiment?" Hermione keenly grasped the loophole in Ye Ting's words. "I don't need to touch her to experiment," Ye Ting explained carefully, "as long as the ghost can convey her consciousness, it's enough. My real goal is to use the ghost as a medium to control this clockwork machine." After that, Ye Ting patted the clockwork machine human frame beside him. "Use ghosts, to control clockwork machines?" Hermione widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She had seen the magical clockwork machine invented by Ye Ting. But using ghosts to control machines is too incredible. The main reason is that the intelligence of the clockwork machine is too low. I want to make it more efficient. Speaking of this, Ye Ting seemed to open up. "In fact, just last night, I completed the design of this analog signal conversion device, and have reached a cooperation with Ms. Gray. So as soon as the game ended today, I couldn't wait to come and verify my idea. In fact, Ye Ting did not reveal one thing, that is, the ultimate goal of this experiment is not to control the clockwork machine with ghosts, but to control the clockwork machine with intelligent cores. Although both intelligent core technology and clockwork technology come from Teyvat, they belong to two completely different systems. Now he and Nico are studying intelligent cores together, which is considered to be a glimpse of the way. But how to make the intelligent core and clockwork technology of two different systems be used together is another difficult problem. Before the intelligent core is manufactured, Ye Ting intends to design the signal conversion device in advance so that the intelligent core can be tested as soon as it is manufactured. However, the signal conversion device also needs to be tested. In the absence of an intelligent core, he urgently needs to find an intelligent substitute for simulation experiments. At first, Ye Ting planned to use the human brain to replace the intelligent core, but after careful consideration, he found a more promising target: the ghost. What are the advantages of ghosts? First of all, ghosts are intelligent, which fully meets his simulation standards. In addition, the ghost's body is penetrable, which greatly reduces the difficulty of signal collection. Ye Ting can easily push the signal collection device, the tentacles of the iron frame in his hand, directly into the ghost's body to collect intelligent signals at a negative distance. In contrast, using humans as test subjects and collecting brain waves through thick skulls is much more troublesome. Finally, and most importantly, ghosts have subjective initiative. If Ye Ting chose to collect brain waves, most people would be unwilling to cooperate when they thought that they would be used as test subjects, unless Ye Ting sacrificed his chastity to the little witch in exchange for cooperation. But if it was ghosts? These guys have been wandering in the castle for a long time, unable to touch anything, taste anything, and are almost fading away. This experiment means that they have the opportunity to have their own bodies. Even if they are artificial, it is much better than the current illusory state. So, when Ye Ting proposed this idea to Ms. Gray, she agreed almost immediately. Ye Ting was talking about his ideas to Hermione. Hermione was confused, and a lot of professional terms and theories that she had never learned made her dizzy. Even though the little witch was considered a top student, she could only babble after listening, and couldn't even make any comments. So that's why you didn't come to the celebration party? In the end, Hermione could only say dryly. In theory, she admired Ye Ting, who was so knowledgeable, but emotionally, she came to the celebration party for Ye Ting, but Ye Ting skipped the meeting and stood her up. This was too. You guys even held a celebration party. Ye Ting pouted, okay, but it doesn't matter if I didn't attend. Anyway, there will be plenty of such victories in the future. I guarantee that there will be a celebration party every month. But if you don't come? Hermione wanted to persuade her again, but Ms. Gray spoke first. You should go back to the celebration party, Ye Ting. Leaving the girl there and doing experiments by yourself is not gentlemanly behavior. But if I go, you have a body, frowned with some worry. It's okay, Ye Ting, anyway, I have been a ghost for 1,000 years, so I'm not in a hurry. At this point, Ms. Gray winked at Ye Ting, but I still have to ask you for my body in the future. Looking at Ms. Gray covering her mouth and nose with her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her clothes slightly open. Ye Ting suddenly understood Ning Kaichen a little. No wonder Hermione misunderstood the relationship between him and Ms. Gray just now. Ye Ting finally followed Hermione back to attend the celebration party. Although he was half an hour late, Ye Ting was still warmly welcomed. Everyone came up to hug and shake hands with the biggest contributor. On the contrary, Zhang Qiu was still a little angry because Ye Ting stood him up. But Ye Ting soon found an opportunity to coax the girl. Because within a week after the competition, Ye Ting received an urgent letter from the owl asking for help. Pictured is Mrs. Gray. The letter was from Hagrid, inviting him to the cabin, claiming that there was an extremely important treasure that needed his appreciation and guidance. Ye Ting, who had read the original novel, figured out what the treasure was after a quick calculation, so on the day he received the letter, he could not wait to lead Zhang Qiu, Hermione and Susan to the cabin. Walking on the road, Hermione could not help but be curious. Did Hagrid say what he invited us to do? Why are you in such a hurry? I asked Hagrid to help me find a niffler in the Forbidden Forest. Susan's eyes flashed with expectation, and she guessed, could he have found it? What are you looking for the niffler for? Hermione asked puzzledly. I want to have a pet. Susan explained, pointing at Ye Ting. Ye Ting suggested that I should consider raising a sniffer. In addition to their almost obsessive love for gold and silver treasures, sniffers are also excellent pets. Ye Ting smiled and explained, these little guys are extremely smart and agile, and most importantly, they are lively and active, which is very suitable for Susan's introverted personality. Speaking of this, Ye Ting showed a happy smile on his face, and he walked briskly, as if he was walking with the wind. But the treasure Hagrid is talking about is not the niffler. He smiled mysteriously, but something that will surprise you. Zhang Qiu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Ye Ting, is the treasure you are talking about some kind of precious magical creature? How do you know? Ye Ting looked at her in surprise. Zhang Qiu smiled. She knew both Hagrid and Ye Ting. In addition to precious herbs, Hagrid could only provide Ye Ting with magical animals. And Ye Ting's favorite thing is to collect all kinds of precious and commemorative things, including magical creatures. To make Ye Ting so happy, this creature must be particularly precious. Passing through the green lawn, the four finally arrived at Hagrid's hut. Ye Ting was placed at the door. Ting sent a slingshot and a pair of rubber overshoes. Fanya was locked outside the door alone, and was anxiously digging at the door, as if Hagrid was carrying it on his back and doing something that dogs couldn't see in the house. Seeing the four people coming, Fanya rushed over excitedly and wanted to lick their arms. But Ye Ting recalled the last time he saw Fanya licking dragon feces, and quickly stopped it from approaching. Hearing that Fanya had such an embarrassing black history, several people subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and Fanya showed a look of grievance, and he was not allowed to eat the buffet. Ye Ting knocked on the wooden door gently, and the door quickly opened, but only a crack was revealed. Hagrid's burly figure looked out through the narrow field of vision, and seemed very alert. Come in quickly, are you sure no one is following you? Hagrid said cautiously, and he did not forget to scan the surroundings, fearing that there would be any disturbance. Don't worry, we haven't been discovered. Ye Ting said calmly, I'm an old hand in this area. Although Ye Ting had never been to Azkaban, he had mastered the anti-reconnaissance skills of Linny and Amber. One of them was an ace spy and the other was a scout, both of whom were masters of this field. Hermione and Zhang Qiu looked at each other, confused by the mysterious atmosphere. If you didn't know, you would think they were conducting some underground transaction. Ye Ting walked into the room and looked around. He found that all the curtains in the hut were tightly closed, and the thick curtains completely blocked any prying eyes from the outside world. The flames in the fireplace were burning, making the whole hut full of warmth, even a little stuffy. Hagrid asked Fong to continue guarding the door, and then closed the door tightly. He warmly brewed tea and served homemade rock cakes, inviting everyone to enjoy them. Seeing this scene, Hermione covered her cheeks with lingering fear and smiled bitterly, my gums are bleeding recently, so I won't eat this cake. The experience of tasting rock cakes last time made her unforgettable, and the hard taste almost broke her teeth. Zhang Qiu also waved his hand politely to refuse, I ate a little too much this morning, and now I'm not hungry at all. Only Susan, facing Hagrid's kindness, didn't know how to refuse, so she had to praise awkwardly, Hagrid, the rock cakes you made are really delicious, not worse than the food in the auditorium. Susan, if you like it, eat more. Hagrid said with a smile, take some back to the dormitory later, and you can also let your friends try it. Susan looked at the dozen rock biscuits stuffed into her hands, and she was almost crying. Hagrid walked to the fireplace, pointed his thick fingers at the ball in the fire that exuded a mysterious black luster, and said with a little expectation, Ye Ting, I came here specially today to ask you to help me see how to hatch this dragon egg. Dragon egg? Hermione stood up suddenly from her chair in surprise. Where did you get it, Hagrid? Wow, Hagrid, you must have spent a lot of money on this egg. Zhang Qiu's tone revealed envy. In the wizarding world, which little wizard doesn't dream of owning a majestic fire dragon? I forgot to tell you. Speaking of this, Hagrid couldn't help laughing. This dragon egg is a treasure I won. Hagrid said proudly, I just wanted to have a couple of drinks to relax, but I didn't expect to meet a Greek guy. We played a few cards, and he lost the dragon egg to me. One lost to you. Hermione frowned. This is not an ordinary bet, this is a precious dragon egg. I don't know, maybe he has some special channels. Hagrid didn't care, but these are not important, the important thing is that the dragon egg is now mine. Then what price did you pay? Hermione keenly realized that things were not simple. I don't think just playing cards can. Speaking of this, Hagrid was no longer sleepy. He took a big sip of tea, and then excitedly recounted the gambling experience. That day, I was chatting with Melania and accidentally mentioned the topic of unicorns. She was particularly interested in this topic. I told her that I could give her a piece of underwear made of unicorn hair. She was so happy to hear that, and said that she would wear it for me to see if there was a chance. Wait, Hagrid, don't go into details here. Ye Ting couldn't help interrupting. Also, who is this Melania? Oh, she is one of the girls who often drink sherry in the leaky cauldron. You may have seen her. Ye Ting was slightly stunned. One of his teleportation anchors was located near the leaky cauldron. He would pass by there every time he entered and exited Hogwarts. He tried to recall, and it seemed that the people who often drank in the leaky cauldron were a few old ladies. 01420911 follow 150103591. Hagrid called them girls. Hagrid continued to tell the story with great interest. I was about to leave with Melania. After all, it was Christmas, and everyone wanted to have a good time. Unexpectedly, I met a friend of Melania. The guy was wearing a hood and looked mysterious. He insisted on buying us a drink and suggested playing cards. To be honest, my card-playing skills have never been very good, but my luck that day was simply KAB. At this point, Hagrid got more and more excited, and even talked about the scene of playing cards. At the end of the 10th hand, he still had 17 cards, and I only had 2 cards left, so I covered the cards on the table and said to him, "You can kill me in 1 second, you can kill me in 1 second. If you can kill me in 1 second with 17 cards today, I will eat this table right now." Ahem, Hagrid, stop talking about playing cards, and get to the point. Ye Ting interrupted him again. This Hagrid is too outspoken, first about pornography and then gambling. If he continues like this, Yi Wu is afraid to talk about being stung by the billywig. The sting of the billywig is the raw material of the popular candy, Sizzle Bee candy. But this insect has a special ability. Anyone stung by a billywig will feel dizzy and then float up. Generations of young Australian wizards have been trying to catch billywigs and stimulate them to get this side effect. Anyway, after being reminded by Ye Ting, Hagrid finally talked about the business. In the end, Melania's friend lost all his money, so he gave me this dragon egg as a pawn. Hagrid said with a smug smile. But it's illegal to keep a dragon privately, right? Hermione pointed out seriously. The law prohibiting the keeping of dragons was passed at the Wizard Conference in 1709. If you are discovered. Well, just be careful and don't be discovered. Hagrid turned his head away with a guilty conscience. To be honest, keeping a dragon in the Forbidden Forest is actually not a big deal. Ye Ting shrugged indifferently. In his eyes, Hogwarts is a magic school after all, and it is normal to raise a dragon. Think about it, if Muggles can raise peacocks on campus, then why can't Hogwarts raise a few dragons in the vast Forbidden Forest? Everyone doesn't know how popular dragon materials are in the market. A dragon farm is simply a source of wealth. Take dragon blood for example, it has so many uses that I wrote a thick book on it. Not to mention that dragon liver, dragon meat, dragon nerves, dragon skin, dragon bones, dragon horns and even dragon feces are all very popular materials. It is conceivable how big the profit margin of raising dragons is. Not to mention that there is the golden signboard of Hogwarts behind it, this business will never lose money. Do you really think so? Hagrid was surprised to hear Ye Ting's support. Why do you say that? Hermione glanced at Ye Ting dissatisfiedly. Don't encourage Hagrid to break the law. Speaking of raising dragons, this is actually a tradition of Hogwarts. Ye Ting smiled and pointed out, you will know if you look through the school history. Hundreds of years ago, the Forbidden Forest was the dragon farm of Hogwarts. Is this, really? Hermione showed a surprised expression. Although she was a little skeptical, she had to believe it. After all, she knew that Yetta was much better than her in memory. Of course, otherwise how could the motto of Hogwarts be, "Sleeping dragons do not disturb"? Ye Ting continued, in fact, at the beginning, this motto did not have any special meaning. It was just a literal meaning, warning the little wizards of Hogwarts not to run around in the dragon farm for no reason. This is just a nonsense he made up. Because the motto of "Sleeping dragons do not disturb" has existed since the founding of Hogwarts, and at that time, there was no such thing as raising dragons in the school. But, Hermione pointed out sharply, you just said that it was hundreds of years ago. Now Hogwarts no longer raises dragons. There must be a reason behind it, right? It's not that simple. Ye Ting shrugged easily, the reason we gave up raising dragons was mainly for safety reasons. At that time, the dragon-raising technology was not mature enough and accidents were easy to happen. At this point, he changed the subject, but it's different now. Modern dragon farms have mastered a series of mature technologies to deal with fire dragons, and the danger has been greatly reduced. So the cancellation of dragon farms in the past does not mean that they cannot be restored now. Can we really raise dragons? Hagrid couldn't help rubbing his hands, with expectation in his eyes. He had two dreams. The first was to raise a kraken in the Black Lake. This is the largest magical creature known so far. But the kraken dragon is so rare that it can't be found, let alone raised. The second is to raise fire dragons. I have actually studied this. Ye Ting said seriously, although it is illegal to raise dragons privately, as long as there is a guarantor and follow the procedures of the Ministry of Magic, it is not difficult to apply for a dragon farm or something. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must obtain a dragon trainer's qualification certificate. Oh, I see. Hagrid suddenly realized, just like taking the OWLS exam, you need a certificate. As for other conditions, Ye Ting continued, a standard dragon training farm is essential. To be honest, Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest has such good conditions. We only need to clean it up a little and add some things required by the Ministry of Magic. Isn't it a qualified dragon farm? Huh, I said, this place is the most suitable for raising dragons. Hagrid was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Ye Ting's words really touched his heart. But, what if the parents of the students complain? Susan thought more carefully. Her aunt, Amelia Bones, is the director of the Law Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic. The Department of Law Enforcement is the largest department in the Ministry of Magic, and the chief of this department is basically the second in command of the Ministry of Magic. Under the influence of her aunt, she has a clear understanding of the process of such things. In fact, neither the school rules of Hogwarts nor the regulations of the Ministry of Magic explicitly stipulate that Hogwarts cannot keep dragons. Ye Ting smiled slightly, this kind of thing is like a night tour. As long as you are not discovered, it is not a violation. So, raising dragons is the same. As long as the law does not say so, then we are legal and legal. Asterisk. Great. Thank you, Ye Ting. With Ye Ting's encouragement, Hagrid gradually let go and praised. After all this talk, you haven't shown us your dragon egg yet. Zhang Qiu urged dissatisfiedly. Yes, Yes, everyone come quickly. Hagrid enthusiastically invited everyone to sit around the fireplace, and then used tongs to pick up the dragon egg from the fire. The dragon egg was even bigger than an ostrich egg. Except for Hagrid, ordinary people couldn't hold it with one hand. The eggshell of the dragon egg was covered with tiny scales. Under the reflection of the fire, it exuded a deep black metallic luster, and the dark red stripes added a bit of mystery. "It's so beautiful," Hermione murmured to herself. "It's just like a work of art." Zhang Qiu praised it. "Just like the eyes of a salamander, it's fascinating." Susan also sighed sincerely. Hagrid also looked at the dragon egg with a doting look on his face, and pressed it tightly against his belly. "Holding this dragon egg, I can feel the little guy inside moving. Oh my God, Merlin. This is such a lively little guy, it seems to be kicking my belly." Hagrid has completely immersed himself in the role of a male mother. "Hagrid, the temperature of the flame in the fireplace is too low." Ye Ting glanced at the dim flame of the fireplace and reminded, "Normally, the dragon egg will hatch in the flame of the mother dragon, just like a baby sucking milk in the arms of its mother. The temperature of the flame in your fireplace is far from enough. If this goes on, even if the little dragon hatches, it will be born with deficiencies and will definitely not grow up to be as good as other fire dragons in the future. What should I do?" Hagrid panicked immediately. He would not allow his dragon baby to lose at the starting line. "We can try the flame of the phoenix," Ye Ting suggested. "Let Fox feed it." "Ah, hatching is also a good choice." No, I haven't told Dumbledore about the dragon eggs yet." Hagrid waved his hand quickly. "If the principal knows before the dragon farm is completed, he will definitely not let me raise a fire dragon." "Then try the gubbly fire," Ye Ting suggested again. Hagrid looked confused. "Gubbly fire? What is that?" "It's a kind of enchanted flame that can burn all the time." Hermione explained hurriedly, "This is a very advanced magic that only a few wizards can master." Hagrid shook his head helplessly. "There is no such thing. Principal Dumbledore may know, but we can't find him." 280. Our conditions are indeed a bit difficult. In fact, gubbly fire is not just magic, but a product of alchemy. Ye Ting certainly knows how to make gubbly fire, but it is too troublesome. He touched his chin, thought for a moment and said, "Well, since there is no better choice, let's try the eggs of the fire ash snake." "Hagrid, you don't even have the eggs of the fire ash snake, do you?" "I do have the fire ash snake." Hagrid nodded quickly to confirm. The fire ash snake is a magical creature that is only born when the flame burns unrestrainedly for a long time. Their eggs are extremely hot, containing the essence of the fire, and will emit a brilliant light. Put a few pieces of dragon crystal under the fire ash snake eggs, the effect should be better. Ye Ting continued to make suggestions. "Dragon crystal? What is that?" Hagrid continued to be in the dark. "It's obsidian, a gem formed when volcanic lava cools down, and it contains powerful magical energy." Ye Ting explained patiently, looking at Hagrid's still confused eyes. He sighed, "Forget it, I have a few pieces, I'll lend them to you later." "Ye Ting, you are really my benefactor." Hagrid excitedly held Ye Ting's shoulders, his gratitude overflowing. "It's a small matter, don't take it to heart." Ye Ting shrugged easily. In his eyes, Hagrid's dragon eggs are his dragon eggs. "What kind of dragon's egg is this?" Susan suddenly asked a question. "Yes." Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. After talking for so long, they didn't even know what kind of egg this was. "I guess it might be an egg of an Australian white-eyed dragon." Zhang Qiu said a name. "It is said that the Australian white-eyed dragon is the most beautiful fire dragon. Girls, even fire dragons like flowers." Susan hesitated, but the book I read before said that the eggs of Australian white-eyed dragons will emit a pearly white luster, which is not the same as this egg. The dragon egg in front of him is black, and it doesn't look like it can raise an Australian white-eyed dragon. Zhang Qiu joked, "So, Hagrid, did you forget to wash this egg? At the same time, Hermione took out a thick book from her exquisite beaded purse, BBBG, slammed it on the table, and then searched for it. Found it. This is indeed the egg of a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, Hermione announced excitedly. Only two kinds of dragons lay black eggs, the Hungarian horntail and the Norwegian ridgeback. She went on to explain, only two kinds of dragons in the world lay black eggs, the Hungarian horntail and the Norwegian ridgeback. However, she pointed to the texture on the surface of the egg, only the eggs of the Norwegian ridgeback have this spine-like pattern. The eggs of the Hungarian horntail are pure black, larger in size, and the surface is as smooth as eggs. Susan said. Yes, that's what I mean. Norwegian ridgeback. Hagrid's eyes sparkled, what a cute little guy. Cute? Hermione was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Hagrid to say that. It will be very ferocious when it grows up, how can it be cute? To prove her point, Hermione quickly opened the book in her hand and showed it to everyone. On the yellowed parchment, a ferocious black dragon was circling and flying, and it did not look very cute. She continued to popularize science. The eggs of the Norwegian ridgeback dragon are black, and the cubs of this dragon have a very simple fire-breathing ability compared to other fire dragons. They can breathe fire only 10 to 3 months after birth. She paused and added, moreover, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon grows very fast and can grow to twice its original size in a week. At this point, she looked up at Hagrid, are you really going to hatch it here? This is a wooden hut, it won't take long. It doesn't matter, I know a place to go. Before Hagrid could answer, Ye Ting has already given a solution. I know a centaur who escaped from the tribe and now lives in the giant tree forest. She can help raise the dragon. In fact, she is now taking care of the injured unicorn. We only need to provide some necessary living supplies as a reward. Ye Ting was talking about Twilight Sparkle. He was confident that Twilight Sparkle would agree to this. Or, Twilight Sparkle might be eager for Ye Ting to give her the dragon to raise. The centaurs would not be willing to provoke the fire dragon. If there is a fire dragon, the centaur tribe will probably stay away from the giant tree forest for a long time. In this way, Twilight Sparkle's safety in the forest will be more guaranteed. Good idea. Hagrid slapped his thigh and agreed to the proposal. When the little guy grows up, we will send it over. But before that, we have to train it well. Ye Ting said earnestly, it seems that we need to prepare some special tools. For example? Hagrid asked curiously. Dragon taming forks, chains, dragon taming whips, and special softeners for dragon scales. Ye Ting listed them all. If these things are used together, this Norwegian ridgeback can definitely be trained to be as obedient as a pet dog. But, it's still so small and so fragile. Hagrid's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, do we really have to be so harsh on it? Hagrid, you have to understand, Ye Ting said to the half-blood giant in a deep voice, this is a fire dragon, not an ordinary pet. We raise it, which is walking on a tightrope. If we don't want to be caught, we must make sure we can control it. But. Hagrid stuttered, obviously very entangled in his heart. He still didn't want his dragon to be treated like this. He was silent for a long time before he spoke with difficulty, isn't there a gentler way? A gentler way? Ye Ting raised his eyebrows, maybe there is, but it depends on whether you are willing to accept it. Tell me, what method? Hagrid asked eagerly with his eyes shining, as long as it is not abused, I am willing to try anything. Then the only way is to use contract magic. Ye Ting finally revealed his true purpose. I can find a way to make the fire dragon sign a contract to ensure that it is completely under the control of the contract. In this way, no matter how ferocious its nature is, with the constraints of the contract, it can become as docile as a sheep with just a thought. This method is good, let's use this. Hagrid clapped his hands. But this contract is flawed. What flaw? Hagrid asked impatiently. The flaw is that the other party to this contract can only be myself at present. Ye Ting looked at Hagrid dimly. This also means that as long as the contract is signed, the real owner of this fire dragon will become me. Are you willing to do this? That doesn't matter. Hagrid's straightforward answer surprised Ye Ting. Ye Ting thought that the half-blood giant would hesitate for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would make a decision so quickly. Ye Ting, you saved the unicorn from the hands of the dark wizard. That time I saw that you really love magical animals. Hagrid's eyes revealed his deep trust in Ye Ting, so, I am very relieved to let you control the fire dragon. Ye Ting looked at Hagrid in astonishment, and a warm current surged in his heart. He didn't expect that he had such a high status in Hagrid's eyes. Obviously Hagrid was so generous and treated him sincerely, and he seemed a little petty for calculating him like this. Okay, then it's settled. Ye Ting nodded. At this point, he couldn't give up the fire dragon egg. Then, I will find a chance to compensate him later. Without further delay, let's quickly perform the contract ceremony while it is still an egg and has no ability to resist. Ye Ting said, biting his finger and drawing a complex blood-red magic pattern on the black eggshell with the blood. With the last stroke of the magic pattern, the black eggshell was completely covered with blood-red lines. Ye Ting then raised the magic wand, aimed at the dragon egg, and whispered the ancient spell. The magic wand is of course unnecessary, but it will appear to be a ritual. The golden light enveloped the dragon egg, which lasted for 5 or 6 seconds and then gradually dissipated. Ye Ting immediately felt that he had established a mysterious connection with the dragon egg. As long as he moved his mind, he could summon the dragon egg in front of him. This magical ability comes from the contract of Arataki Ito's fighting skills. Just like Arataki Ito can summon his partner, Cho, Ye Ting will also be able to summon a fire dragon in the future. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for collecting the fire dragon, egg form, and receiving the reward of God's Eye. Night Owl, is Deluxe God's Eye. Ye Ting had expected this reward and was not too surprised. How could the first collection reward of a rare magical creature like the fire dragon be ordinary? However, he did not intend to bind this God's Eye immediately. Deluxe combat power is very strong, but Ye Ting is not short of melee ability now. The ability brought by Deluxe God's Eye can also be provided by young Master Linny. After obtaining God's Eye Whale Sky, Ye Ting is not short of melee ability for the time being. Unless the system can reward him with the God's Eye of the 7 gods level, or the power of El Chino, otherwise, Ye Ting is more inclined to bind the God's Eye that can provide him with abilities he does not have. For example, Mona's water divination, Barbara's healing and musical talents, even Xiangling's cooking skills plus the god of the kitchen. In fact, what Ye Ting wanted most was Hu Tao's Eye of God. Hu Tao was a rare person in Teyvat who had the ability to target souls. With this, Yi Zhong could start with the Horcrux. As for Deluxe Eye of God, he would rather keep it for later use. Ye Ting planned to give the Eye of God to the dragon after it hatched. After dealing with the reward, Ye Ting looked at everyone and smiled. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and the contract is completed. He tapped the eggshell of the Norwegian Ridgeback and said, so, even if we tell Dumbledore about our dragon breeding now, he can only pinch his nose and acquiesce to this fact. Unless Dumbledore is going to fire him. Ah! Hagrid was stunned and rubbed his hands involuntarily. Being discovered by Dumbledore or something. Although Ye Ting had said it well before, Hagrid still showed some uneasiness when he thought of Dumbledore. Do we really want to let Professor Dumbledore know about this? Is this, really okay? I mean, won't he be angry about this? It doesn't matter. Ye Ting waved his hand easily. Professor Dumbledore is a very open-minded person. He is more capable of accepting new things than anyone else. What's more, a dragon that gets close to wizards is actually just a large pet. Seeing that Hagrid was still struggling, Ye Ting sighed and made further assurances. Okay, I promise you that we will never tell anyone about this before you get a dragon breeding certificate and prepare dragon breeding facilities. Including Dumbledore? Hagrid repeated. Including Dumbledore. Ye Ting confirmed again. In order to help Hagrid, Ye Ting then built a professional fire dragon egg hatching nest. With the fireplace as the main structure, charcoal and obsidian were laid underneath, and fire ash snake eggs were placed to regulate the temperature. In addition, Ye Ting also specially prepared a large amount of Tevat's fire essential oil, and asked Hagrid to apply a bottle on the fire dragon eggs every day. Absorbing the energy of the fire essential oil can allow the fire dragon in the egg to absorb the powerful power of the fire element. He also spent a lot of money. After all, this fire dragon will become his summon in the future, just like his own child. Of course he has to give it the best. In order to make the fire dragon egg grow better, Ye Ting even bound Deluxe Eye of God to the fire dragon egg in advance, so that the fire dragon egg can be warmed with the fire of dawn. With the contract of Era Taki Ichido, plus the influence of the Eye of God, the fire dragon egg is doubly bound to Ye Ting, and it is already in his pocket before it is born. With the successful completion of the fireplace renovation, the temperature of the whole house suddenly rose, as if people were in the hot summer. The hot air filled every corner, and it seemed that even breathing became hot. In such an environment, Yaya finally agreed to stay outside the door honestly. Hagrid was different. He stayed by the fireplace every day, without opening the window or ventilation. If it weren't for Ye Ting's strong request, he wouldn't even wash his face. This kind of lifestyle isolated from the outside world, people who didn't know would think he was in confinement. Of course, he didn't stay there and do nothing. Ye Ting helped him borrow a lot of books related to raising dragons from the library. Hagrid stayed in the hut every day. In addition to taking care of the dragon eggs, he was studying hard, as if he had returned to his student days. He was going to pass the dragon breeding certificate in the shortest time. As for Ye Ting, his performance was not much worse than Hagrid's. Almost every day, he would go to Hagrid's hut to check on the dragon egg. As time went by, Ye Ting could feel that the life energy contained in the eggshell was becoming more and more vigorous, and the fire elemental power in it was becoming stronger and stronger. If it continued like this, its fire dragon would surpass ordinary dragon babies as soon as it was born and have a certain combat power. While the dragon egg was growing vigorously, Ye Ting's intelligent core control experiment was also progressing steadily. It was afternoon. In the abandoned classroom, there were only Yi and Mrs. Gray, one ghost. Mrs. Gray was standing in the middle of the classroom, letting Ye Ting fiddle with the tentacles on the receiver and extend them into Mrs. Gray's body. In other words, Mrs. Gray and the tentacles overlapped. But the signal connector was not connected to the previous female clockwork mechanical frame, but a clockwork beetle. Why didn't you take out the mechanical humanoid today? Mrs. Gray couldn't help her curiosity and broke the silence. Well, the robot is too complicated. Hearing Mrs. Gray ask this, Ye Ting couldn't help shaking his head. It's mainly because the human body is too big, there are too many parts that can be controlled, and the various tactile, taste, visual, olfactory, auditory and other receptors are also extremely complex. Complex mapping must be made specifically. This is simply asking me to reconstruct a human body system. Speaking of this, his tone was a little frustrated. If you want to design a perfect mapping layer, there are too many problems and bugs that need to be solved. This cannot be completed overnight. After listening, Mrs. Gray nodded thoughtfully. So, you chose to start with the simplest. That's right. Ye Ting's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Try to control this beetle first to verify the feasibility of the experiment. After success, we will gradually expand to more complex machines. Ye Ting was very happy that his partner understood him. Don't worry, even if it's not possible now, I will continue to design a human-shaped body that can be controlled. I said before that I would let you have a body, and I will never break my promise. Of course, I believe you. Mrs. Gray smiled. After spending this period of time together, she deeply felt the extraordinary talent hidden in the boy. In her words, Ye Ting's talent even surpassed Dumbledore, and was no less than Rowena Ravenclaw at the time. She knew very well that if there was really someone in this world who could give her a new life and a real body, that person must be Ye Ting. Then, the 87th consciousness mapping experiment starts now. Ye Ting took out a camera and used it to record the experiment. This kind of camera is widely used on the monitors of clockwork machinery, which is a byproduct of studying clockwork machinery. Then, Ye Ting looked at Mrs. Gray and said gently, "Mrs. Gray, next, you will feel your consciousness being swallowed by a black hole and then stuffed into a cramped and narrow body. Remember, don't resist this process and relax, just like we did before. Are you ready?" Mrs. Gray nodded. Although she had never tried to control a clockwork beetle, since Ye Ting said it was okay, she was willing to try. "Okay, consciousness mapping, start." Ye Ting pressed the button of the signal receiver, while staring at the two mirrors in front of him. This was the screen he used to check the situation. Both mirrors reflected the scene in the abandoned classroom, but the details were different. This was not surprising, because one of the screens was connected to Mrs. Gray's visual picture, and the other was connected to the visual record of the clockwork beetle. As Ye Ting began to map consciousness, the screen representing Mrs. Gray's visual picture suddenly flickered. This means that Mrs. Gray's subconscious still has a little struggle, but after all, Mrs. Gray actively cooperated with the experiment, so this struggle was fleeting, and the screen immediately fell into a deep darkness. When the screen lit up again, it was exactly the same as the visual record of the clockwork beetle. Ye Ting turned his head and looked, and Mrs. Gray's body quietly closed her eyes, like a sleeping princess waiting to be awakened. In other words, Mrs. Gray's consciousness really successfully controlled the clockwork beetle. Great! Ye Ting waved his hand vigorously. His experiment has taken the first step toward success. Next, we need to see how reliable this kind of consciousness mapping is. Under Ye Ting's gaze, the clockwork beetle slowly raised its legs and moved. At first, its steps seemed a little clumsy and shaky, like a child who had just learned to walk. After only a few steps, the clockwork beetle stumbled and fell to the ground, falling flat on its face. After all, it was the first time for Mrs. Gray to control an insect-like body, so she seemed a little flustered and needed time to gradually adapt. After a little practice, it was able to stagger along, occasionally tripping over its own legs because it walked too fast. However, after each fall, it stood up faster and continued to move forward. It wandered around the classroom and then ran straight towards Ye Ting. When it got close to Ye Ting, it suddenly exerted its strength, quickened its pace, and then leaped up, and then began to try to flap its wings. Perhaps because the action of flying is relatively simple and mindless, it only needs to mechanically repeat the existing trajectory, and the difficulty of flying with 2 wings is not even as difficult as walking with 6 legs. Mrs. Gray succeeded in controlling the clockwork beetle to fly for the first time. Although the flying posture was a little clumsy, it always maintained its lift in the air and showed no signs of falling. Before it could not hold on, the clockwork beetle had already flown to Ye Ting's side. It quickly grabbed Ye Ting's clothes, and skillfully climbed onto the boy's shoulder. Seeing this, Ye Ting reached out and grabbed the clockwork beetle, then held it in his palm and asked, "Mrs. Gray, how do you feel?" Mrs. Gray controlled her front feet to wave up and down, which was the secret signal they agreed on, meaning very good. The visual and auditory receptors are normal. Ye Ting glanced at the screen, then his eyes fell back on the beetle. Then let's test the tactile receptors next. As he spoke, he stretched out his fingers, first touched the beetle's head, and then scratched its abdomen. The beetle's 6 legs immediately waved in panic. There is a response, the tactile receptor seems to be successful. Ye Ting nodded with satisfaction, but then he noticed something was wrong. The beetle's reaction seemed a little too intense. At the same time, he saw from the corner of his eye that Mrs. Gray's body began to twist unnaturally, her hands unconsciously touched certain parts of her body, and even a suspicious blush appeared on her gray cheeks. Ye Ting was shocked and immediately realized that something was wrong. What exactly was this tactile receptor mapped to? This consciousness mapping technology is really a punishment. He didn't dare to think about it anymore and hurriedly ended the mapping experiment. He wanted to ask Mrs. Gray about her feelings, but as soon as she regained consciousness, she glared at him fiercely and hurriedly left the abandoned classroom without leaving a word. "Please give me flowers." Ye Ting looked at her back passing through the wall helplessly, and could only smile bitterly and shook his head. Although this initial experiment was successful, it seems that he is about to lose this important partner. As it turns out, Ye Ting still underestimated the temptation of the body to ghosts. Although she left shyly last night, she still showed up on time in the abandoned classroom the next day, as if nothing had happened. She was still chatting and laughing with Ye Ting as before, and continued to devote herself to the experiment as before. In short, she didn't mention a word about yesterday's episode, and didn't remind Ye Ting to adjust the embarrassing tactile receptor mapping. Of course, Ye Ting knew what happened yesterday, and he would take the initiative to adjust it without her saying more. Otherwise, it would be too awkward to make the female ghost twitch and erupt at every turn. It made Ye Ting look like a little gangster. If he really turned into Ning Kaichen and something happened, it would be fine, but the key is that he really did nothing. He did nothing, but got a bad reputation in vain, which is too bad. Who would have thought that after this experiment, Lu Lena was actually somewhat dissatisfied? It seemed that Ye Ting was doing something unnecessary by adjusting the tactile receptors. Sure enough, these ghosts who have been trapped in a world without senses for thousands of years are extremely eager for any form of sensory experience. Oh. Even that kind of feeling is something they can't wait for. It was another night. A clockwork beetle flapped its wings and flew out of an abandoned classroom. Mrs. Gray was already somewhat intoxicated with this new feeling of having a body. Even if it was just controlling a beetle, it was more real and fulfilling than the illusory ghost state that could not feel the outside world in the past. However, in frequent experiments, Ye Ting also found a problem: the duration of this consciousness mapping seems to be limited. It can only last for an hour at most, and then it will be forcibly interrupted. This is not because of any rejection reaction, but because the soul as the core of the mapping has its limits in this regard. This is still the case of controlling a mere beetle. If it is replaced with a human body, the time may be shorter. Perhaps, if it were replaced with a real intelligent core, the situation would be different. However, an hour is enough. For some things, too long or too short a time may not be a good thing. Tonight, Lu Lei plans to control the beetle to fly deep into the castle. Sitting in front of the display, Ye Ting can see the vision of the clockwork beetle. At this time, Mrs. Gray was flying along the corridor. When she passed the second floor, she happened to meet Filch, who was patrolling, and Mrs. Norris, who was accompanying him. Mrs. Norris also looked up and saw the clockwork beetle hovering above her head, but she did not make a sound. She just meowed a few times in a low voice, as if she recognized that it was the masterpiece of its boss. Mrs. Gray continued to fly, and when she passed a corridor, she suddenly caught a faint conversation. Without Ye Ting's reminder, Mrs. Gray flew towards the source of the sound with a gossipy heart, and landed quietly on the top of a statue of armor and listened carefully with her ears erect. I don't know why you chose to meet me here, Severus. This stuttering way of speaking is obviously Quirrell. Snape's eyes were like knives, piercing Quirrell's eyes. Why, do you want us to go to the rooftop to talk? No. Quirrell waved his hands quickly, his voice getting weaker. Then I'll be frank. Snape interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice. Have you figured out how to deal with Hagrid's three-headed dog? Quirrell looked up in shock and looked at Snape, as if he couldn't understand what he said. Severus, what are you talking about? Don't understand. Snape's voice was even lower, as if it came from the depths of hell. Don't you know the secret of the restricted area, the existence of the Philosopher's Stone? Quirrell trembled even more. Do you want to steal the Philosopher's Stone? This is wrong. If Professor Dumbledore knew about it, put away your disguise, Quirrell. Snape interrupted him coldly. I know your purpose, you don't want to be my enemy, exit. A man and a ghost saw the whole scene through the clockwork beetle hidden on the armor. Mrs. Gray's eyes flashed with excitement, as if she smelled some gossip. These ghosts were very bored in the castle every day, and what they liked most was to spread gossip about the living. At least 1/3 of the gossip in Hogwarts came from these ghosts. By the way, another 1/3 came from the portraits in the castle. On the other hand, Ye Ting, who knew the inside story, sighed in his heart that Dumbledore had really pitted Snape many times. Dumbledore obviously asked Snape to monitor Quirrell, but did not tell him the details. Perhaps Snape just thought that Quirrell was an ordinary Death Eater, but in fact, Quirrell was completely controlled by Voldemort, and even the Dark Lord himself was lurking on the back of his head. If Snape knew the truth, I am afraid he would never dare to threaten Quirrell so directly. However, this is also the extraordinary thing about Professor Snape. Even after stopping Quirrell from stealing the Philosopher's Stone, he could not successfully persuade Voldemort to trust him in the future. What is a real top spy? This is it. At this moment, a sharp crashing sound broke the silence of the castle, and a suit of armor was accidentally knocked down, making a sharp and shocking wail, like the wail of a ghost. The Clockwork Beetle turned his head, and Ye Ting was keenly aware that he and Mrs. Gray were not the only spectators of this good show just now. There must be other wizards hiding around. They may have cast the disillusionment charm, or wearing an invisibility cloak. Snape's reaction was also extremely fast. He turned around suddenly. 337, who is there? However, the only response to him was the silent air. Quirrell's action was even more unexpected. He suddenly took a step and hugged Snape's thin body tightly from behind. Under the moonlight, this scene looked weird and absurd. A bald man hugged a greasy man tightly, like a surrealist painting. Snape was obviously confused by this sudden action. He struggled angrily. Quirrell, let go immediately. However, Quirrell seemed to be in a state of fanaticism. He grabbed Snape's hair tightly and cried hoarsely, Severus, I didn't do anything. Snape finally couldn't stand it anymore. A powerful magical force hit Quirrell hard. He hit the wall heavily and then collapsed to the ground. Ye Ting was on the armor and witnessed all this. He was stunned. Quirrell. Have you always been so brave? At the same time, he had to admit that Zhou Luo's series of improvisations were indeed brilliant. If all this was to stage a good show in front of someone under the invisibility cloak, then Ye Ting felt that his performance was undoubtedly successful. After Quirrell's actions, Professor Snape might become the focus of suspicion again. Seeing Quirrell risking angering Snape and even exposing himself to play a trick of diverting the blame, Ye Ting began to realize that this meant that Voldemort could no longer bear it. Ye Ting felt that he should do something further. He recalled that he and his friends had looted all the treasures in the level before, and after thinking carefully, it was indeed inappropriate to do so. It was not that Ye Ting regretted taking the school's things, but he felt that if the professors were lazy and did not repair these levels, wouldn't Ye Ting and his friends' actions be a waste of money for Quirrell? How could Quirrell take advantage of such a bargain? So, within a week, he went to the abandoned corridor on the 4th floor again. Pushing open the heavy door, the three-headed dog Fluffy rushed over with his teeth bared as always, but after seeing that it was Ye Ting, it instantly became a docile lamb and lay down obediently on the ground. Good dog. Ye Ting smiled and touched Fluffy's dog head, preparing to go down through the trapdoor. At this moment, Lynette jumped out of his arms. You want to stay here and play with your little brother? Ye Ting looked at Lynette. The kitten nodded. Okay, then you guys have fun. Ye Ting smiled and took out a bunch of veal steaks and dried fish. These snacks are for you, remember to share with your friends. After arranging Lynette and Fluffy, Ye Ting jumped into the corridor under the trapdoor. Sure enough, under the trapdoor, Professor Sprout's devil's snare was not replenished, and Professor McGonagall's go-level board was still empty. These lazy professors are so lazy. It has been half a year since Ye Ting and his team broke through the level, but no one came to check for omissions. How could this be possible? So, Ye Ting rearranged the level in his own way. Only then did he leave with satisfaction. Before leaving, he saw Lynette eating snacks and listening to music with her friends. The little guy was having a lot of fun. In a blink of an eye, it was Easter Eve. And the anticipated moment was coming soon. Ye Ting's, cough cough, Hagrid's baby dragon was about to break out of the shell. After receiving Hagrid's letter, Ye Ting and his team couldn't wait to go to the cabin, and even Susan was excited. After all, the scene of a dragon breaking out of its shell was not something that anyone could witness with their own eyes. Even Hermione, who was usually busy making a final review plan, couldn't help but join the ranks out of curiosity. But before entering the wooden house, Ye Ting suddenly stopped. He turned his head slightly, looking at the pumpkin field not far away with a sharp gaze. Zhang Qiu, who was following closely behind him, bumped into his back unexpectedly. The boy's body was too strong, and he almost knocked her down. "Why are your muscles so hard?" Zhang Qiu hit Ye Ting's back in a scolding manner, and then asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything? Someone was peeping near the hut just now." Ye Ting whispered, with a sharp look in his eyes. The man was originally planning to approach the window, and when he saw us coming, he hid in the pumpkin field. Under the shade of the huge green leaves of the pumpkin, 10 sneaky figures were looming. The man carefully poked his head out, but happened to meet Ye Ting's scrutinizing eyes. His heart tightened and he hastily retracted his head, only then realizing that he had been exposed. So he ran away, quickly fleeing towards the castle. From the back, the man was wearing a green robe with a black background and had light blonde hair. This feature was already very obvious. "Is that Malfoy?" Susan said with wide eyes, in disbelief. How could he be here? Harry and Ron were also invited by Hagrid to watch the dragon hatching. They arrived at the cabin early, and after hearing the discussion of Ye Ting and others, they quickly walked out of the room. Harry stood at the door, looking at the back that was almost disappearing, frowning. Malfoy may have followed Ron and me. Ron stared at Malfoy's hastily fleeing back, gritting his teeth and said, "I thought he would change after the encounter on Halloween and would no longer be so annoying. I didn't expect that he would go even further and start to follow us secretly." On Halloween Eve, Malfoy was trapped in the bathroom by Harry and Ron, and encountered the troll on a narrow road, and his life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, Ye Ting and Harry went to rescue him again. After that, the relationship between the two sides seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Although it was not to the point of turning hostility into friendship, at least it was no longer like in the past. When they met, there was a lot of gunpowder and a thrilling physical fight at any time. Ye Ting had a strange expression on his face at this moment. Malfoy learned to follow Harry at a young age. What will happen when he grows up? Hermione asked worriedly, "Has Malfoy seen the existence of the dragon egg?" Hagrid's face turned pale when he heard this. He knew better than anyone that if the Ministry of Magic found out that he was raising dragons privately without a formal certificate and dragon farm qualifications, the consequences would be disastrous. He once got into trouble for secretly raising a giant spider and was even imprisoned. The years in Azkaban were his eternal nightmare. Harry said firmly, "Malfoy will definitely go to Snape to complain." Ron also echoed, "That's right. People like Malfoy would like us to be deducted points so that he can laugh at our jokes." However, Ye Ting disagreed with the two people's speculation. With Malfoy's character, that guy is more likely to use this handle to threaten Harry and force Harry to do something he usually only dares to think about. However, due to his existence, all these speculations and possibilities will not happen for the time being. "Don't worry, Malfoy was scared away by us before he saw the dragon egg," Ye Ting said. "Great, great." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Then, he warmly invited everyone to enter the cabin. During this period, in order to keep secrets and maintain temperature, the doors and windows in the house were tightly closed, leaving only a few small openings for ventilation. The stove beside the bed was burning, emitting warm heat continuously, making the cabin like a room. But because there was a dragon egg, no one cared. As soon as Ye Ting entered the door, his eyes were firmly attracted by the dragon egg on the table. At this time, a deep crack had appeared on the dragon egg, and it would occasionally shake gently, as if announcing the birth of a new life. Ye Ting approached the table and suddenly found that the crack on the eggshell suddenly expanded a lot, accompanied by a crisp, click-click sound. Hearing this sound, everyone gathered around and stared at the hatching rate intently. The hot flames seemed to be sucked into the dragon egg in an instant, and the charcoal fire burned violently and quickly turned into ashes. The wandering sparks danced in the air, and the heat formed a circle of ripples around the dragon egg, and finally calmed down. The eggshell finally broke completely. At this moment, the eggshell broke completely. A wrinkled black fire dragon struggled to break out of the shell. It had a long nose, and the horns on its head faintly revealed red lines. The big orange eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames, revealing an innate majesty. The most striking thing is that this fire dragon does not have a pair of wings and 2 legs, but a pair of wings and 4 legs. From this point of view, it does not look like a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, but is closer to the image of a Welsh green dragon or a giant dragon in traditional Western fantasy works. When Hermione asked this question in confusion, Ye Ting shrugged his shoulders and said half-jokingly, "Maybe this little guy is the fruit of love between a Norwegian ridgeback and a Welsh green dragon." This is of course not the real reason. In the original book, the dragon in Hagrid's hand is a purebred Norwegian ridgeback. Ye Ting strongly suspected that the reason why this little dragon looked unique was most likely because he had bound the eye of God to it when it was just an egg, thus changing its life essence. Dragons with 2 wings and 2 feet are generally called flying dragons or fire dragons. In the orthodox Western fantasy world, they are all classified as subdragons. Now it is estimated that it has reverted to its ancestors and began to return to the true dragon bloodline. But no matter what kind of dragon it is, Hagrid doesn't care. There is a flash of excitement in his eyes, and he thinks this little dragon is extremely beautiful. He can't wait to give it a resounding name. Nobel. How about we call it Norbel? Hagrid suggested 5.3. But Norbert sounds like a boy's name. Ye Ting smiled and pointed out the problem, but this little guy is a female dragon. Ah. Female dragon? Hagrid was stunned for a moment, scratched his head awkwardly, but I didn't prepare a girl's name. He hesitated for a long time, and finally turned his eyes to Ye Ting. He hesitated for a long time and looked at Ye Ting. "You are knowledgeable, why don't you give her a name?" Hagrid looked at the boy expectantly. But Ye Ting has never been a father, let alone give people a name. He pondered for a moment, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his eyes. It just so happened that he could use a name from a game in his previous life. "How about Mavika?" He said slowly, "This name comes from a powerful witch in ancient Maori, Mahwika, who is best at fire magic." "Good name. Then she will be called Mavika." Hagrid made the decision. He excitedly stretched out his fingers and tried to tease the cute Mavika. However, the little dragon opened its sharp teeth and bit directly. Unfortunately, Hagrid, a half-giant, had thick skin and flesh, and Mavika's teeth could not penetrate it at all. "Look, how much this little guy likes me." Hagrid didn't mind Mavika's intimate behavior at all. Instead, he thought that the little guy was getting close to him, and even guessed that Mavika might think of him as her mother. Hermione and others looked at this scene and could only shake their heads helplessly. But seeing Hagrid so excited, they didn't have the heart to spoil his fun. Unfortunately, the tower was too late. After a while, Hagrid went to prepare food excitedly. Ye Ting stood by the warm fireplace, holding Mavika in his arms like a child. Surprisingly, Mavika, who was naughty in Hagrid's hands, became very well behaved in Ye Ting's arms, and even took the initiative to open her arms to Ye Ting. This black and red dragon lay quietly on Ye Ting's shoulder, and its big eyes, bright red like charcoal, looked at the people around curiously. "Come on, little guy, mommy is feeding you." After a while, Hagrid brought brandy and fresh chicken blood. This is the most needed nutrition for the newborn dragon. Mavika couldn't wait to put her head into the basin, just like sucking breast milk, licking the food with her little fiery red tongue, and occasionally spraying a few sparks from her nose. The newborn dragon is undoubtedly the most cute stage in the life of the dragon. They are small and exquisite, and even their fangs haven't grown yet, let alone spitting fire to hurt people. At this time, they are like harmless babies, and people can play with them at will, without worrying about getting hurt. Of course, Mavica is an exception among exceptions. Ye Ting can feel the powerful firepower contained in the little guy's body. If it explodes, it will be enough to burn the whole hut to ashes. But others don't know. Everyone present couldn't help but line up, wanting to take turns hugging this dragon baby. Even Lynette was very friendly. Of course, she might also be seeing that everyone is the holder of the eye of God. In short, who can resist such a cute little creature? Oh, there is still one, that is Yaya. This big dog obviously doesn't like this new dragon cub. Hagrid just gave all his furry toys to this little guy, and what happened? All of them were torn to pieces by this guy. Fongy growled at the dragon, as if the new guy was Hagrid's second child, while he, the first child, was neglected and ignored. However, its days of glory may not be many. Next week, the dragon will probably grow bigger than it, and it is hard to say who will bully whom. However, everyone's enthusiasm soon hit a wall. This little dragon is very picky about who holds it. Except for Ye Ting, she will struggle desperately when anyone wants to hug her, and the violent movement has caused considerable damage to the room. Harry wanted to try to hug her, but Mavica broke free with her tail, and the teacups on the table were swept to the ground and smashed to pieces. Then, Mavica used her mouthful of fangs to fight Ron's cloak, and Ron's school uniform was bitten into pits and holes by her 10 claws. When Hagrid's big hand reached out to her again, Mavica was even more furious and blew out a ball of fire, hitting Hagrid's face and setting his beard on fire. Hagrid never thought that this little dragon, who had just been born, could breathe fire so powerfully. The book clearly said that dragons should only be able to breathe smoke when they are just born. He had no idea that under Ye Ting's careful training, Mavica's talent had far surpassed that of ordinary fire dragons. "Hey, you little troublemaker." Hagrid was in a panic while slapping his beard that was set on fire by the flames. "Well, let me do it." Ye Ting snapped his fingers and summoned a ball of clear water, which poured all over Hagrid's head and face. "Thanks, Ye Ting." Hagrid wiped the water droplets off his face. Although Ye Ting took action in time, Hagrid's beard was still burned into pieces. One side was long and the other side was short, and the shape was strange, which made people laugh. "Hagrid, are you okay?" Zhang Qiu asked with concern. "It's okay, it's okay. Mavica is just too excited. She just came out of the eggshell and may not be able to adapt to this world." Hagrid didn't care about his beard at all, but made excuses for Mavica's liveliness. "You call this excitement?" Everyone looked at Mavica's mouth full of fangs and the sparks that spewed out of her nostrils from time to time, and then looked at the mess on the ground, and they all remained silent. After getting rid of the initial excitement and the appearance filter, everyone began to consider practical problems. The little guy is cute, but the destructive power is also scary. Hagrid's love for her can be said to be to the point of doting. This sudden accident made everyone nervous and sweaty, and Hermione angrily accused, "Hagrid, this is not something that can be explained by rice. It almost burned you." "Oh, it's okay now." Hagrid muttered in a low voice, trying to calm Hermione's anger. "Hermione, don't worry, I'll help take a look, and I promise there won't be any big problems." Ye Ting also came out to persuade, "Look, isn't it very well behaved here with me?" As he said, Ye Ting reached out and gently touched Mavica's head. This little fire dragon, which was always fierce in front of others, became docile again under Ye Ting's touch, allowing him to touch its head and even rubbed it actively. "Hagrid, you can't always keep it by your side, right?" Harry reminded worriedly. "Don't worry, Harry." Hagrid patted his chest confidently. "Ye Ting and I have already discussed that when this little guy grows up, we will let him live in the Forbidden Forest. Don't worry, I have released these little guys more than once or twice. Hagrid smiled proudly. Aragog lives comfortably in the Forbidden Forest, and he has never hurt anyone. Aragog? Do you have other things in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione widened her eyes and looked at Hagrid in disbelief. She didn't expect that this gamekeeper actually kept so many pets in secret. Oh, no, you heard it wrong. Hagrid also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly waved his hands to explain. But his explanation was obviously a little guilty. It was still Ye Ting who revealed the mystery. Aragog is actually an eight-eyed giant spider. He revealed Aragog's identity at this time because he wanted Harry and his friends to stay away from the Forbidden Forest as much as possible this semester. After all, Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, might return to wander in the Forbidden Forest. Although they were driven out of the Forbidden Forest once before, who knows if Voldemort will go crazy and return to the Forbidden Forest again? How do you know that Aragog is an eight-eyed giant spider? Hagrid stared at Ye Ting with astonishment, his heart full of doubts. He was sure that he had never clearly revealed the true identity of Aragog. Did he reveal a flaw somewhere, or did he accidentally let it slip before? Considering that he had leaked the matter of the Philosopher's Stone to Harry and Ron before, Hagrid thought it was the latter. Giant spider? God, how big is it? Susan's curiosity was completely aroused. Ye Ting looked around and compared Hagrid's hut. Well, it's about the same size as this room, maybe a little smaller. He thought about the description of the eight-eyed giant spider in the original book. If you count its thick long legs, it is indeed comparable to this room. You have to believe me, Aragog is really docile, it won't hurt anyone. Hagrid argued with a guilty conscience. However, Hermione and others scoffed at this. Ron was even more imaginative, and an image of a spider as big as a house had already appeared in his mind, which made him shudder. I swear, I will never step into the Forbidden Forest in my life. He shouted in collapse. In fact, it's good to have an eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. Ye Ting said easily, at least, the venom of the ear spider is a very precious material. He paused and added, of course, the problem is that we need to maintain the number of giant spiders and not let them harm the ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest, so someone must regularly clean up some unnecessary creatures. But who should this task be assigned to? Hermione asked. In the short term, I can do this task. Ye Ting patted his chest. Hermione opened her mouth and wanted to remind her of the potential dangers behind this seemingly simple task, but she immediately remembered the scene when Ye Ting fought against the Dark Wizard in the Forbidden Forest. The Black Wizard created a terrible fierce fire, which directly caused the water level of the lake to drop by 20 centimeters, and almost burned the entire Forbidden Forest, but he was helpless in front of the hurricane created by this boy, and was almost killed. With such a bad star in the Forbidden Forest, the ones who should really worry about it should be the eight-eyed giant spiders. You said in the short term before, but what about in the long term? Zhang Qiu keenly captured the bright spot. Ye Ting smiled slightly and patted the little dragon in his arms gently, of course. Leave it to her. Everyone turned their eyes to the little fire dragon who was held in Ye Ting's arms and even bit his fingers. What a magical turn, why did the topic revolve around the little fire dragon again? After a short silence, they suddenly felt. It seems that what Ye Ting said makes some sense. Although the little fire dragon looks petite now, one day she will grow into a giant beast soaring in the sky. By then, it doesn't seem to be a difficult task to let her hunt the eight-eyed giant spider. After all, fire dragons are born predators at the top of the food chain. Not to mention the eight-eyed giant spiders, even the more powerful thestrals and griffins dare not provoke fire dragons. In this way, Ye Ting's arrangement is actually closed. Right, am I right? Seeing everyone speechless, Ye Ting nodded with satisfaction. Maintaining ecological balance, cleaning up the rampant eight-eyed giant spiders. This can be regarded as a legitimate reason for the fire dragon to stay in the Forbidden Forest. If someone objects, let him be responsible for cleaning up these spiders himself. If you say so, I'm afraid no one will dare to object. Susan smiled embarrassedly. This reason is indeed invincible. The Forbidden Forest is overrun with eight-eyed giant spiders, and an application is made to raise a number of fire dragons to maintain the ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest. Such an application will certainly not be passed by the Ministry of Magic. But Hogwarts has always had a tradition of self-governance. As long as there is no problem within the school, the Ministry of Magic will most likely accept this reason. In the following days, Ye Ting officially became a glorious dragon breeder. To put it bluntly, he became a full-time poop shoveler, but the poop-shoveled object changed from cats to dragons. He originally thought that being with dragons would be a novelty and joyful thing. But after a few days, he did experience a lot of novelty, but it was not really joyful. As a dragon, Mavika's development is a bit too strong, and her personality is really hot, which is much more difficult to raise than when Lynette was a child. A careless sneeze can spray flames and burn the furniture to ashes. She also likes to chew the bed and fireplace from time to time, leaving artworks full of teeth marks. When the little guy gets excited, Hagrid's hut is just like a typhoon, a mess. Of course, in front of Ye Ting, Mavika still gives face and behaves very cleverly. After all, Ye Ting is her contractor and the real owner of the Eye of God, so he can naturally get close to Mavika. But the problem is that Ye Ting can't always stay with Hagrid. So, every time he comes, Ye Ting has to help Hagrid clean up the mess in the hut. At the end of the day, he has to use a lot of water element spells and countless repair spells. If it weren't for his diligence, this hut would have become a ruin long ago. Hagrid, the owner of the house, is very generous and doesn't mind at all. Yesterday, the bed was burned, and he lay on the grass to make do overnight. The next afternoon, Ye Ting used the repairing spell to restore his bed to its original state, and he didn't react much. Even so, Hagrid only insisted that Mavika was just a little more lively, which was a sign of the baby's health. Helplessly, Ye Ting could only leave Lindner to take care of Mavika. As a senior with the Eye of God, Mavika would not only listen to Ye Ting's words, but also give Lindner a little face. With Lindner around, Mavika would not be so naughty and would not burn the house. Disciplining problem children is still imminent. Fortunately, Mavika's intelligence is also growing rapidly as she grows up. Just like the Eye of God gave Lindner the same intelligence level as humans. Mavika also has the same high IQ. However, when she was just born, even if her IQ was close to that of humans, she was still a human in the infant period, so she had to be naughty when she was naughty. But the dragon grows very fast in its infancy. In just a few days, she grew bigger than Yaya, and her intelligence leaped to the level of a 3 or 4-year-old human child. At this stage, she can already understand the world around her and communicate with people in a simple way. So, Ye Ting decided to start some enlightenment education for her. You don't want to tame her with a dragon whip, do you? Hearing Ye Ting's plan, Hagrid looked at him in confusion. He was still brooding over what Ye Ting said at the beginning. Oh, no, Ye Ting waved his hand to deny, I just want to give her some basic training and education, just like we guide children to recognize words, speak, and teach them to distinguish right from wrong. Then, how about waiting for Mavika to grow up a little bit? Hagrid asked tentatively. If you want Mavika to enter the Forbidden Forest later, it's better to start training now. Ye Ting's tone revealed seriousness, otherwise, your little Kusu will be burned. Okay. Hagrid had no choice but to compromise, but he reminded her worriedly, but you have to be gentle when you train her, don't hurt her. Hagrid, if you have time, why don't you come and train her together, so you can feel more at ease? Seeing that Hagrid was still worried, Ye Ting simply suggested. Hagrid's mind flashed with the image of Mavika being well-behaved and docile in Ye Ting's arms, and his heart could not help but move. Although Mavika's occasional house-destroying behavior was also a kind of cuteness in his eyes, who doesn't want a lively and sensible child? Okay, but I have to patrol the Forbidden Forest recently, so I can only spare time in the evening. Hagrid thought for a while and said. Forbidden Forest? Did something happen there? Ye Ting's heart tightened and he asked quickly. If there were other people around, even Harry, Hagrid would keep his mouth shut. But since it was Ye Ting, he didn't mind telling him something. There's news from the centaurs that the attack has started again. It seems that the Dark Wizard has returned. Hagrid said in a low and serious voice. Ye Ting frowned and looked a little ugly when he heard this. Sure enough, Voldemort started to stir up trouble again. However, the original unicorn tribe had migrated to other places. Now in the entire Forbidden Forest, only Twilight Sparkle had a unicorn left. If Voldemort's target was the unicorn, then the one who would be unlucky in the end would be his own. He pondered for a moment and decided to go to the giant tree forest tonight to remind Twilight Sparkle about this. If the situation is not good, take the unicorn to Hagrid temporarily to avoid the limelight. After all, no matter how arrogant Voldemort is, he would not dare to run to the castle to attack the unicorn. At the same time, Ye Ting also mentioned to Hagrid that he hoped he would run more in the giant tree forest when patrolling. In addition, he also agreed with Hagrid to give Mavica an Enlightenment education. So, Ye Ting's time with Hagrid every day was extended a lot. Hagrid also watched Ye Ting once or twice. The scene of Ye Ting educating Mavica. In fact, as an old hand at taming magical creatures, Hagrid also has a set of plans for training creatures. When Ye Ting proposed his plan, Hagrid felt that he had seen all kinds of scenes. He thought that Ye Ting would discipline the little dragon with whips and food like in dragon farms or those magical creature circuses. Who knew that Ye Ting actually put up a small blackboard in the yard, drew patterns of various common things on the blackboard, and began to teach Mavica to recognize front, back, left, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, sky, earth, flowers, birds, insects, fish, etc. Then he read books and told stories to Mavica. He had never seen such a scene before. No, I just verbally treated her as a baby, but you really treated her as a child. Hagrid didn't understand, but was shocked. Because he found that Ye Ting was a little girl, but he was very happy. Ting's lectures, Mavica can actually understand them. This little Charmander is really like a child, listening well, sometimes answering questions, and interacting with the teacher. Moreover, after Ye Ting's teaching, Mavica can really recognize what is front, back, left, and right, count 1, 2, 3, and 4, and also knows what is the sky and the earth, and what are flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The only difference between her and a real child is that she can speak. In short, Ye Ting's teaching method and Mavica's intelligence shocked Hagrid, but he was relieved. Although Ye Ting's teaching method was unorthodox, he didn't treat Mavica as cruelly as he imagined. That was great. As for the abnormality of Mavica, Hagrid was very careless about it, and he didn't care about it anymore. He was even secretly happy. Who doesn't like his child to be a genius? So, in the following days, Ye Ting seemed to have turned into a kindergarten teacher, giving Mavica kindergarten classes every day. The fun of raising dragons also gradually emerged. Ye Ting, we can't go on like this. In the quiet library, Hermione's voice suddenly sounded, with a bit of anger and powerlessness, instantly breaking the atmosphere of learning. The other little wizards who were studying hard looked up one after another, and cast curious eyes over, even the serious Madame Pants glanced over here. The little witch's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her voice and continued. The exam is coming soon, we have to hurry up and review. Instead of immersing ourselves in these books that are not related to the exam. Ye Ting put down the 300 questions on early childhood wizard education in her hand, raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked in confusion, it's just an exam? Do we still need to review? Shouldn't we have mastered the things we should know long ago? I have mastered them, but it's not that easy to get an O, excellent, evaluation in the exam. The approaching exam made Hermione more and more anxious. She used to discuss dragon breeding and the secrets of early childhood education with Ye Ting, but these 2 days she has been completely immersed in the ocean of review. Especially my transfiguration spell. Hermione said depressedly, I'm far behind you. I really can't imagine what will happen if I fail the Transfiguration class. If I only get an E, good, Professor McGonagall will be so disappointed. Beside them, Harry and Ron, who were reciting the test points, raised their heads innocently. Perhaps because they watched Little Dragon together, their relationship with Hermione has improved a lot. Now is the sprint stage before the exam, so they often come over shamelessly and review with Ye Ting, Hermione, Susan and others. In this way, they can ask the two academic masters anytime if they have any questions. But now they find that they can't understand what Ye Ting and Hermione are discussing at all. For them, as long as they can get an A, pass, in the exam, and not fall into P, below average, D, poor, or T, troll, it's fine. They are grateful to get E, good. As for O or something, that's simply a fantasy. Susan looked at Ye Ting and Hermione, her eyes full of longing. She also wanted to be as Versailles as Ye Ting and Hermione. Hermione, your transfiguration spell is really great. Ye Ting closed the book and said seriously, many senior students can't reach your level. You will definitely get a high score in this transfiguration exam. He was not trying to comfort Hermione, but speaking from the heart. Helping the Universal Shop to manufacture goods is a very challenging job. With so much practical practice, Hermione's transfiguration skills have improved by leaps and bounds. At least in some aspects, her proficiency has reached a level that is beyond the reach of senior students. Even if Professor McGonagall is picky, she will not be stingy with an outstanding evaluation. That's right, Hermione, you are already amazing. Harry couldn't help but interrupt, I heard from George and the others that your transfiguration skills are good enough to take the O.W.Ls exam. Harry thought that if Hermione was not good enough, then he and Ron could really find a hole to hide in. Ye Ting felt that Hermione was still not in high spirits, so he persuaded her again. It's not a good thing to be too tense before the exam. You have to relax a little. Otherwise, it will affect your performance in the exam room, and it will be more trouble than it is worth. Susan, don't look at me so innocently, I'm saying the same thing to you. Harry and Ron immediately threw their books aside and nodded like chicks pecking at rice. They felt that what Ye Ting said was very reasonable. This endless study was really torture. But Ye Ting didn't have time to pay attention to them, but suggested enthusiastically. Mavika's training is almost done, and today is a holiday. How about we go to see her together? For this week, Hermione and Susan almost regarded the library as their second dormitory, and they didn't even have time to eat. Ye Ting saw this and wanted to find an excuse to let them take a breath and relax. However, Hermione shook her head stubbornly, no, what's so good about dragons? I still have to review the detailed explanation of basic transfiguration spells. Even if her opponent is Ye Ting, the little witch will not admit defeat. She wants to be the best in every course, and transfiguration is no exception. She may give in other aspects, but at least in the exam, which is her best field, she will never be willing to lose to Ye Ting. And this also means that she must get the highest evaluation in all subjects. Of course, for Ye Ting, the only reason she can get an O in the exam is because the highest evaluation is O. So even if Hermione's achievements are equal to Ye Ting, or even better than Ye Ting, it does not mean that she is really better than Ye Ting. But in Hermione's eyes, being able to tie with Ye Ting, even if it is only in terms of scores, is a kind of comfort. I also want to stay in the library. Susan agreed in a low voice. Susan and Hermione were exactly the same in their desire for good grades. Harry and Ron were a different story. They had long thrown away the boring history of magic books and enthusiastically asked Ye Ting about dragon training. Ye Ting told Harry and Ron about his education of Mavika in a vivid way without hiding anything. He also adjusted the volume to ensure that the two little witches who were buried in the sea of books could hear clearly. Since Hermione and the others came early and grabbed a seat in the corner of the library, as long as they made a loud noise like Hermione just did, no one would hear them. When they heard that Mavika had grown to the size of a horse, and could understand what people said, knew up and down, left and right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and even could do math problems. Harry and the others' eyes sparkled and they couldn't wait to see it with their own eyes. While narrating, Ye Ting kept an eye on Hermione and Susan. Hermione's speed of turning the pages of the book slowed down significantly, and Susan even bit her pen. This was her signature action when she was distracted. Obviously, they were also attracted by Ye Ting's words, and their hearts began to waver. Mavica can now fly freely, and has a good load capacity. Ye Ting struck while the iron was hot and threw out a tempting proposal. Don't you want to experience the feeling of flying on a dragon? It's so close to the castle, what if you are discovered? Hermione was still insisting, and Susan couldn't help it. But it's so close to the castle, what if you are discovered? Susan asked in a low voice. The fact that she could ask this question proved that she was no longer at peace. We can go there in the evening, fly lower, and as long as we are careful, we shouldn't be discovered. Ye Ting explained with a smile. Then count me in. Susan raised her hand excitedly to sign up. Hermione, although she still wanted to review, Ye Ting's words made the book in her hand completely lose its appeal. With a snap, she slammed the book shut and glared at Ye Ting. Now, her mind was completely occupied by the dragon, and she could no longer concentrate on the knowledge in the book. A few hours later, Ye Ting moved a chair and sat leisurely on the lawn outside Hagrid's hut, giving instructions carelessly. Mavica, fly a circle for everyone. Mavica, tell them, 9 plus 8 equals. Mavica, come, use the flame jet. You are already a big kid weighing 400 pounds, you have to learn to be self-reliant and grill fish for yourself. Now Ye Ting, like an old father, pulls his children to perform for everyone, just to show how good his children are. On the surface, he looks indifferent. In fact, when he saw the surprised, dumbfounded, and incredible expressions of his friends, he was so happy. Perhaps, this is what it feels like to have a child. At this moment, on the lawn not far away, the fire dragon Mavica rolled happily, and it sprayed blazing flames at the grill according to Ye Ting's instructions. Then, it carefully picked up the grill with its big mouth full of fangs, flapped its wings, and ran to Ye Ting with all its limbs, and respectfully put 2, grilled fish into the basin, then blinked its big eyes, waiting for Ye Ting to sprinkle the mysterious powder that would make the grilled fish delicious, and then they could enjoy it. Without Ye Ting's help, Susan enthusiastically sprinkled the seasoning on the little guy. But after sprinkling it, the little guy did not eat it immediately, but held a grilled fish in his mouth and stuffed it into Ye Ting's hand. Thank you, Mavica. Ye Ting reached out and touched Mavica's big head, and then scratched her chin. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of a fire dragon, its growth rate is amazing. When it was just born, Ye Ting could still hold it in his arms, but in just over a month, Mavica's size has been several times his. In addition to Ye Ting, Mavica also gave a grilled fish to the nanny Aunt Linnet, and finally started to eat it. Wow, this is too good. Mavica's behavior made Ron on the side jealous, and finally believed that Ye Ting had taught Mavica well. So, he couldn't help but reach out and want to imitate Ye Ting to touch Mavica's wings. Others also cast envious eyes. Don't move. Ye Ting suddenly shouted. Ron was startled and his body trembled violently. He came to his senses and was about to ask Ye Ting why he was frightened, but suddenly he found that Mavica's huge head was close at hand, with wisps of green smoke coming out of her mouth. Ron suddenly realized that Ye Ting's warning was not directed at him, but at Mavica. He was so scared that he sat on the ground, and Khalil hurried forward to help him up. Mavica, you have to remember that they are my friends, you can't burn friends with fire. Ye Ting taught Mavica a lesson earnestly, and at the same time, he tapped Mavica's nose with a golden ruler that appeared in his hand. Ye Ting, didn't you say you had tamed her? Ron asked with a lingering fear. Ye Ting shook her head slightly and sighed, even if she is taught well, she is still a child after all. Children are always naughty. But, he changed the subject and smiled, now, it should be okay for you to touch her. Ron, who was just frightened, hesitated and did not dare to approach easily. Susan, who was usually timid, reached out her hand without hesitation. She was not braver than Ron, but she believed in Ting more. Ye Ting turned to Hermione, who was hesitating, and encouraged her. "Hermione, you should give it a try too." Hermione originally wanted to refuse. After all, previous experiences had shown that Mavica was very dangerous. However, she could not resist the temptation to touch the dragon. She carefully placed her hand on Mavica's head, feeling the hard and slightly cool scales, and the hot air that came out from time to time. Although it was the first time to come into contact with such a big dragon, the wonderful touch made the corners of the little witch's mouth unconsciously rise. The wonder revealed was hard to conceal. Although Mavica felt uncomfortable with these strange little people touching her body, due to Ye Ting's majesty, she could only resist flapping her wings to sweep them away. Just as everyone was immersed in this novel experience, a sharp dog barking suddenly came from the forbidden forest. Then, a big dog with blood flowing out limped out of the bushes and ran straight towards Ye Ting. "Yeah." Ye Ting recognized the little guy at a glance and immediately went to meet him. Yaya struggled and threw herself into Ye Ting's arms, whimpering in fear, with blood stains still on her legs. "It's injured." Susan also noticed this and hurried over. Harry and Ron also came over and checked Yaya's injuries with concern. "It looks like some kind of vicious curse, but fortunately it's just a scratch and not hit directly," Hermione said calmly. Compared to the other three, she was much calmer, but this unusual calmness made her think of a more terrifying possibility. Could it be that Hagrid encountered an accident in the Forbidden Forest? Woo-woo. Fong seemed to understand Hermione's worries. It broke free from Ye Ting's arms, then bit Ye Ting's trouser legs tightly with its teeth and dragged him aside. This move undoubtedly confirmed Hermione's guess. Harry and Ron, the two passionate teenagers, were about to rush into the Forbidden Forest to save their friend Hagrid. However, Ye Ting stretched out his arm and blocked their way. "It's too late to run over now, and if even Hagrid and Fong can't deal with the enemy, it will be in vain for you to go." Ye Ting persuaded. "The best way now is to return to the castle immediately and inform the professors." Among the crowd, only Ye Ting knew best that Hagrid had frequently entered the Forbidden Forest recently in order to track down the recent attack. If he was in danger, there was only one possibility, that he encountered Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. "But Hagrid is in danger now, we can't just abandon him like this," Harry said anxiously. He actually understood that Ye Ting was right, and going back to find reinforcements was the most rational choice. But he also knew that with every second that passed, Hagrid's danger would increase. If they chose to go back and call for help, Hagrid would be dead. "So, I told you to go back," Ye Ting sighed. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he jumped up and landed steadily on Mavica's back, holding the dragon horns tightly, sitting upright like a dragon knight. "Ye Ting, are you planning to?" Hermione was a little surprised. It was obvious what Ye Ting's action meant. "Yes, flying is always faster than running." Ye Ting smiled and nodded. "I'll ride Mavica, maybe I can get there in time." He is not a cold-blooded person. Hagrid is his friend. Now that Hagrid is in danger, of course he has to take care of it. What's more, just now, he also received a signal from Twilight Sparkle. This means that Voldemort really found Ye Ting's unicorn. Even if it is to protect his unicorn, Ye Ting has to go. Ye Ting's eyes turned to the big dog on the ground. "Yeah, come up." He waved his hand. "I still need you to show me the way." "Woo." Fong looked at Mavica's huge and majestic body, and his tail unconsciously tucked up. But under Ye Ting's patient call, it finally plucked up the courage and jumped up. "Good job, Fong." Ye Ting touched Fong's head in appreciation. He didn't expect that this timid dog could really overcome the fear in his heart. Meow. The dissatisfied cat's cry sounded, and the next moment, the ring-like knit also climbed up from Ye Ting's trouser legs to his shoulders. Ron and Harry are enough to notify the professor. Hermione saw Ye Ting preparing to take the risk alone, and her heart was full of uneasiness. I can go with you with Susan. It's always good to have more helpers. Susan also plucked up the courage and nodded solemnly, expressing her support for Hermione's proposal. Harry and Ron were unwilling. Why can't we go? They asked almost in unison. But Ye Ting ignored them and just shook his head, rejecting Hermione and Susan. No, Mavica can't bear the weight of the three of us. Mavica was only a little over a month old, and it was already the limit for her to be able to fly with him and Fawn. Moreover, he was enough to deal with Quirrell alone, and he didn't need any extra help. Mavica, take off. Ye Ting patted Mavica's head, and the young fire dragon immediately spread its wings, and a strong wind blew up. Then, her limbs suddenly exerted force, and she pushed the ground hard, and shot straight into the sky like an arrow from a string. Ye Ting held the dragon's horn tightly, as if controlling the steering wheel, while Fong was responsible for pointing the way. This smart big dog didn't care about the shock of flying at this moment, and just barked in the direction they came from. Ye Ting understood, followed Fong's eyes, and drove Mavica to fly quickly. Although Ye Ting had restricted Mavica's flying altitude in order to conceal the fact that he raised a dragon, he would occasionally take advantage of the night to ride Mavica and fly 10 circles at low altitude. After all, the temptation of riding a dragon was too great, at least for Ye Ting, it was irresistible. Although both are flying, riding a dragon and riding a broomstick are completely different. The difference is like flying a fighter jet and flying an ordinary plane. Just after Ye Ting flew away on Mavica, the 4 people left behind ran towards the castle without hesitation. Make way, make way. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hermione led her companions behind her and rushed into the castle at lightning speed. She ran in the corridor regardless of Filch's request. They originally planned to go straight to the principal's office, but suddenly realized that there was no entry password. Then Hermione had a flash of inspiration and remembered that the twins mentioned yesterday that they would have a transfiguration class this afternoon, that is, Professor McGonagall was in the classroom now. In this way, the 4 people broke into the transfiguration classroom almost like forced demolition. In the classroom, all eyes turned to them, and the stern eyes of the tabby cat on the table made the 4 little wizards feel unprecedented pressure. Before they broke in, Professor McGonagall was explaining Animagus to the third-year wizards and was demonstrating herself. Who would have thought that someone would break in? BBFD, Hermione's eyes met with Professor McGonagall's. Professor McGonagall was about to change back to her original form and criticize these troublemakers. Seeing Professor McGonagall's disappointed eyes, Hermione instantly regretted being so reckless. But the next moment, Hermione thought of Ye Ting's instructions and the figure of the young man riding a young dragon to save Hagrid alone. In her mind, the scene of Ye Ting fighting a dark wizard alone in the Forbidden Forest appeared. An inexplicable courage suddenly surged into her heart. Before Professor McGonagall could react, the girl took 2 steps at a time and walked up to the podium, skillfully holding the tabby cat that Professor McGonagall had transformed into in her arms. This was something she practiced when she was playing with Linny, and then ran out, explaining as she ran, "Professor McGonagall has a big problem. There's no time, I'll explain it to you on the way." Hermione's 3 friends were stunned for a moment, and then followed Hermione out. The dozens of third-grade wizards in the classroom were left confused. They didn't realize that Hermione Granger, the famous Little Mag of Gryffindor, a good student in the eyes of the professor, was so brave when she was impulsive and did something that none of them dared to do. Looking at their anxious and hurried appearance, Professor McGonagall probably wouldn't be back for a while. "So, we don't have to go to class in the afternoon?" George suddenly came to his senses and realized the problem. Then, these third-grade wizards cheered like crazy. "Wow! Get out of class is over." Hermione finally ran to a corridor where she could see the Forbidden Forest, and then she stopped panting. I don't know if running was too exhausting, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain. The girl subconsciously stroked the cat in her arms. Then she realized that she had done something earth-shattering in her impulsiveness before. She actually took Professor McGonagall, who had turned into a cat, away in public in the classroom. Is this what a good student should do? As if she was electrocuted, Hermione immediately threw Professor McGonagall to the ground. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had possessed the animagus for a long time, so she was very familiar with the instincts of cats. After being thrown out by Hermione, the tabby cat quickly regained its balance in mid-air like a normal cat and landed safely. Then, the cat's body swelled rapidly and turned back into human form. Professor McGonagall's face was like a dark cloud before a rainstorm, gloomy and dark, staring at Hermione angrily. "Miss Granger, you really surprised me. How could you do such a thing?" She glanced at the three people who came after her with anger. "And you, Miss Bones, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, if you can't give me a convincing explanation." "Professor McGonagall, please listen to our explanation. We do this for a reason." Hermione was the fastest to react and briefly told McGonagall what happened. "You mean, Hagrid was in danger in the Forbidden Forest and his life was in danger? And Ye Ting actually rode a young dragon named Mavica to save him?" McGonagall's first reaction was doubt. She looked at Hermione in disbelief, wondering if she was making up a story. "Please stop imagining," Professor McGonagall said without question, "there are no dragons in Hogwarts." "But Hagrid really raised a dragon." Harry wanted to argue. "You must have been deceived by someone." Professor McGonagall would not be fooled by the little wizard. Since the dragon farm was abolished in 1566, Hogwarts has never raised dragons. There were none in the past, not now, and not in the future. Hermione was extremely anxious, but she didn't know how to convince the stubborn Professor McGonagall. It would take a long time to explain this complicated situation in detail. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came from outside the window. The four people quickly approached the window and saw a fire dragon soaring from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, spewing blazing flames from its mouth, and then swooping down. The scene was shocking. "It seems that we don't need to explain anymore," Susan said easily. Professor McGonagall also looked at the fire dragon outside the window solemnly at this moment, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to be deeper. "I understand, the situation is urgent." She turned around quickly and said with a quickness and decisiveness that did not match her age, "I'll go deal with it first, you go find Professor Dumbledore quickly. The password for the principal's office is, ZZB. Honey." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her wand, and a spell instantly blew open the window in the corridor. In the astonished eyes of everyone, she jumped down from the third-floor window with unimaginable decisiveness. "Professor McGonagall!" Hermione exclaimed and rushed to the window. She watched Professor McGonagall's figure falling rapidly in the air, and then landed steadily under the waving of the wand, and she was surprised and admired. "Wow, so cool. Is that the floating spell? I want to try it too." Ron's face was full of envy and eagerness to try. Harry immediately poured a basin of cold water on him. "Ron, don't forget that we are on the third floor. You will fall to death before you finish the spell. Let's go find Professor Dumbledore quickly." Even though Professor McGonagall had already set off, Susan was still a little uneasy. For her, only Professor Dumbledore could give them enough sense of security. "No need, kids, I heard everything." A gentle and majestic voice suddenly came from the shadows. Professor Dumbledore walked out slowly, looking deeply at the Forbidden Forest in the distance, and his usually calm face showed some emotion at this moment. Obviously, what happened in the Forbidden Forest had exceeded his expectations. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, in the giant forest, this originally quiet place suddenly surged with a chaotic sound. He, a half-blood giant, a female centaur who betrayed her tribe, do you two want to stop me?" The black-robed man laughed strangely, his voice was as harsh as a night owl. "You couldn't stop me last time, and you can't stop me this time." The air was filled with a repressive silence. The black-robed man seemed very satisfied with the deterrent effect. He sneered and continued, don't think I don't know your trump cards. It's a pity that the old man is not in the Forbidden Forest now. And the little wizard who got in the way before was not with you. So, you damn bastards and beasts are not my opponents at all. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. What did you call us? The female centaur shouted angrily. Although she had left her tribe, it didn't mean that she didn't have a little pride in her heart. The wizard's words undoubtedly touched her most sensitive nerves. In an instant, she gripped the longbow tightly, the bowstring was taut, and with a deafening sound, an arrow shot at the wizard like a meteor. Hagrid was not to be outdone. He did not need to aim too much, and quickly drew an arrow from the quiver, put the bow on the string, and moved smoothly. A sharp arrow followed and shot directly at the black-robed man. 2 arrows cut through the night sky, the arrowheads pointed directly at the wizard's face, and the fierce momentum seemed to penetrate all obstacles. The bows and arrows of both of them were not ordinary items. One was the oath of the archer, and the other was a slingshot. Both were high-quality enchanted weapons from the continent of Teyvat. Both bows contained incredible power, which could greatly enhance the power of arrows, making them enough to easily penetrate ordinary, iron armor spell, and barrier spell. The 2 archers were even more extraordinary. As a centaur, Twilight Sparkle, even as a woman, had the power that was not inferior to any strong human male. In the centaur tribe, her archery skills are unique and she is known as one of the top archers. As a half-giant of mixed blood, Hagrid's strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. It is this extraordinary power that makes him easy to tame many magical creatures. Each arrow he shoots is heavy and powerful, and can even penetrate thick steel plates. However, facing a wizard who has been vigilant and powerful for a long time, these physical attacks seem to be futile. The black wizard stood there, motionless, just waved his wand, and the 2 feather arrows were strangely still in the air, as if time had frozen at this moment. The wizard raised his head slightly, pointed his wand at the arrows, and black flames suddenly ignited on the 2 arrow feathers. The flames were hot and evil, as if they came from the fire of hell. In a flash, these arrows were reflected back at a faster speed. Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid felt the curse attached to the arrows, and their faces changed suddenly. They dodged quickly on the left and right. The 2 arrows missed, brushed past them, and nailed hard into the big tree behind them. Then, they were horrified to see that the black fire suddenly became extremely violent and engulfed the 2 trees in raging flames. In just a moment, the 2 trees turned into ashes. But the black fire did not extinguish, but slowly spread around, as if to devour everything. Twilight Sparkle, what should we do? Hagrid looked at his companion anxiously. Twilight Sparkle gritted her teeth, with a firm light flashing in her eyes. There is no other choice, we can only delay time as much as possible. As she said, she spread her hooves and galloped around the dark wizard like a gust of wind. The archer's oath danced between her flexible fingers, and arrows were shot out densely like raindrops. 1, 2, 3. The arrows cut through the air and flew towards the target with a fierce momentum. In just 3 seconds, Twilight Sparkle had run 20 meters and shot 9 arrows in succession. These arrows surrounded the black wizard from 9 different directions, blocking all his possible escape routes. This move was her unique skill, shooting a string of arrows while moving at high speed. It was with this unique skill that she dominated the centaur tribe and sat firmly on the throne of the top shooter as a woman. She grew up to now, and so many centaur shooters were not taken seriously by her. The only thing that shocked her was Ye Ting's amazing 1 arrow and 2 hills. At the same time, Hagrid also tacitly attacked the black wizard from another angle. His arrows were powerful and heavy, and shot directly at the target with a whistling wind. However, the black-robed wizard was not afraid. He laughed loudly, and did not even chant a spell. He just raised his wand lightly, and an invisible force knocked all the arrows to the ground. After the first wave of arrows, Twilight Sparkle was not discouraged and immediately launched a second and more fierce attack. This time she performed exceptionally well and shot 11 arrows in one breath. When the last arrow flew out of the bow, she decisively put down the bow in her hand, tightly grasped the white tasseled spear, and launched a brave charge at the black wizard. The sharp tip of the spear cut through the air, making a sound like a tearing cloth. Facing this sudden charge, the black robe master finally stopped casting silently. He quickly raised his wand, muttering something in his mouth, and a golden shield came out in response, blocking him in front of him. As the saying goes, a little cold light comes first, and then the spear comes out like a dragon. The arrows rained down, shooting at the golden shield, bursting out a series of crackling sounds. Then, the white tasseled spear turned into a silver-white stream of light, piercing the center of the shield with the force of thunder. The tip of the spear and the shield collided violently, splashing a long string of dazzling sparks, like a galaxy pouring down, brilliant and dazzling. Under the combined attack of Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid, the golden shield was under unspeakable pressure and gradually dimmed. Twilight Sparkle stared at the mysterious black-robed wizard in front of her, stepped back a few steps, and exchanged glances with Hagrid in tacit understanding. Hagrid understood instantly, and he took a big step and rushed towards the enemy like a tiger descending from the mountain. He did not start charging foolishly, but cleverly made an arc, intending to launch a fatal attack from the flank or even the rear of the black wizard. At the same time, Twilight Sparkle's offensive on the front became more and more fierce, and arrows poured down like a storm, seemingly never stopping. Even if she could not find a chance to fight, even if her arms were very sore, the fighting spirit in her eyes became more and more blazing, and she continued to pull the bow in her hand and attack until the opponent's defense showed a little leakage, or the magic power was insufficient, or she could no longer pull the bow. This fighting method has been proven to be effective for ordinary wizards, but who is that black-robed wizard? Quirrell is an excellent wizard himself, not to mention that he has been personally taught by the Dark Lord. Even on the back of his head, there is the Dark Lord himself supervising the battle. Being in the center of the fierce battle, Quirrell remained as steady as a mountain under the continuous attacks. When the white tassel spear stabbed again, the golden shield finally broke into pieces with a roar. But at the same time, Quirrell's wand had already locked onto Twilight Sparkle. Before the tip of the white tassel spear hit him, Quirrell's brewing magic finally broke out. Instantly, a powerful black shock wave burst out from the tip of the wand. Twilight Sparkle felt an irresistible force coming, her forehooves left the ground, and she was thrown sideways. Quirrell laughed loudly, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a silver shield, easily blocking Hagrid's fierce pursuit from behind. Then, he walked forward calmly, strolling leisurely, and the wand in his hand turned again, and a hot flame gushed out like a mad dragon. Then, he continued to wave the wand, and the flame instantly soared into the sky, turning into a flaming red python more than 10 meters high. Although this fire snake formed by ordinary fire seemed a little inferior to the giant python summoned by Voldemort himself, it was more than enough to deal with the half-blood giant and centaur in front of him. The red flame python opened its bloody mouth and spit out the snake core. With a deafening roar, the fireball gushed out like fireworks, exploded in the sky above the forbidden forest, and went straight to the centaur. Seeing the fire snake approaching, Twilight's heart fell into deep despair. However, just when the flame was about to touch her, Twilight suddenly found that the communication badge given by Ye Ting began to glow slightly. Then, a mysterious shield appeared out of thin air, tightly wrapped her inside, like a layer of indestructible armor, firmly blocking the fierce attack of the fire snake. Quirrell was shocked when he saw this. He never expected that this seemingly weak centaur had a backhand. He quickly increased the firepower output, trying to break through this sudden shield. Thus, a delicate balance was formed between the fire snake and the shield, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. Behind Quirrell, Hagrid shot a few arrows, trying to interfere with his spellcasting. However, the silver shield floating behind Quirrell seemed to have eyes, blocking these arrows, causing Hagrid to return empty-handed. Seeking flowers. The stalemate between the fire snake and the shield lasted for several seconds, and the air was filled with tension and anxiety. Finally, the light of the shield began to dim gradually. After all, the communication badge is just a magic prop. Although the shield it condenses is powerful, it is ultimately rootless water and it is difficult to compete with real wizards for a long time. As time went on, the shield finally couldn't bear the burden and shattered. Seeing this, Quirrell was happy. However, before he could smile, an accident happened. At the moment of breaking, the shield released a powerful shock wave. Quirrell was caught off guard and was directly knocked out by this force. His embarrassed look was exactly the same as Twilight Sparkle, who was knocked out by him before. However, as an experienced wizard, Quirrell's methods are much richer than Twilight Sparkle. He quickly turned into a ball of black mist in the air, and turned back into human form after landing. But Quirrell did not feel proud at all at this moment, but seemed trembling with fear. Because the Dark Lord's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Waste. With my help, you can't even kill a beast." Voldemort did have reason to be angry, and he was really dissatisfied with the performance of this subordinate. As a wizard, facing two opponents who only knew how to use cold weapons, he actually needed his help. This was too water. What made him even more unacceptable was that even if he assisted from the side, Quirrell almost lost. 0. Quirrell's heart was full of grievances, and he was really sorry for being so weak. "Isn't it all because of you, Voldemort, that I am weak?" Because Voldemort was driven away after drinking only half of the unicorn blood, Voldemort's condition was not as good as he imagined. These days, he was constantly sucked of vitality by Voldemort, which greatly reduced the power of magic. However, facing the Dark Lord who controlled his life and death, he dared not even complain, and could only turn his anger to Twilight Sparkle in front of him. If this D Centaur had not been protecting the unicorn, he would have succeeded long ago, and how could he have wasted so much time? Moreover, he didn't know where this guy got so many enchanted weapons, which made it very difficult for him to defend himself, and he had to spend time to be careful with the other party. After finally suppressing this stubborn female centaur, he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, but who knew that she actually hid a protective prop? Now, the last protective prop has been consumed, she should have nowhere to escape, right? Quirrell ignored Hagrid on the side, and slowly walked towards Twilight Sparkle, with a cruel smile on his face. He admired the powerlessness and despair in the eyes of the female centaur, as if this could make up for the sadness in his heart. Under Voldemort's torture, the wizard's heart has been twisted. He waved his wand, ready to use the Avatar curse, to end the life of the female centaur. However, just as he raised his hand, he suddenly found that Twilight Sparkle's eyes suddenly changed. From despair to confusion, and then to shock, the corners of her mouth trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Quirrell could read the word. "Pie." "Humph, don't try to fool me with this little trick." Quirrell snorted disdainfully. He was already accustomed to this little trick of distracting attention. Besides, how could there be a dragon in Hogwarts? "You idiot, look up at the sky." Voldemort's anxious voice exploded in Quirrell's mind like thunder. Although there was a layer of cloak between them, Voldemort's perception could not be seen. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still keenly captured the crisis that was about to surge. As Voldemort shouted, a deafening dragon roar broke through the sky and reached Quirrell's ears. Along with the dragon roar, there was a familiar low roar. "Here, judgment." He turned around in a hurry, but saw a ball of blazing flames approaching rapidly, whistling towards him. No, it was not just a ball of flame, it was a huge flying firebird. Voldemort eagerly seized control of Quirrell's body, and the creepy snake face suddenly appeared, fitting closely with Quirrell's face, and the two faces overlapped, forming a weird picture. However, even as powerful as Voldemort was, he had to hastily wave his wand at this moment, trying to resist the unstoppable firebird. But the blazing flames instantly engulfed them. In the blazing dragon's breath, a purple magic barrier suddenly appeared, barely isolating the flames. However, the scorching heat and rolling air waves made Voldemort dare not slack off. Something was wrong, this dragon's breath seemed a little strange. Voldemort keenly noticed that this dragon's breath contained a powerful purifying power, which seemed to have a natural restraining effect on his dark magic shield. That feeling was like the dawn breaking in the darkness. His magic barrier had begun to crack, and the signs of collapse were becoming more and more obvious. Fortunately, the scorching flaming giant bird only raged for 3 seconds, and then it flapped its wings, flew upwards, and then gradually disappeared. Voldemort just breathed a sigh of relief, and a huge dragon head suddenly came into view. The most bizarre thing was that the dragon head was surrounded by raging fire, as if it was a hot rocket breaking through the atmosphere. This metaphor naturally came from Quirrell's mouth. After all, Voldemort had never seen such a scene. This flaming dive attack was like a thunderbolt, instantly destroying the barrier and knocking Voldemort out like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Mavica flapped her wings, bent her limbs forward, and suddenly landed on the ground. Ye Ting stood on Mavica's broad back, with a trace of worry in his eyes. After quickly glancing at Twilight Sparkle, he raised his wand and looked around for traces of the enemy. Hagrid finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Ye Ting who came, and hurried over. "Hagrid, where are the enemies?" Ye Ting looked around and asked in confusion. Just now it seems that I was knocked into the woods over there." Hagrid still had a look of shock on his face, stammering and pointing to the dense forest on the right. "Flew out." Ye Ting recalled that because Mavica had just used the ultimate move, Dawn, the hot energy almost blocked all vision in front of him, making the situation on the ground unclear. Therefore, he could only choose a landing point that seemed safe based on his intuition. Now thinking back, it seemed that he did hit something when he landed just now. Ye Ting couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Judging from the strength of the collision, Quirrell might have cast a defensive spell at the critical moment. This means that the possibility of his direct death is very small. So Quirrell should still be alive. Thinking of this, Ye Ting raised his hand and released a group of clockwork beetles at the place where Hagrid pointed. He left 4 beetles to guard around, and the rest dispersed to search for Quirrell's traces. Then, Ye Ting jumped off Mavica's back lightly and walked quickly to Twilight Sparkle. Fong couldn't wait to jump down, ran to Hagrid's side, stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his cheek frantically, making Hagrid's face full of saliva, but he couldn't resist his enthusiasm. "Twilight Sparkle, Hagrid, are you all okay?" Ye Ting asked with concern. "I've asked Hermione to notify the professor, they should be here soon." He carefully checked Twilight's wounds. The centaur's hind legs, the waist of the horse, and the waist and abdomen of the centaur were all left with shocking scars. Although the wounds looked bloody and scary, and even had a faint black gas seeping out, Ye Ting still breathed a sigh of relief. Although these injuries were serious, they were not fatal. As long as they were treated in time, Twilight Sparkle should be able to recover. After the thrilling incident of the unicorn being attacked, Ye Ting learned from his mistakes and made up his mind to learn how to remove the curse of the dark magic. Although his ability was not enough to compete with the dark magic master like Voldemort, he was already able to deal with the curse of Quirrell and others with ease. After removing the curse, Ye Ting took out another bottle of potion. This potion was exactly the same as the potion that Snape used to remove the curse for the unicorn. It was the masterpiece that Ye Ting tasted and successfully optimized after taking Snape's potion with his tongue. He carefully poured the potion on Twilight Sparkle's wound and cleaned it carefully. First the thigh, then the side of the horse's body, and then the lower abdomen of the human body. During this time, Ye Ting's hand inevitably touched 2 large pieces of meat. Feeling the warmth of the boy's fingers, Twilight Sparkle's body trembled uneasily, but did not stop. The soft touch also made Ye Ting have lustful thoughts, but his concern for Twilight Sparkle overwhelmed the ambiguity, and Ye Ting finally completed the cleansing of the curse honestly. Soon, the black aura completely disappeared, and Ye Ting reluctantly withdrew his hand before starting to cast the healing spell. As the spell was chanted, Twilight Sparkle's wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ye Ting, that's it." Twilight Sparkle pushed Ye Ting eagerly, her face full of worry. "Don't worry about me, go and see how the unicorn is doing." Okay, I'll go now. After confirming that Twilight Sparkle was not seriously ill, Ye Ting nodded. Which direction did the unicorn go? After we stopped the Black Wizard, we let it run over there first, and it ran for about 30 minutes. Twilight Sparkle quickly pointed out the direction for Ye Ting. Ye Ting immediately rode on Mavica and flew in that direction. However, he didn't fly far before he saw a conspicuous silver-white figure in the woods. The unicorn was obviously startled by the giant dragon flying in the air, but it did not choose to flee. Although it was trembling with fear, it still stood firm in its position, looking in the direction of Twilight Sparkle's battle from time to time, as if waiting for something. This little guy is quite loyal. When he saw Ye Ting jump off Mavica's back with his own eyes, the unicorn breathed a sigh of relief. It trotted to Ye Ting's side and nudged him affectionately. The aggrieved look was like a 400-pound child who finally found his parents. Perhaps because he was too excited, he almost knocked Ye Ting to the ground. It's okay, good boy. Ye Ting gently hugged the unicorn's head into his arms and gently comforted it. The unicorn seemed to feel a sense of security from Ye Ting and gradually calmed down. Perhaps because Ye Ting saved its life again, this time the unicorn almost completely let go of Yi Jian. Even if Ye Ting accidentally touched its precious horn, it only trembled slightly and did not make any violent reaction. Is this, completely conquered by me? In other words, I will be able to get a new pet soon. At this moment, a head bigger than the unicorn's head suddenly squeezed into Ye Ting's arms. It turned out to be Mavica. She saw Ye Ting comforting the unicorn and immediately felt envious. She couldn't wait to come over and get the caress of her master. Although the dragon's appearance is indeed more majestic and domineering than the unicorn, the touch is far inferior to the delicate and soft hair of the unicorn. Mainly because the dragon's scales are too strong. Ye Ting touched both top magic creatures, and then led them back. He introduced them to each other as he walked. Mavica. I'm sorry, I haven't given you a name for so long. I'll call you Lariti, and your nickname is Rarity. She is now the only unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and there are always dark wizards trying to hurt her. Mavica, you have to protect her well. Then, he turned to the unicorn. Rarity, this is Mavica, a fire dragon I raised myself. Just now, she bravely drove away the dark wizard. You have to thank her very much. Next, maybe you two will live together, remember to get along well. Ye Ting chattered as he led his two companions back to where Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid were. Just then, in the dense forest in the distance, a figure rushed over like the wind. It turned out to be a tabby cat. Ye Ting's eyes widened, and he was in doubt. A tabby cat could actually run at such an amazing speed, which simply overturned his cognition. He even rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. Mavica on the side instantly entered a state of alert, with her fangs exposed, and roared at the tabby cat, warning it not to get close. Mavica, relax, it's not an enemy. Ye Ting gently patted Mavica's back with his palm and comforted her softly. Linnet also meowed to remind that it was not someone else, but the cat that would turn into an old woman with glasses. But he didn't understand how Professor McGonagall had such an amazing speed after the transformation. In his original memory, the animals transformed by Animagus should not be much different from ordinary cats. Maybe it was because Professor McGonagall had performed an additional transformation on herself. With her level, it was not impossible to do it. In the blink of an eye, the tabby cat had already galloped in front of them, and its body quickly twisted and deformed, and finally restored to the appearance of Professor McGonagall. Clear water like a spring. Professor McGonagall noticed at a glance the plants with sparks around them, some of which were even burning. This was the aftermath of Mavica's previous attack on the Dawn. Although these flames might not cause a big fire, Professor McGonagall decided to take precautions. She waved her wand, and a large amount of clean water instantly gushed out, quickly extinguishing the flames around. However, there were still 2 places burning with black flames, and no matter how the clean water washed them, they could not be extinguished. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, and her eyes flashed with angry fire. She had never expected that the attacker would be so cruel and use fiend fire casually in the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, the fiend fire had not spread and did not cause devastating damage to the Forbidden Forest. In anger, Professor McGonagall could only deal with the fiend fire first, then quickly squatted down and carefully checked the injuries of Hagrid and Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle's wounds had gradually healed under Ye Ting's treatment, and she just looked a little tired at the moment. As for Hagrid, although he was injured, they were all scratches and the like. Compared with Twilight Sparkle before, his injuries were considered minor. After confirming that the two were fine, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. She waved her wand and cast several healing spells in succession to stop the bleeding and restore Hagrid's wounds. "This is all I can do for now," Professor McGonagall said softly. "You will need to go to Madame Pomfrey for further recuperation later." She turned to Twilight Sparkle, with gratitude in her eyes, "And you, Centaur, please go and have a look too. In addition, thank you very much for helping the gamekeeper at Hogwarts." "You're welcome." Twilight Sparkle nodded slightly to Professor McGonagall. "The Forbidden Forest is also my home, and we have the responsibility to protect it together. Moreover, we are all fighting to protect the unicorns." She paused, and then said, "By the way, can you go and see the unicorns?" "Lorati is safe and sound," Ye Ting's voice sounded in time. "Luckily you stopped that guy. In fact, Rarity has been nearby and didn't run far." "Lorati?" Professor McGonagall frowned slightly, feeling unfamiliar with the new name. "Well, I just gave this unicorn a name, and the nickname can be Rarity," Ye Ting explained. At the same time, Rarity also felt the attention of the crowd. She took the initiative to come forward and rub Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid affectionately with her head, as if to express gratitude. Seeing that Rarity was safe and sound, Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid's tense nerves finally relaxed and showed relieved smiles. McGregor noticed the weakness of the two, so she turned her eyes to Ye Ting, who looked pretty good, and asked, "Ye Ting, what's going on? Why did the Forbidden Forest become like this?" McGreg's face was as gloomy as water. She could see that the wounds on Twilight Sparkle's body that had not yet healed completely were traces of severe injuries she had just experienced, but someone had given her emergency treatment in time. In addition, the surrounding sparks and the still burning fiend fire silently told that a thrilling battle had taken place here, and the opponents were obviously 10 dark wizards. The seriousness of the situation is self-evident. Faced with Mag's questioning, Ye Ting told the story frankly, without hiding anything. He described in detail what happened to him, Harry and the others outside Hagrid's hut, and how they guessed that Hagrid was attacked in the Forbidden Forest because of the injured fawn. In order to get help as soon as possible, Harry and the others rushed back to get help, while I rode Mavica ahead. When I arrived at the scene, I happened to see a black-robed wizard about to attack Siua. I did not hesitate to use Mavica's dragon breath and the impact of the high-altitude dive to launch a sneak attack and successfully repelled the black wizard. After hearing this, Professor McGonagall's tight mouth relaxed a little. Although Ye Ting's narration was concise and clear, she could still imagine the thrilling scene. She had heard Dumbledore mention that Ye Ting had fought against the dark wizards alone and prevented the spread of the fiend fire in the Forbidden Forest. However, compared with Ye Ting's bravery in that incident, she appreciated Ye Ting's wit in this incident more. He was able to adapt to the situation and make full use of the dragon's air advantage to launch a sneak attack. This strategy was much safer and more effective than fighting alone. As a professor, she finally paid more attention to the safety of the little wizards themselves. After Ye Ting finished describing what happened, he pointed to the bushes on the right that were burned like white ground, and said in a deep voice, "Professor McGonagall, Hagrid told me that the black-robed wizard was hit by Mavica and fell into the bushes over there. I guess he was seriously injured, but he should still be alive." Professor McGonagall frowned and asked in confusion, "Are you sure?" According to Ye Ting's description, the man experienced the fierce impact of the fire dragon and the burning of the flames, and the possibility of survival seemed very small. Ye Ting shrugged, "Professor, look over there is no body of his. In such a short time, he can't be burned to ashes, right?" He paused and continued, "I even suspect that this guy is the one who broke into the Forbidden Forest last time. Although his performance this time is not as good as before, the moves he used are exactly the same. Last time he was able to escape from Principal Dumbledore, this time he can't be unable to resist the dragon's breath of a young dragon, right? If Voldemort was present, I'm afraid he would not be able to help but complain. Is that the breath of a young dragon? The breath of an adult dragon is not that scary." Professor McGonagall's face became more and more ugly as Ye Ting described. Seeing this, Ye Ting struck while the iron was hot and said, "Professor, I feel that guy is seriously injured and may not have gone far. If you chase him now, you may still catch up." Voldemort's performance this time made Ye Ting feel something was wrong. He didn't seem to want to get the blood of the unicorn, otherwise he wouldn't have behaved so badly and ran away as soon as Ye Ting appeared. It can't be that he is afraid of dragons, right? Moreover, if he really showed the destructive power of the last time, Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid would be in a much worse situation. Of course, all this may also be because Voldemort consumed too much energy before, which made him unable to cast powerful black magic now. But Ye Ting still faintly sensed a hint of conspiracy. "Forget it, the most important thing now is to ensure your safety." Professor McGonagall shook her head without hesitation. "Let's talk about the investigation and pursuit after Albus arrives." She knew very well that facing an enemy who might be hiding deep in the Forbidden Forest, a rash pursuit would only lead to greater danger. Of course, what Professor McGonagall was worried about was not her own safety, but that the black-robed wizard would come back to attack Ye Ting and the others after she left. She was not Dumbledore, and could not fully understand Ye Ting's ability. Although Ye Ting had demonstrated his impressive strength, as a professor, she still found it difficult to be completely relieved. Seeing this, Ye Ting just shrugged his shoulders easily to show his understanding. "Since Professor McGonagall has decided so, then so be it. Ye Ting, I have another question for you." Professor McGonagall's tone was serious, and her eyes turned to Mavica, who was lying on the ground leisurely. "Where did this dragon come from? When I heard that you rode a dragon to save Hagrid, I almost thought I had heard it wrong. Hogwarts has never kept a dragon, not to mention that it is illegal to keep one without the approval of the Ministry of Magic." McGonagall's words were very harsh, and she did not intend to give Ye Ting a chance. Ting any room for avoidance. After all, that deafening dragon roar has attracted too many people's attention. If the Ministry of Magic really tracks it down, the dragon breeder may be sent to Azkaban. Hagrid had recovered from his shock. Seeing that Ye Ting was being questioned by McGonagall, he gritted his teeth and prepared to take responsibility. "Actually, this dragon. I asked Hagrid to raise the dragon." Just when Hagrid was about to confess, Ye Ting suddenly interrupted him. Ye Ting felt that since Hagrid's dragon was almost his own property under his deception, it was nothing for him to take the blame for Hagrid. Moreover, he had already made a comprehensive plan as early as the moment he decided to ride Mavica to rescue Hagrid. Otherwise, why didn't he choose to ride a flying broom to support? Facing Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes, Ye Ting seemed to be at ease. "Hagrid mentioned to me before that there are too many eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, which has now caused a serious impact on the ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest. Many rare magical creatures are threatened by this, and the centaur tribe is also deeply affected and miserable." Ye Ting sighed softly and continued, "Hagrid is alone and has limited power, so it is difficult for him to deal with this trouble. However, he did not dare to report this matter. After all, these rampant eight-eyed giant spiders are inseparable from some of his past decisions." Speaking of this, he closed his mouth at the right time and cast a, look to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall crossed his arms and frowned. "I know all this, but what does Mia Longhorn have to do with this matter?" "Professor, don't be anxious." Ye Ting smiled slightly and continued, "Because of this problem, Hagrid specially found me, hoping that I could give him some advice. So I proposed a biological control plan to him. Biological control, what is that? Professor McGonagall was confused by the sudden professional term. This is a common method used by Muggles to combat species invasion, Ye Ting explained. To put it simply, it is to effectively control the number of invasive species by introducing natural enemies of the invasive species. Ye Ting began to popularize science. In fact, the Muggle world often encounters situations like the rampant acromanthus in the Forbidden Forest. They call this phenomenon species invasion. Muggles believe that species invasion is mainly because these alien species adapt too well to the conditions in the new environment after arriving. Compared with local species, they are more competitive, and there are no natural enemies in the original place to restrain them. When it comes to magical creatures, Hagrid immediately became energetic. Oh, I know the word natural enemy. Isn't the natural enemy of Acromanthus the cockatrice? That's right. Ye Ting nodded. Acromantha was originally a creature on the island of Kalamantan, where there are many wild cockatrices. It is because of them that the Acromanthus there is not rampant. As for the Forbidden Forest, Ye Ting didn't say anything more, but everyone understood what he meant. Twilight Sparkle couldn't help but interrupt, but, we can't put cockatrices in the Forbidden Forest, that would be too scary. Unlike fire dragons, cockatrices are evil by nature and are pure dark creatures. They were created by black magic from the beginning. Cockatrices have the body of a lizard, the head of a rooster, feathers or bat wings, and a second head on its tail. The most terrifying thing is that its gaze can turn enemies into stone. From this point of view, cockatrices and basilisks are very similar, except that the gaze of basilisks is more lethal, and they only have the ability to petrify after being weakened. In addition to the ability to petrify with their gaze, cockatrices and basilisks are also similar in the way they are born. The difference is that basilisks are born from rooster eggs and hatched by toads. Cockatrices are creatures born from snakes hatching hen eggs. By the way, there is a more extreme case. If a snake egg is hatched by a rooster, a petrified lizard will be born. It is a lizard with 8 legs, and they also have the ability of petrification gaze. In short, ordinary magical creatures like fire dragons hurt people mostly because of their bad temper or because they regard humans as invaders of their territory. And dark creatures like cockatrices and basilisks can draw pleasure from the fear of others, they are born to enjoy killing. Raising cockatrices in the Forbidden Forest is simply playing with human lives. Therefore, Ye Ting nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can never raise cockatrices in the Forbidden Forest. The risk is too great. Therefore, we chose a more reliable plan, killing dragons to replace the role of cockatrices. After all, the modern wizarding world is already quite mature in raising fire dragons. And coincidentally, Hagrid recently got a dragon egg. But you can't raise dragons privately, right? After listening to Ye Ting's nonsense, Professor McGonagall's tone obviously slowed down a lot, but she was still a little unbelievable. Biological control, this idea is novel, Hogwarts may really consider adopting it. Dumbledore's voice came slowly from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and then his iconic silver-white beard appeared in the shadows of the trees. At this time, Dumbledore was wearing a dark purple robe, which was covered with sparkling silver stars. The long cloak dragged on the ground and danced lightly with the wind. At this moment, his brows rarely revealed a bit of worry. Ye Ting was not surprised by Dumbledore's sudden appearance, and just nodded slightly. He did not expect the headmaster to say that. Dumbledore was indeed more indulgent when it came to the outrageous things done by the little wizard. Professor McGonagall was still very unhappy and blamed. How could you let Hagrid do this? What if the Ministry of Magic comes to inspect, how should we explain it? Dumbledore waved his hand, indicating that he should be patient, we will discuss the specific matters later. Now, I am more concerned about what happened here. He turned his eyes to Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid, waiting for their explanation. Twilight Sparkle had recovered some spirits at this moment, and she narrated the incident intermittently, while Hagrid supplemented the details on the side. As early as a few weeks ago, Hagrid, as a gamekeeper, realized that there were traces of strangers entering and leaving the Forbidden Forest. He originally thought that these were just some naughty senior students who could not resist the temptation of the Forbidden Forest and came to explore. This kind of thing has happened before. The Weasley brothers were like this, and so were Ye Ting and the others. However, a few days later, the centaurs sent news: their people were attacked again. Hagrid suddenly realized that the matter was not as simple as he imagined. At that time, he had some doubts whether the previous Dark Wizard had sneaked into the Forbidden Forest again. But Dumbledore had clearly confirmed that the Dark Wizard had been expelled, and the detection system of the Forbidden Forest had also been fully inspected and upgraded. Now, the detection system around the Forbidden Forest did not notify that there was a problem. So Hagrid decided to go deep into the Forbidden Forest himself to find out the whole story. Until today, during a routine patrol, he ran into a black-robed man who was about to attack a unicorn. Twilight Sparkle tightly protected the unicorn, but her strength alone was obviously not enough to compete with the black-robed man. Anger instantly overwhelmed Hagrid's mind. He rushed towards the black-robed man without hesitation, taking Fangs with him. Needless to say, the result was that neither Hagrid nor Twilight Sparkle was a match for the Dark Wizard. They could only let the unicorn go first and stay behind to hold the Dark Wizard back. Fortunately, Ye Ting arrived in time and the team avoided a greater tragedy. Hagrid, you are too careless. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but blame, you should have informed Albus as soon as you found the problem. How could you think of fighting such a powerful enemy by yourself? Her voice was full of fear and worry. If Ye Ting hadn't appeared in time this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Hagrid opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. During that time, he was secretly raising Mavica in his hut, and he didn't dare to go to Dumbledore because he felt guilty. Ye Ting, you did a good job this time. Dumbledore looked at Ye Ting again, his eyes full of praise. You can always surprise me, you are really young and formidable. Ye Ting shrugged his shoulders easily, this is what I should do. After all, Hagrid is my good friend. Besides, Mavica also played an indispensable role this time. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, then changed the subject and said to Professor McGonagall, Minerva, send them back first, and notify other professors to control the students of their respective colleges and not to cause any trouble at this time. Speaking of this, Dumbledore's voice revealed a rare anger. As for me, I will go to the Forbidden Forest to meet the murderer in person. As his emotions fluctuated, a powerful magic spread around. The invisible pressure of the Amine made Mavica and Reddy in the distance feel frightened. In fact, Dumbledore, like Ye Ting, was not only angry, but also confused. Voldemort's move this time was completely unnecessary. He had made a move in Gringotts before to snatch the Philosopher's Stone. The last time he broke into the Forbidden Forest, it was to obtain the blood of the unicorn. But now, he has used the blood of the unicorn and has no need to replenish his vitality for the time being, and the Philosopher's Stone is not in the Forbidden Forest. So why did he take the risk? Strange as it is, it still needs to be searched. So, Dumbledore left Professor McGonagall and others where they were, and walked into the depths of the Forbidden Forest alone. At Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hermione, Susan, Harry and Ron had been waiting anxiously. When they saw Ye Ting walking out of the Forbidden Forest with Professor McGonagall, they immediately rushed over. They were even more worried when they saw Hagrid staggering and a centaur leaning against a unicorn. Among the crowd, except for Professor McGonagall, Ye Ting was the most neatly dressed and looked radiant. Obviously nothing happened. Hermione and Susan were the first to breathe a sigh of relief. Hagrid, are you okay? Harry hurriedly greeted Professor McGonagall and immediately went to Hagrid to ask. Hagrid tried to smile, I'm fine, don't worry. Twilight Sparkle, she's more seriously injured than me. Hermione and the others were confused. Seeing this, Ye Ting had no choice but to explain, Twilight Sparkle is this centaur lady. She has been helping us take care of the unicorns before. Centaurs? And unicorns? Harry and Ron were even more shocked. Hermione and Susan knew the unicorn La Rudi. They also heard the name Twilight Sparkle when they heard gossip from Ronan when they entered the Forbidden Forest last time. I didn't expect that Ye Ting would secretly get together with Twilight Sparkle. Looking at the beautiful face, the muscular figure, and the two big pieces of meat of the centaur, the two girls stared at Ye Ting at the same time. Ye Ting took a look, then walked forward to show concern for Twilight Sparkle and Laritai. It must be said that the beautiful centaur and the elegant unicorn snuggling together was a pleasing sight. In fact, Twilight Sparkle is an old friend of our Wanyu shop. Many rare raw materials are obtained with her help. Seeing that the two girls seemed to have misunderstood something, Ye Ting hurriedly added. Okay, kids, let's stop chatting here. There are more urgent things waiting for us now. Professor McGonagall interrupted their chat. For example, we have to hide this dragon quickly and don't let it be targeted again. Also, we have to send Hagrid and Twilight Sparkle to the school hospital for treatment. Mavica can hide in Hagrid's hut temporarily and keep Rarity company. Ye Ting suggested. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment and felt that this suggestion was feasible. So she nodded and signaled Ye Ting to take Mavica to the hut. Then, she raised her wand and prepared to cast a spell on Mavica. Faint. The tip of Professor McGonagall's wand burst into a dazzling light. However, Ye Ting's reaction was faster. Armor protection. An invisible shield immediately blocked Professor McGonagall's stunning spell. No need, Professor McGonagall, no need. Ye Ting stood in front of Mavica. Mavica is very smart, she knows how to protect herself. If you let her hide here, I guarantee she won't cause any trouble. Right, Mashenka? The little dragon nodded hurriedly, looking at Professor McGonagall with innocent eyes. Great, armor protection spell, Mr. Yi. Seeing that Ye Ting insisted on defending the little dragon, Professor McGonagall had to sigh, since you are so confident, I will not take any other measures against it. After arranging Mavica and Rarity, everyone quickly returned to Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall asked Ye Ting and others to gather in the Great Hall, and she personally took Twilight and Hagrid to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. When Ye Ting stepped into the Great Hall, the scene in front of him seemed to have returned to the time of the new semester. The long tables of the four major colleges were crowded with people, but the atmosphere at this moment was much heavier than that time. The young wizards whispered, and even the loud reprimands of the prefects could not make them quiet down. Ye Ting's ears were constantly touched by the word dragon, which made him feel nervous. As soon as Ye Ting and his four companions appeared, they immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Especially those third-year students who witnessed Hermione, Susan, Harry and Ron hurriedly leaving with Professor McGonagall. Their eyes were full of curiosity and eagerness, and they were too ashamed to rush to Ye Ting to ask what was going on. Before Ye Ting found a seat to sit down, the two brothers George and Fred came up impatiently. George asked excitedly, Ye Ting, what happened in the Forbidden Forest? Some people said that they saw a fire-breathing dragon rushing directly into the woods. We all heard the dragon's roar in the classroom. Is it true? The little wizards around focused their eyes on Ye Ting, their eyes flashing with gossip, looking forward to hearing some inside information from Ye Ting. However, Ye Ting just shook his head apologetically. I don't know what happened specifically, and the professors should give everyone an explanation later. It's not surprising that Ye Ting would be like this. He really didn't know how to describe what happened before. What's more, he believed that Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall would soon come out to give everyone an official explanation. If what he said was inconsistent with what the professors said, wouldn't it be a slap in his own face? So, he chose to remain silent and wait for the development of the situation. George and Fred looked at each other and tacitly did not ask any more questions. They understood Ye Ting and knew in their hearts that if Ye Ting could speak, he would definitely not hide it. But others didn't think so. They felt that Ye Ting, Hermione and the others must have known the inside story, but they just didn't say it on purpose. For a moment, everyone started asking questions, and the scene was noisy. Especially Hermione, she took Professor McGonagall, who had turned into a cat, away from the table, making such a big noise, but she was able to come back unscathed. There must be a bigger melon behind this. Many people also had wild ideas and asked Hermione how it felt when she hugged Professor McGonagall. Nothing happened. No dragon, nothing. Hermione was annoyed by the questions and shouted angrily, also, don't ask me how it feels to hold a cat, I don't know. Susan was also surrounded by the badgers, hesitating and not knowing what to say, and almost cried in a hurry. Harry and Ron were even more depressed. It was really uncomfortable to know everything but not be able to show off to others. But this time, even the big-mouthed Ron kept his mouth shut, because before Ting came in, he specifically told them, if you don't want Hagrid to be arrested and sent to Azkaban, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Unfortunately, it was useless for Ye Ting and the others to keep silent. Instead, more students wanted to squeeze in here. It seemed that this matter would not be so easy to calm down. The professors in the teacher's seat frowned at the chaotic scene in the exhibition hall. Professor Snape took out his wand, put it against his throat, and cast a loud voice spell on himself. His voice then echoed in the exhibition hall like thunder, overwhelming all the noise. Everyone be quiet. Return to your seats immediately. Snape's deep voice, under the blessing of the sound-boosting spell, echoed continuously in the exhibition hall like thunder. As if someone had suddenly pressed the pause button, the originally bustling and lively auditorium fell into a dead silence. Those little wizards who had been tightly surrounding Ye Ting and chirping like little birds suddenly flapped their wings and flew back to their respective nests at the fastest speed like a frightened flock of birds. Ye Ting even saw a Slytherin student being squeezed down by the crowd in a panic, falling heavily to the ground, and being accidentally stepped on a few times. But this student showed incredible tenacity. He wiped his tears and struggled to stand up with gritted teeth. Even the students of his own college were so in awe of Snape, which showed how great his reputation was. Snape looked around, and a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, he could finally carry out his daily tasks, targeting Harry. Snape had a mocking expression on his lips. Potter, if you want to attract attention by making up stories, I advise you to leave here now. Harry was so angry that he trembled all over. He hadn't said a word since he entered this hall. Ye Ting was used to Snape's mockery. He even wondered why he didn't hear Snape announce the deduction this time. Calming down and savoring it carefully, Ye Ting seemed to perceive the deep meaning in Snape's words. He couldn't help wondering why this arrogant professor used such a bad attitude to remind them to keep secrets. Didn't he know that a straightforward person like Harry couldn't understand his overtones at all? However, in any case, under the suppression of Snape's powerful aura, the hall finally restored its rare tranquility. The occasional whispers were as faint as the buzz of mosquitoes. At the same time, Ye Ting keenly caught the unconcealed worries on the faces of several professors. Only Professor Snape silently sat back in his seat, looking at a corner of the teacher's seat, and a trace of emotion could be seen on his usually indifferent face. At the same time, Ye Ting also noticed that the faces of several professors were obviously revealing worries. Only Snape silently sat back in his seat, looking at a corner of the teacher's seat, and no emotion could be seen on his face. Ye Ting's curiosity was aroused, and he followed Snape's gaze. The seat representing Quirrell in the teacher's seat was empty. Ye Ting thought to himself that after this serious injury, Quirrell might never come back. Dumbledore originally suspected him. And his absence would undoubtedly become the #1 suspect in the attack on Hagrid. Unless Voldemort had a problem with his brain, he would never let Quirrell fall into the trap. After all, Quirrell could not withstand any investigation. Ye Ting's doubts became heavier, and this matter was obviously not simple. Back at the long table in Ravenclaw, Ye Ting sat down next to Zhang Qiu. The girl poked him in dissatisfaction, feeling confused and dissatisfied with what happened today. "Tell me, what happened?" Ye Ting lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Well, it's similar to the last time in the Forbidden Forest. There are so many people here, I'll tell you when I get back. It's so mysterious, it must be a big deal." Zhang Qiu pouted in dissatisfaction. you didn't even call me, it's so unfair. Ye Ting smiled bitterly, it's not that I didn't call you, it just happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to inform you. Okay, I'll let you go this time. The girl snorted, her voice suddenly softened, then, you're okay. Ye Ting smiled complacently and said confidently, what can happen to me? Those dangerous guys will turn around and run away when they meet me. Yes, yes, you're the best. The two were chatting when Professor McGonagall suddenly walked out of the door inside the hall. Although her expression was more relaxed than before, her frown still revealed some uneasiness. Several other professors also quickly surrounded her and asked about the situation with concern. Not long after, the closed exhibition hall door of the auditorium slowly opened, and Professor Dumbledore appeared in everyone's sight. Unlike his usual kind and humorous image, he had a heavy face at this moment. When he passed the dining tables of the various colleges, the whispers of those little wizards could not help but decrease a lot. Dumbledore walked onto the stage, his eyes lingered for a moment on the empty seat where Quirrell was supposed to sit, then he cleared his throat and spoke slowly, the reason why we gathered everyone here at this time is because there is an important thing to announce. Dumbledore's eyes swept around, and when he saw that the little wizards in the audience were all looking at him and no one was absent, he spoke again. His, Qian Ma Zhao, eyes looked around, and after confirming that the little wizards in the audience were all looking at him intently and no one was absent, he continued, the school's gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, was attacked by unknown persons while patrolling the Forbidden Forest today. Although his life is not in danger, we must take this matter seriously. So far, we have not been able to find any trace of the attacker. Dumbledore paused, and his tone became more serious. From now on, the school will be under full martial law. No one is allowed to leave the castle without permission. I will arrange for professors who are free to patrol the castle regularly until the holiday or the murderer is caught. His words were so decisive that everyone could feel that he was serious this time. Ye Ting's face showed an unconcealable disappointment. He thought Dumbledore would be able to find Quirrell's trail this time, but he didn't expect that he would still let him escape. After losing this opportunity, it would be even more difficult to find Quirrell's shadow again. The little wizards in the audience began to whisper, and the discussions were one after another. Dumbledore had to raise his voice to suppress them. In addition to these disappointing things, Dumbledore looked around and continued, I would like to praise a few people here and give them extra points. He read out the names one by one. Miss Hermione Granger, Miss Susan Bones, Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ron Weasley. They used their keen insight to discover the abnormal situation in the Forbidden Forest in time, and quickly notified the professor for rescue, thus avoiding greater losses that the school might suffer. At this point, Dumbledore's eyes inadvertently paused on them for a moment. Thunderous applause broke out at the long table of Gryffindor. 3 of the 4 people this time were from Gryffindor. These 60 points were like a shot of adrenaline, which excited the little lions and made Gryffindor surpass Slytherin, which was originally in second place, and even narrowed the gap with the leading Ravenclaw. The same thing happened to Hufflepuff. The little Badgers had never expected that Susan, who was usually silent, would do such a big thing. Harry was so excited that he almost jumped up, and the depression in his heart was swept away. He couldn't help but want to take a look at Snape's expression, expecting to see a look of disappointment on that always indifferent face. However, when he turned his head, he found that Snape still maintained that calm expression, as if everything was within his expectations. Although Hermione tried to remain reserved, the arc of her mouth that couldn't help but rise revealed her inner excitement. She didn't notice that the little wizards around her looked at her with not only envy, but also deep reverence. Yes, it is awe. After all, the previous incident has spread. Hermione took Professor McGonagall, who turned into a cat, away in public in the classroom. Not only was she not punished, but she was also awarded 20 points. Such an achievement may not be achieved by anyone in the future. And Susan, she has hugged her best friend Hannah tightly, sharing this honor and joy together. Ron held his head high, enjoying the applause and cheers of the people around him. This is the first time he has been so glorious in front of everyone. After the applause lasted for a while, Dumbledore smiled and continued. Next, I want to especially praise Mr. Ye Ting. With his wit and courage, he successfully repelled the attackers in the Forbidden Forest and allowed Hagrid to escape. For this, I declare that Ravenclaw College will be awarded 50 points. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience fell into a brief silence. Countless eyes shot at Ye Ting like searchlights, including the surprised eyes of several professors. Although they didn't know much about the specific events that happened in the Forbidden Forest, the dragon's roar, the smoke coming out of the Forbidden Forest, and the attack on Hagrid were enough to illustrate the degree of danger at that time. Moreover, Dumbledore clearly pointed out that it was Ye Ting who repelled the attackers by himself, and 333 professors were not supporting. This made everyone present look at Ye Ting with new eyes. Pa pa pa. After a short silence, Dumbledore was the first to applaud. His applause was like a detonator, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the whole audience. The thunderous applause echoed in the exhibition hall, not only the students of Ravenclaw College, but also the young wizards of the other 3 colleges joined in the applause. Even some Slytherin students had to admit that Ye Ting's performance exceeded their expectations at this moment. Although their applause was a little unwilling, it was also an affirmation of Ye Ting's courage. But the most enthusiastic applause was from Ye Ting's female fans. As Ye Ting's fame spread, his female fans can be said to be all over Hogwarts, and many wealthy women in Slytherin are his loyal admirers. However, in the warm applause of the crowd, Ye Ting seemed unusually calm. This was not the first time he had experienced such a scene, so he was not too excited. On the contrary, he was more confused. Shouldn't we conceal these things as much as possible now? Why did Dumbledore make such a high-profile announcement? After the deafening applause lasted for a few minutes, it finally died down. Then, all the young wizards in the audience looked at Dumbledore expectantly. Next, we should talk about the dragon, right? Who would have thought that Dumbledore seemed to have never heard of this matter and didn't even intend to mention it, but used delicious food to shut up the young wizards. He gently waved his wand and pointed it in the air, and then the 4 long tables were filled with various desserts like magic. The fragrant and smooth cream pudding, the tempting chocolate cake, the golden and crispy corn flakes, and the cool and sweet ice cream, just looking at it makes people drool. I think eating some dessert might help you calm down. Dumbledore smiled and explained, don't worry too much about the attacker. I already know his identity, and the Ministry of Magic will soon send someone to investigate. As long as you stay in the castle, there will be no danger. Dumbledore's words, sighed, seemed to have a magical power that made people feel trust involuntarily. Even the worries on the faces of the professors on the stage dissipated a lot. However, Ye Ting didn't care what he said. As soon as the desserts on the table appeared, he enjoyed them by himself. He went to Hagrid's hut in the afternoon, and encountered a series of accidents on the way, so he didn't even have time to eat dinner. At this moment, these delicious desserts were a timely help for him. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. At this moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence at the Slytherin table. Professor, what about killing dragons? Aren't you going to talk about fire dragons? The atmosphere in the audience suddenly condensed, and all eyes were focused on the speaker. Dumbledore also stopped and turned around. Ye Ting held a piece of watermelon in his hand, chewing it while looking back, wanting to see who was so brave. When he saw the man's face clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Isn't this Draco Malfoy? No wonder that voice is a little familiar. Ye Ting didn't expect that this guy who was so cowardly in front of him would have such courage to bring up sensitive topics in front of Dumbledore. But thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising that he would say that. The word Draco in Draco Malfoy means dragon, which shows that their family loves dragons. Considering that Malfoy tracked Harry before, he wants to figure it out now, which is understandable. Under Dumbledore's nuclear goodness gaze, Malfoy stood up tremblingly. But the old headmaster didn't seem to blame him, but explained softly. I have to remind you that Hogwarts has not been authorized by the Ministry of Magic to raise dragons. As for the dragon roar, it may just be the effect of some magic. As far as I know, there are quite a few magical methods that can do this. At this point, Dumbledore seemed to fall into memories. When I first became the headmaster of Hogwarts, there were always some naughty little wizards who liked to play such pranks. At that time, Filch always liked to lock these children in a small dark room and hang them up. But I always advised him to be more tolerant towards children. Dumbledore was talking and immersed in his own little story, pretending that everyone liked to listen to his old stories. Ye Ting couldn't help but curl his lips and secretly complained in his heart. Dumbledore is a master at pretending to be confused. But I really saw it with my own eyes. Draco's voice was quite nervous, but in order to prove his innocence, he continued, the fire dragon was huge, almost as big as a house, or even bigger. It has 4 legs, a pair of wings, and, it can also breathe fire. The little wizards around laughed when they heard the words, and they really listened to the words of the master. Which dragon described in the story doesn't look like this? The only difference is whether it has 2 legs or 4 legs. I really didn't lie to you. Draco's face flushed red, and he argued loudly. Ye Ting was watching from the side, and he already understood in his heart. Draco must have accidentally seen Mavica, and then excitedly showed off to his companions. But Dumbledore's denial of the existence of dragons made Draco lose face in front of his companions. This kid cares about face, so he naturally can't accept it, so he plucked up the courage to stand up and refute. However, Draco's description of Mavica was a bit rough, which made Ye Ting a little confused. But after a little thought, he understood the reason. Hogwarts Castle stands tall and towering. Only when Mavica swooped down from the sky can its figure be captured from the castle. Perhaps because the distance was too far, Draco's observation was not clear. Ye Ting realized this, picked up a glass of pumpkin juice, took a sip, and then looked at Dumbledore, who was watching the fun. He was very curious about how Dumbledore would get away with Malfoy being so entangled. However, before Dumbledore spoke, Draco seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, I remember that there seemed to be a person riding on the back of the dragon. Although I can't be 100% sure, I feel that person is very likely Ye Ting. Puff. Can this be related to me? Ye Ting heard this and all the pumpkin juice in his mouth sprayed out. He looked at Draco helplessly, secretly complaining in his heart, you can see me from such a distance, how can your eyesight be so good? No wonder Malfoy was able to be a seeker in the 2nd grade in the original book, it seems that it was not just Krypton gold. Dumbledore obviously did not expect this sudden situation, but he was only stunned for a moment, and then quickly regained his composure, with a smile, as if everything was under control. Mr. Draco Malfoy, Dumbledore said slowly, I think I have explained it clearly before. As for why you saw those scenes. He paused deliberately, then smiled meaningfully, perhaps you can ask Mr. Ye Ting to see how he did it. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the eyes of the whole audience instantly focused on Ye Ting, and even the professors cast curious eyes at this moment. How did this come back to me again? Ye Ting was stunned. He never expected that the old principal who was usually kind and benevolent would set a trap for him at this time. Just now he was ready to watch Dumbledore's good show, but now Dumbledore has become a spectator. He hurriedly cast an inquiring look at Dumbledore, but only saw the centenarian smiled at him slightly, and blinked cunningly, as if saying, young man, find a way to explain yourself. Ye Ting felt depressed, and he seriously suspected that Principal Dumbledore must be taking revenge on him for raising dragons privately. Helplessly, he had to face the eager eyes of the crowd, show his self-supervisory acting skills, and show an innocent expression. Do you believe that a first-year wizard can tame a fierce fire dragon and ride it in the sky, breathing fire while flying? This is too absurd, we believe it. George and Fred said in unison, if it were someone else, we might doubt it, but you are Ye Ting, you may be able to create miracles. Ye Ting rolled his eyes helplessly. How could he answer this? Fortunately, most young wizards don't know Ye Ting as well as the twins. Although his explanation was a bit far-fetched, it still won the approval of most young wizards. Dragons are the overlords among magical creatures. The huge body of an adult dragon is bigger than a house, and they have a violent and cruel personality. Even professional dragon tamers dare not ride on the back of a dragon easily, because that is often regarded as a great offense by the dragon. Just like Ye Ting himself said that he was just a little wizard. Indeed, many of his performances were beyond the scope of what a first-year student should be able to do, but most people still wouldn't believe that he could ride a dragon. Of course, these wizards didn't know that Mavica was only a little over a month old, and they didn't know that there was a contract between Yi Jian and the little dragon. If they knew the truth, they might not have accepted Ye Ting's explanation so easily. Because Draco accidentally leaked the secret of flying on a dragon, Ye Ting had to swallow a few pieces of cake in a hurry, reluctantly bid farewell to the table full of delicacies, and ended the dinner early. The same fate also befell Hermione, Susan, Harry and Ron. As insiders, they were troubled by the curious questions of the crowd. Until they hid back in the dormitory and closed the door, the group was able to have a moment of peace. But Ye Ting was stopped by Dumbledore before leaving the hall. "Mr. Yi, can I take up a little of your time?" Dumbledore looked at the boy gently. "There are some things I want to consult you about. And I guess you have a lot of doubts that you want to discuss with an old man like me?" "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore." Ye Ting nodded, looking calm. "Then please accompany me, an old man, for a walk outside." Dumbledore smiled and invited, "I just want to see how the dragon you and Hagrid have been raising is doing." Under the night sky, the two walked slowly towards Hagrid's hut, one in front and one behind, in the moonlight. "Ye Ting, you saved the unicorn and the centaur again today, you did a good job," Dumbledore exclaimed. Hearing the headmaster's words, Ye Ting shook his head. "The headmaster is too kind, the centaur and the unicorn are my friends, I just did what I should do." "This is the second time you have done this," Dumbledore praised, facing the evil dark wizard. "You can stand up, this courage and sense of justice are rare. To be honest, I am not completely selfless." Ye Ting smiled and said, "Only by doing this can I build a deep friendship with them and get what I want from them." Yes, many wizards ignore this point. Dumbledore sighed, "You are right, we do need to live in harmony with those magical creatures. After all, we have too few allies." Dumbledore looked up at the sparkling Mars in the night sky, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. In the last Wizard War, there were many Death Eaters, and they also had dark creatures such as giants, werewolves, and vampires as helpers, and we were inexperienced and outnumbered at the time, resulting in the death of many innocent wizards. At this point, his voice was a little hoarse. "If we could unite all the forces that could be united at that time, perhaps a lot of unnecessary sacrifices could be reduced." Dumbledore's voice echoed in the silent night, with endless regrets and deep thoughts. "Ye Ting, if you want to establish a deeper relationship with the centaurs, it is not easy." Dumbledore retracted his gaze and turned to Ye Ting. "Centaurs are stubborn. I have always hoped that they could come to Hogwarts to teach divination, but they are always unwilling to leave the Forbidden Forest." Ye Ting raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "Is the headmaster dissatisfied with Professor Trelawney's teaching level?" Dumbledore sighed and mentioned another thing. "Ye Ting, do you know why the Black Wizard is so obsessed with unicorns? Unicorn blood is the source of life and the fountain of power. It can give endangered people a new life and double their strength. However, this magical blood carries a ruthless curse. Those who dare to hurt unicorns, even if they escape the clutches of death by chance, can only live in a half-dead curse." Ye Ting gave a standard explanation, and then began to pretend to be confused. "But I am very surprised, the Dark Wizard looks quite healthy, I really can't figure out why he took the risk to seek unicorn blood. Is there any hardship that I don't know?" Ye Ting knew that Dumbledore's mention of this matter at this time must have a deep meaning. Dumbledore wanted to reveal some key information to himself. What can he do? Should he tell Dumbledore, "Stop talking, I know everything you know, even information you don't know"? Can he say that? Of course not. He is just an ordinary Ravenclaw, he can only pretend to cooperate. In fact, Ye Ting is not surprised that such a thing happened. Who made him so dazzling in Hogwarts? It's not that Dumbledore took the initiative to target him. But he has done so many things and achieved so many achievements that he is also a top figure in Hogwarts. Some things are destined to be unavoidable. In this case, if Dumbledore really didn't reveal anything to Ye Ting, it would be irresponsible. After hearing Ye Ting's response, Dumbledore's smile became more gratified. Your sharpness and insight are indeed well deserved. It seems that you have noticed the strangeness in this. He paused, and his expression became serious. In fact, I have another thing to reveal to you, but you must promise not to tell this to anyone. Ye Ting nodded, his eyes firm. Mr. Principal, don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Of course I trust you, Minsheng. Dumbledore smiled and continued, you should know that there are magic detection facilities around the Forbidden Forest. Someone broke into the Forbidden Forest to poach unicorns before, but strangely, those facilities did not respond. Later, Hagrid and I went to check and repaired and upgraded the facilities. Hagrid should have told you this, right? Ye Ting was stunned by Dumbledore's question. The existence of such facilities should be a school secret. Why did it sound like Hagrid casually revealed the information to the little wizard? Although Hagrid did do so. But as the party who was revealed, when asked by Dumbledore, should Ye Ting nod or shake his head? Considering that Dumbledore was not a very harsh headmaster, Ye Ting decisively sold Hagrid. Hagrid said so. It seems that Hagrid trusts you very much. Dumbledore did not blame him too much, but said, what if I tell you? In fact, there is nothing wrong with these facilities and no maintenance is needed, they really did not detect any outsiders. You mean, the intruder is actually an internal staff of the school? Ye Ting heard this and pretended to be in deep thought, and then he looked as if he suddenly realized, so, Professor Quirrell was really sent by Voldemort to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore looked more surprised than Ye Ting. I have to say that your sharpness and insight are higher than I thought, Mr. Yi. He didn't expect that Ye Ting had guessed everything after he only revealed this little information. He nodded and confirmed Ye Ting's guess. Yes, it's him. Since the summer vacation, he has been secretly planning to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Ye Ting deliberately asked, since we have confirmed that Voldemort is behind this, why do we allow Quirrell to stay in the school? When Ye Ting called out the name Voldemort, Dumbledore's eyes flashed with relief. Voldemort has been defeated for 10 years. But for 10 years, the magic world has been very secretive about that name, as if mentioning it would bring disaster. It can only be said that Voldemort's shadow has shrouded the magic world for too long, and people don't even dare to mention his name, and can only refer to him as, the Mysterious Man. This fear and avoidance, in Dumbledore's view, is a kind of tragedy. The same is true for the professors in the school. Snape still calls him, the Dark Lord, while other professors prefer to call him, the Mysterious Man. This widespread fear and avoidance made Dumbledore even more worried. Once Voldemort is really resurrected, how many people can stand up and fight him bravely? However, Ye Ting shouted out this name without fear, which made Dumbledore see the courage and determination of the younger generation of wizards. Ye Ting, you should know that, Voldemort attacked Harry when he was an infant. Dumbledore said, in that disaster, although he did not die completely, he was seriously injured. Voldemort once boasted to his Death Eaters that he had gone further than anyone else in the pursuit of immortality. I have some speculations about his methods, but there is no conclusive evidence. Therefore, I need to observe his condition more deeply. Dumbledore sighed deeply when he heard this. And the key is, Ye Ting, I need someone to be fully prepared to fight a life-and-death battle with him. And Quirrell is a test I give him. This time it was Ye Ting's turn to be surprised. This was not the kind of surprise he pretended to have, but a shock from the bottom of his heart. He was surprised at Dumbledore's frankness, he was really open and honest, and dared to tell him everything. Did Dumbledore trust him so much? For a moment, Ye Ting felt a complex emotion. As if he saw through Ye Ting's doubts, Dumbledore slowly spoke. Ye Ting, I have always admired your talent. In my eyes, you have never been an ordinary little wizard. Nico's high evaluation of you makes me believe this more firmly. In fact, Nico also played an important role in the plan against Voldemort. Without his support, I would not have been able to borrow the Philosopher's Stone. Nico has high hopes for you, so I am willing to let you know more about the inside story. It turned out that Nico Flamel was supporting you behind the scenes. Now everything makes sense. Ye Ting nodded and looked at Dumbledore with complicated eyes. So, Professor Quirrell has been under your surveillance all the time. I really feel sorry for him. In fact, I am not omniscient and omnipotent. Dumbledore shook his head a little lonely. For example, I have never figured out why he broke into the Forbidden Forest again. But anyway, I guess we'll have a new defense against the dark arts professor soon, right? Ye Ting shrugged his shoulders and asked a question he had always been curious about. I've always wanted to know, is there really a curse in the defense against the dark arts class? He was really curious, because at least he himself hadn't seen any signs of a curse in this class. I'm afraid so. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively and slowly told the story. 10 years after graduation, Voldemort returned to Hogwarts to seek a teaching position, trying to spread his evil ideas in the school, but I rejected him. Hearing this, Ye Ting secretly complained. Is Voldemort bored? How can you, a Dark Lord, be so picky about a class? Also, why does this plot feel inexplicably familiar? Failed art student. If you can't get into the art college, you will take the second exam, and if you fail to find a job, you will switch to being a Dark Lord. Why is this setting so similar to some historical figures? Didn't Uchiha Obito want to destroy the world because he lost his lover? This kind of plot is not only in novels and comics, but there are also many examples in reality. For example, Li Zicheng rebelled. And Wu Sangue surrendered because of a green hat. These questions are really serious. So, Dumbledore can become the guardian of the magic world because he successfully found a job. What about Grindelwald? He must have had a similar setback, right? Was it failure in the exam, a broken heart, or a failed job search? Ye Ting thought about it, and his thoughts gradually became crooked. Principal, I want to ask a question. Ye Ting blinked and asked curiously, is there any curse in Hogwarts? Hogwarts? Dumbledore was stunned when he heard this, obviously not expecting Ye Ting to ask such a question. Seeing Dumbledore's puzzled expression, Ye Ting tactfully reminded, it's that, curse that makes people single, have you heard of it? 00. Single curse. Dumbledore was stunned. There is such a curse in Hogwarts. Dumbledore has lived for more than 100 years since he was born. He has experienced countless storms in his life. Almost nothing can move him, unless he can't help it. He suspected that Yi Ling was implying something about him. Seeing Ye Ting's serious expression, Dumbledore couldn't help laughing. Ye Ting, where did you hear this rumor? I can tell you clearly that there is no such curse in Hogwarts. Ye Ting pretended to be innocent, but he was muttering in his heart. He had known the marital status of the professors at Hogwarts for a long time. Their marital status also seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force. Singles died alone, and married people were mostly widowed, as if there was an invisible curse on the writer. Professor Snape was alone because he couldn't find a partner. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout had a happy marriage, but eventually lost their beloved partners, and Dumbledore himself was even more heavyweight. He got married, blood contract, but ended up breaking up with his partner. The whole Hogwarts is a big coffee table, and there is nothing but tragedy on the front. Is all this really just a coincidence? Since Dumbledore has let go and admitted that there is a curse in the defense against the dark arts class, then the single curse should also exist. Ye Ting decided to probe indirectly. Principal, think about it, it's not just the defense against the dark arts class, but also you, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sun. He listed the situation of the professors at Hogwarts one by one, and then raised the question in his mind, "Principal, you see, the professors in the school are either lonely bachelors, or have experienced the pain of widowhood. Have you never investigated the reasons behind this?" Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a complex emotion when he heard this. He had not thought deeply about this matter, but after Ye Ting's reminder, he opened up a perspective he had never paid attention to. Yes, the professors at Hogwarts seemed to have really experienced emotional ups and downs. Single, widowed. Even in addition to the professors, the administrator Hagrid, the janitor Filch, the librarian Madame Pants. They all seemed to have failed to find the person who could spend their lives with them. It was simply a capital letter of misery. Is this really a coincidence, or is there some unknown secret hidden behind it? There is no curse in Hogwarts, as for the situation you mentioned. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone's lifestyle and pursuit are unique. We can't judge them with a secular perspective, nor can we require everyone to live in the same mode. Ye Ting, you can only deceive yourself by saying this. The principal is really a master of pretending to be confused." Unconsciously, Dumbledore and Ye Ting had walked to Hagrid's hut. Ye Ting gently pushed open the door of the hut, and two huge heads immediately poked out curiously. They were Mavica and Lariti. Seeing that it was Ye Ting who came, the dragon and the unicorn rushed forward, showing incomparable closeness. Even though Ye Ting's physique had been strengthened many times, he still couldn't stand firm under the collision of these two enthusiasms and was knocked to the ground. However, Ye Ting was not angry because of this, but smiled and got along with them. Dumbledore looked at this scene, and a warm smile flashed in his eyes. He had never seen a fire dragon stay with a unicorn for so long without causing trouble, nor had he seen a fire dragon be so docile in front of a wizard, like a well-behaved pet. Then, Ye Ting took out a bunch of delicious desserts from his hat like a magic trick. Fragrant cream pudding, tempting chocolate cake, golden crispy corn flakes and cool and sweet ice cream. Dumbledore could see that these were all taken by Ye Ting from the hall. The two little guys were obviously very hungry, and they couldn't wait to taste these delicacies. After the two little guys had eaten and drunk enough, Ye Ting stood up and looked at Dumbledore. "How about it, Headmaster, facing such a cute little dragon, can you really bear to let her leave? Any questions?" Dumbledore paused, his gentle eyes wandering over the dragon Mavica. Ye Ting took the opportunity to further explain, "Headmaster, you should take a closer look at this dragon. She is not only Hagrid's child, but also a partner who has signed a contract with me. I think it is most appropriate for me to take care of her personally." Dumbledore heard this and couldn't help but bend down and look carefully at this unique dragon. Feeling the magic power of the dragon, which was different from any dragon he had ever seen, Dumbledore immediately realized something. "Really, it seems that there is indeed a special contract between you." Dumbledore paused. "It seems that you have already planned it." "It's just, I haven't had time to inform you yet. In fact, we wanted to give you a surprise." Ye Ting scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "It's really not easy to find such a guy who can solve the problem of the Forbidden Forest without causing a big mess. You see, she not only protected Twilight Sparkle and Hagrid today, but also protected the unicorn. The credit is not small. So, we really have no reason to send her away. Hogwarts will never abandon its friends." Dumbledore nodded. "Hogwarts will never abandon its friends. Don't worry, I will personally find a way to solve this problem. For example, I will have a good discussion with Amos from the Department for the Management of Magical Creatures. Of course, Minister Cornelius is also a very considerate person. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious." Ye Ting smiled slightly, took out a book, the latest Practical Dragon Tamer Special Lecture, from the bookshelf in Hagrid's hut, and shook it gently in front of Dumbledore. In fact, Hagrid has been studying dragon training for some time, and he plans to obtain a professional certificate for dragon trainers. After that, we plan to apply to open a dragon farm in the Forbidden Forest. I remember Hogwarts has such qualifications." "You are right." After hearing this, Dumbledore smiled bitterly. Hogwarts does have the qualifications to raise dragons, or rather, Hogwarts had a dragon farm almost before the establishment of the Ministry of Magic. I remember that according to the law, such areas naturally have the qualifications to apply for dragon farms, and there is no need to review again. I'm glad you can find this rule from the pile of old papers. To be honest, we didn't intend to trouble you with raising dragons. Ye Ting showed a simple smile, as if everything they did was justified, but plans can't keep up with changes, and accidents always come too suddenly. Dumbledore was speechless for a moment after hearing what Ye Ting said. He had said all the good things, what could he not say? An inexplicable feeling surged in his heart, as if he had returned to the distant past. At that time, Newt Scamander was still a member of Hogwarts. When it came to magical creatures, he always caused some ridiculous little troubles. But then again, most of them were minor fights, and there was no big mess. If you want to say that Newt really made a big fuss because of raising magical animals, it seemed that it was all after he was expelled from Hogwarts. It's just that Ye Ting and Hagrid were even more excessive than Newt. They really made a big mess. Especially Hagrid. There was no acromantula in the Forbidden Forest earlier, this was all his masterpiece. As the head of a school, Dumbledore really didn't know whether to laugh or cry about these people in the school. What can he do? He can only wipe their asses again and again. He was a little fortunate that he still had some faith in the Ministry of Magic and could protect them from some storms. Going back in time, just as Dumbledore was searching in the Forbidden Forest and Ye Ting was returning to the castle, Quirrell had already quietly slipped back to Hogwarts from the secret passage like a ghost. Quirrell did not choose to return to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office where he worked every day, but went straight to the restricted area on the 4th floor. At this moment, Dumbledore and the little devil who always gave him a headache were far away in the Forbidden Forest, and Snape, who always picked on him, had to stay in the hall to maintain order. This was simply a godsend. Now, no one could stop his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort originally did not intend to take action so quickly, but the setback in the Forbidden Forest before Christmas delayed his recovery. Coupled with the constant pranks played on him by those little wizards and Dumbledore's seemingly indifferent attitude towards this, he became more and more convinced that Quirrell might have been targeted by Dumbledore. Time was running out, and he had to act as soon as possible. Even if he failed in the end, he had already prepared a way out for himself. At Voldemort's urging, Quirrell pushed open the door to the restricted area. In the room, the three-headed dog Fluffy stared at Quirrell with cross-eyed eyes, baring his teeth and barking non-stop, warning the intruder. Quirrell's body trembled uncontrollably. It was not the first time he saw this vicious dog, but he felt fear every time he faced it. Idiot! Voldemort's voice sounded in his mind, play music. At Christmas, Quirrell disguised himself as a strange wizard, took a dragon egg to the bar to find Hagrid, and got Fluffy's secret from him. Under the influence of alcohol, the half-blood giant proudly revealed, "Only my singing can calm Fluffy down." Quirrell believed it and immediately asked Hagrid to sing a song, and secretly recorded his rough and out-of-tune singing with a crystal ball. At this moment, he carefully took out the crystal ball from his pocket and gently placed it on the ground. As Hagrid's unpleasant but magical singing came out of the ball, Quirrell stared at Fluffy nervously. "Go to sleep quickly." Quirrell looked at the three-headed dog in front of him with expectation, counting down. 3, 2, 1, count down. However, his expectations were soon dashed, and the smile on his face gradually froze. "Sleep, hurry, hurry, sleep while the music is playing, sleep while the music is playing." Alas! He whined, "Why doesn't this stupid dog sleep?" The scene in front of him made Quirrell furious. Little did he know that Lu Wei himself was the most angry when he heard this song. It's like a person who has tasted delicacies from mountains and seas, and occasionally feels that light vegetables and tofu have a unique flavor, but if he is asked to taste swill, it is simply a fantasy. By the way, if someone really thinks swill is delicious, it is strongly recommended to send him to a mental hospital, without a moment's delay. Hagrid's rough singing voice did have a hypnotic effect on Lu Wei when he was a child. At that time, Lu Wei was not very experienced in the world, had no appreciation of music, and listened to all sounds as lullabies. At that time, Lu Wei had not listened to much music, and thought everything was good and could be used as a lullaby. But now Lu Wei is no longer the country bumpkin of the past. Since it followed an amazing boss, its entire dog life has changed dramatically. Although its boss is petite, he is very capable. Not only did he beat Fluffy to his heart's content with his wind element cat punch, but he also took good care of him in life. Not only did he occasionally share delicious snacks with him, but he also let him listen to a lot of the latest music, one of which was Shadow Chasing the Wind, which he liked very much. Just think about it, a three-headed dog's ears are already accustomed to high-quality music, and then let it listen to Hagrid's roar that can't even find the tune, let alone fall asleep, it can be scared away. Lynette had no idea how much trouble her inadvertent behavior brought to Quirrell. Originally, Fluffy was still a little sleepy, but now he was completely awake. Where did the ghost howling come from? It stared at Quirrell and roared, trying to stop the harsh noise. But Quirrell seemed to think that Fluffy was happy, and instead raised his voice even louder. Finally, Fluffy couldn't hold back, and suddenly rushed towards Quirrell with his teeth and claws bared. Quirrell had just been hit by a young dragon in the Forbidden Forest with a flashing charge, and his whole body was aching, but he didn't react this time. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown to the ground by the three-headed dog, and a sharp pain came from his chest. Fluffy's head bit the crystal ball to pieces, and the other bit Quirrell's head fiercely. It swung Quirrell's body on the ground like a toy. At that moment, Quirrell was ashamed and even had the idea of seeking death. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but the beast knocked his wand away with one claw. What made him even more unbearable was that Fluffy never brushed his teeth, and the stench from his mouth almost suffocated him. Even the sleeping Voldemort was awakened by this sudden movement. He was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Half an hour ago, he was still showing off his might in the Forbidden Forest, fighting a dragon on equal terms. How come in the blink of an eye, even a dog could bully him? Quirrell. You're not an undercover agent, are you? No matter how Voldemort cursed, Quirrell didn't move. His act of pretending to be dead was successful, and Fluffy soon lost interest in him. After all, it was just a dog raised by Hagrid, used to guard the door, not a murderer. Although it looked fierce, it had no intention of hurting anyone. After getting tired of playing, Fluffy dragged Quirrell aside like a toy, and then threw him into the corner like trash. Quirrell finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he hated Hagrid in his heart. Hagrid, this cunning guy, actually set a trap for me. He cursed in his heart. He originally thought that the so-called lullaby could easily deal with Fluffy, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Fortunately, Voldemort was no ordinary person. He immediately roared, "You idiot, lure it with food." Voldemort was not a fool. While getting information from Hagrid, he also prepared Plan B. That is to use food as bait. This food was nothing else but a string of dried meat hanging under Hagrid's eaves, which still had Hagrid's unique smell. For the three-headed dog who didn't eat strangers' food, this was undoubtedly a great temptation. Quirrell struggled to get up from the ground, took out the string of bacon from his pocket, and threw it far away. He mixed a lot of life and death water into the bacon, so even a fire dragon would fall down obediently after eating it, let alone Fluffy. Smelling Hagrid's smell, Fluffy really fell into the trap and ran over to swallow the bacon in one gulp. Not long after, it staggered like a drunk, and finally fell to the ground with a thump. Quirrell wiped the blood off his face and quickly opened the trap door. It was pitch black inside. "Are you sure you have found out everything?" Voldemort's voice revealed some worry. Quirrell smiled easily, "Master, don't worry. I have already understood the situation clearly. What is arranged below is Sprout's Devil's Snare, which is designed to provide a buffer for intruders. Of course, although the Devil's Snare is dangerous, it is a piece of cake for me to deal with such a small thing." As soon as the voice fell, Quirrell jumped down without hesitation, and his figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. However, only 2 seconds later, a dull, pop sound broke the silence of the passage. Then, Quirrell's heart-wrenching screams echoed in the empty space. Awe! There was no trace of the devil's snare on the ground, nor was there anything to reduce the impact force. There was only the cold and hard marble floor and 10 pools of blood left when Quirrell fell. My leg. My leg is broken. Quirrell clutched his left leg tightly, groaning in pain. If Quirrell had a good knowledge of physics, he would have figured out based on his falling time and speed that he had just fallen from a height of nearly 20 meters. Being able to jump from such a height and only break a leg, is this the wizard's ability to withstand blows? No wonder they like dangerous games like Quidditch. You idiot! Voldemort was getting angrier. Didn't you say there was a devil's snare down there? This injury could have been avoided. If Quirrell wasn't so confident, he could have used the floating spell to slow down his descent. Quirrell was in so much pain that he could hardly speak. He could only sob and beg, "Master, let's go back. Please." But Voldemort obviously had no mercy at all. He sternly ordered, "Don't talk nonsense. We have come this far. The Philosopher's Stone is right in front of us. If you get the Philosopher's Stone, I will grant you eternal life. But my left leg is broken." Quirrell's wailing was full of helplessness and despair. "Use the restorative potion," Voldemort urged impatiently. Just as Quirrell was fumbling in his pocket, suddenly, a strange rustling sound broke the silence around him. Fluorescent flash. He hurriedly chanted the spell to illuminate the way ahead for himself. However, the scene before him made his heart tighten. A large area of densely packed fuchsia biting cabbages came like a tide, jumping and jumping as if celebrating the upcoming feast. The mouths, like piranhas, opened and closed, and the sharp teeth flashed cold light, which made people shudder. Damn, when did Professor Sprout change this kind of ghost thing? Quirrell cursed in his heart. The fire is blazing. He waved his wand decisively, and a wall of fire rose instantly, trying to block the attack of the biting cabbages. But these tenacious little creatures are not soft persimmons like the devil's snare that are afraid of light and fire. They exist just to bite people. The biting cabbages are fearless in the face of the wall of fire, and they rush forward one after another. Although the flames burned a lot of cabbages, there are still more cabbages that successfully broke through the wall of fire and bit Quirrell fiercely in the flames. Soon, Quirrell was bitten 7 or 8 times, and his painful wails began to echo in the passage again. What an idiot! Voldemort finally couldn't stand it anymore. If this continued, this body would be bitten by cabbage, which he couldn't tolerate. 11. The next moment, his will seemed to descend on Quirrell, and the flame in the wand instantly turned into a strange black. This time, no more biting cabbage could break through the defense line of this black flame. All the biting cabbages were burned to ashes by the fierce fire. However, Voldemort, who overused his magic power, also felt tired and fell asleep again. Quirrell regained control of his scarred body. Under the flickering firelight, he suddenly found 2 lines of words engraved on the wall. One line provocatively read, "Guess who I am?" The other line arrogantly declared, "Snape was here." There was a Slytherin badge painted behind it. Damn Snape! Quirrell cursed with gnashing teeth. He must have secretly replaced the devil's snare. I've heard from Professor Sprout that this old fox always wants to move all the good stuff to his medicine storage room. Damn this be ********D. He cursed while hurriedly taking out the potion from his pocket and carefully applying it to the wound. The wound from biting the cabbage was relatively easy to deal with, but Fluffy's teeth marks with poison were a headache. Ordinary restoratives were useless, and even the serious injury of a broken leg was difficult to heal in a short time. After an unknown amount of time, Quirrell dragged a leg and limped towards the next room with difficulty. When he finally stepped into the room, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The huge room was brightly lit, and countless dazzling keys, shining like gems, danced and flew freely in the room. Quirrell found a few worn-out brooms in the corner of the room. They turned out to be meteor brooms that the school had discarded. He couldn't help rolling his eyes and complained, "Is this thing for people to ride?" But on second thought, it's better to have it than not to have it, especially in his current situation. For him with a broken leg, it's safer to fly slower. So Quirrell resolutely stepped on the broom, kicked the ground with his right foot, and flew into the dense array of keys. When he was a student, although he was not a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he also had a dream of being a player. Quirrell shamelessly thought that if he was not strong enough, he would have become a star in the academy like he now. It's time to show real skills. He secretly swore in his heart that he would find the real key in less than a minute. Quirrell plunged into the dense group of keys. Less than a second later, he screamed. Ah! It turned out that his fingers were burned and blistered instantly when he collided with a key. This damn key burned me to death. Quirrell groaned in pain, stroking his injured finger while staring at the key angrily. Voldemort was also furious. Who is so bold as to add the fire curse to these keys? It must be the work of that damn dwarf Flitwick. Quirrell gnashed his teeth and cursed, his heart was about to despair. However, just as he was burning with anger, he suddenly discovered something even more bizarre. The key that just touched him was split into two in the air, and then into four, instantly turning into a group of keys. What's worse is that the group of keys that were originally flying in the air in an orderly manner became chaotic because of this sudden new member. These new keys kept squeezing and colliding with the original keys, and each touch would trigger a new copy. It was like triggering a chain reaction, and soon all the keys began to copy. This also added the copying curse. Quirrell exclaimed, and the scene in front of him made him completely desperate. He couldn't help but send a warm and cordial greeting to Professor Flitwick's family in his heart. In a blink of an eye, the whole space was filled with densely packed keys, like a metal storm. Quirrell was trapped in it, and couldn't tell which one was the key to the next room. Quirrell soon realized that the strangeness of these keys was far beyond his imagination. Not only were they cast with the fire curse, but they also hid more gold traps. In fact, only a small number of keys were cast with the fire curse. Others were so cold that Quirrell's fingers were stuck as soon as they touched them. When he tore them off, he even tore off a piece of flesh, which made him grimace in pain. Some keys made people feel numb and unbearable as soon as they approached, as if they had touched a high-voltage switch. Quirrell accidentally touched one of them, and suddenly felt his whole body electrified, as if he had become a human-shaped light bulb, and the current raged in his body, causing him unbearable pain. What's more, some keys had hard and heavy crystals precipitated on them, and no one knew how they flew up. When such a key hit him, Quirrell felt like he was hit by a boulder. He could hardly breathe. There were also some keys that were splashed with water when touched. Of course, a little splash of water was no big deal, but if he encountered an ice key at this time, he would be completely transformed. The wind key was even more bizarre. Once it approached, it would blow an 8/4 gale, blowing Quirrell to the point of being shaky. He almost fell off his broom several times. The most incredible thing was that grass grew on some keys. These grasses seemed to have life and would actively attack people. When Quirrell got wet, the vines grew wildly, tightly wrapped around him, and almost strangled him to death. In this ordeal of fire, ice, lightning, rocks, and wind-blowing vines, Voldemort howled in pain and kept urging Quirrell to leave this hellhole quickly. He even threatened, "If you don't hurry up, I will really kill you." After an hour of hard struggle, Quirrell finally passed Professor Flitwick's dangerous level. His body was covered with all kinds of scars, burns, frostbite, electric injuries and marks caused by vines, which were intertwined and horrible. However, he finally came to Professor McGonagall's level tenaciously. As a result, he was blocked by the huge chessboard in front of him. On both sides of the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were arranged majestically, like two armies facing each other, full of fighting spirit. Each chess piece was large in size and painted with bright colors. Is this level, playing wizard chess? Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's a bit of a simple level. However, when he looked at these chess pieces carefully, he found that they were very different from the chess pieces of traditional wizard chess. These chess pieces turned out to be clockwork robots, which was very different from Professor Chun's style. Quirrell couldn't help but frown. There must be something fishy here. Moreover, these clockwork machines looked big and strong, and the weapons in their hands were shining coldly, as if warning Quirrell, they are not easy to mess with. Chi Luo didn't know that both the biting cabbage and these mechanical chess pieces were the work of Ye Ting. The biting cabbage was cultivated by Ye Ting using mysterious flower buds. And these mechanical chess pieces were all made by him with reference to the Fontaine standard clockwork machinery. For example, the soldiers were robots holding swords and shields, specialized attack mechanism. The chariot was a huge machine, specialized construction mechanism, with a spherical wheel and two huge mechanical arms similar to engineering vehicles. The sharp gears on one of the mechanical arms flashed cold light, and the claws of the other seemed to be able to destroy all obstacles. As for the role of the bishop, it was played by the specialized suppression mechanism. They also have a humanoid appearance, but are equipped with long-range weapons, one holding a condenser cannon and the other holding a rotary machine gun, which can launch fierce firepower at any time. The specialized annihilation mechanism, that plays the role of a knight, is similar to the centaur form, with 4 strong legs under the horse body. The knight's swords in their hands are extremely sharp, and the 4 legs with knives add a bit of fierceness. However, what makes Quirrell most uneasy are the 2 chess pieces that seem to be the most delicate and harmless, the king and the queen. The king's chess piece looks like a male robot wearing a single shawl, while the queen is a female robot wearing a gorgeous long dress. They both wear special crowns, symbolizing a key position. However, Quirrell's intuition tells him that the danger of these 2 chess pieces is far higher than the rest of the clockwork machinery combined. Just by glancing at the configuration of this level, Quirrell knows the rules well. He will play the role of the black chess piece and play against the white chess piece, trying to control the black chess piece to win. If he breaks in by force, he may be trapped in the siege of the chess pieces 987 on both sides, which is undoubtedly a dead end. Fortunately, wizard chess is my strong point. Quirrell secretly rejoiced in his heart. As a wizard born in Ravenclaw, Quirrell's intelligence is not low. He used to like playing puzzle games like wizard chess. In the common room, few people could beat him. He was very confident that this level was just a piece of cake for him. This is not to say that he thought Professor McGonagall would let him go. After experiencing the hardships of the first 3 levels, if he still believed that the professors of Hogwarts were good people, he would be a big fool. His basis came from his understanding of magic. The characteristics of magic props are there. The higher the intelligence of the creation, the more difficult it is to make. Otherwise, things like the Sorting Hat would not be so precious. Therefore, in Quirrell's expectation, these chess pieces could not have too high an IQ. This is due to the nature of magic. The nature of the chess pieces determines the chess pieces. But soon, Quirrell found that he was too happy too early. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. The intelligence of these chess pieces was obviously higher than he thought. After only 5 moves, he felt the strong pressure from the white side. When he reached the 10th move, Quirrell was sweating profusely, and he needed to think about every move for a long time. The chess strength of the white chess pieces was unfathomable. He, the former wizard chess prince, had no power to fight back in front of the white chess pieces. By the 12th move, half of his chess pieces had been eaten, and he himself, as the Black King, was firmly killed, with no chance of a comeback. There must be a master behind this white chess piece. Quirrell couldn't help cursing. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why the chess strength of the white chess pieces was so high. Quirrell didn't know that the magic that controlled the white chess pieces was not ordinary magic, but the first version of the intelligent core, created by Ye Ting and Nicholas Flamel. Although this first version of the intelligent core does not have the powerful computing power and independent mind of the real intelligent core, it is also a very smart core. On this basis, when Ye Ting wrote intelligence into the core, he referred to the supercomputer, Deep Blue, that was under development, so he named this core, Light Blue. The future, Deep Blue, defeated the Muggle chess champion and announced the arrival of the era of artificial intelligence. And this simplified version of Light Blue is not too much to abuse Quirrell. Facing the step-by-step pressure of the chess pieces, Quirrell gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try and force a breakthrough. Just when he was about to be knocked off the chessboard by the white chess, he turned into a wisp of black smoke, soared into the sky, and took the crown of the white chess. Quirrell's move seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. The entire chessboard was boiling instantly. Both the black and white pieces stopped fighting, and even the knockdown pieces got up. All of them regarded him as the first target and launched a fierce attack. The soldiers waved their short spears, staring at the black smoke in the air. The chariot swung its arms wildly, the sharp saws whistled and spun, and the mechanical claws opened their ferocious mouths, shooting out cold icicles from the shooting holes. The bishop fired 2 guns at the same time, the energy cannon sprayed out green shells, and the machine guns fired wildly, sparks flying. The knight galloped across the chessboard, chasing the flying black smoke. However, the most frightening thing was the combination of the 2 pairs of kings and queens. The 2 pairs of kings and queens suddenly stood together, holding each other with their hands, and after a salute, they began to dance. At the same time, beautiful dance music suddenly sounded in the room, Morning Song of Coppelia, and Farewell of Coppelius. In the melodious melody, the 2 pairs of dancers spun lightly, the queen's skirt bloomed like a flower, and the king's shawl fluttered in the wind. However, under the graceful dance steps, there was a fierce murderous intention. The edge of the skirt, the edge of the cloak, the sharp feet, the wind blade cut through the air with the round dance, making people dare not approach. What's even more weird is that as they danced, bursts of cold air and whirlwinds surged on the chessboard, like a violent snowstorm in winter, which made people shudder. Qi Luo was stunned. This scene was a bit too big. Little did he know that Yi Bai wanted this effect. For the king and queen, Ye Ting referred to the mechanical noble, Coppelius, and the mechanical girl, Coppelia, of Fontaine. When the 2 were separated, as the king and queen chess pieces, their abilities were just like that. But when they merged into one and danced the ice-wind suite, they would summon the power of ice and wind, sweeping across the entire chessboard. About an hour later, Quirrell finally broke through the chessboard barrier. However, he did not grab the white crown, instead, he used magic to break through the door before he was killed. At this moment, Quirrell had a broken arm, a lame leg, and scars all over his body, dying. He was like a walking corpse, moving towards the last room with amazing perseverance. Along the way, his blood left a long mark on the ground. Quirrell pushed open the last door with trembling hands. Fortunately, there was no threatening existence in the room, only an ordinary table with 6 identical small bottles neatly placed on the table. However, just as he stepped over the threshold, a purple flame suddenly rose up, blocking his retreat. At the same time, strange black flames also sprang up at the door in front. He was trapped in the room. Quirrell staggered to the table, grabbed the parchment scroll on the table, and read it over and over again. Under the burnt eyebrows, the frowning brows revealed deep ravines, reflecting his inner anxiety. 6 bottles, each claiming to have an antidote, while the rest hide deadly poisons. He muttered to himself, very confused. After a long silence, he asked the existence behind his head with a hint of expectation and uneasiness, "Master, can you guide me? Which bottle contains the potion that can pass through fire?" The pain on his body bit his nerves like a beast, making his mind chaotic. "How do I know?" With a contemptuous glance at the parchment scroll, a cold voice sounded in Quirrell's mind, when everyone claims to be innocent and accuses others of being traitors, I will choose to use legitimate mindfulness to explore the truth. Quirrell was speechless. Did he want him to use legitimate mindfulness on these inanimate bottles? This is simply ridiculous. In helplessness and despair, he conjured up a feather pen and began to scribble on the parchment, trying to find a clue. However, until the ink ran out, he still couldn't determine which bottle was the real antidote. What should I do? Quirrell was extremely anxious. With a 1 in 6 probability, should he go all in? Facing a 1 in 6 chance of survival, should he go all out? But the price of failure is too heavy, that's Snape's poison. At this moment, Quirrell suddenly thought of a game popular among Eastern European dark wizards, roulette. It was a terrifying gambling game with simple but extremely cruel rules. The game requires 6 wands, one of which is cast with a fatal death curse. The wizards participating in the game must make a choice among these 6 wands, and then point the selected wand at their heads to activate the magic inside. The winner can take away all the prizes, while the loser must pay the price of his life. But even in that kind of roulette, only one of the 6 options is death. Compared with roulette, Quirrell's current situation seems to be more dangerous. Of the 6 options, only one can keep him alive. Looking at the seemingly harmless logic problem in front of him, Quirrell's mood was extremely heavy. He couldn't laugh anyway, and the bitterness and helplessness in his heart almost made him collapse. Hurry up! Voldemort urged impatiently. But, Master, if I die, no one can help you get the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell said in a pleading tone. Don't worry, since I said I would give you eternal life, even if you die, I have the ability to resurrect you. Voldemort's whisper suddenly became soft, comforting him. Don't dawdle, Quirrell, make a choice quickly. The most important thing for us now is to get the Philosopher's Stone, time is running out. Quirrell stared at the row of bottles left by Snape and hesitated for a full 5 minutes. His right hand trembled as he reached for bottle number 5. He racked his brains, used the dumbest method, tried to analyze every situation, and finally got the correct answer. Ah! It's me after all. Quirrell picked up the bottle with pride and drank it in one gulp. Then he realized something was wrong. Since this semester, Quirrell has experienced countless physical tortures. However, the pain of these tortures combined could not compare to the severe pain in his chest when this bottle of potion slid into his throat. The feeling penetrated deep into his bones and seemed to tear his heart apart. Wrong, he knew he had made the wrong choice. But how could it be possible? Obviously, only the words in bottle number 5 were the only truth, otherwise it would be illogical. 014209111 follow 150153401. Could it be that this was also a trap? In fact, all potions are poisons. Snape just wants the people who enter to die. Accompanied by the severe pain, Quirrell felt that he gradually understood everything. But it was too late to guess this now. He shouldn't have drunk the potion. Drinking it means he will face death. Quirrell never thought of giving up his life, otherwise he would not have survived in the forest of Albania until now. However, at this moment, the feeling of death is so real that he can feel his life slipping away bit by bit. This pain is not only physical torture, but also mental torture. Suddenly, Quirrell felt a pair of hands taking the wand from his pocket. He fell to the ground weakly, tears blurring his vision, trying to see who it was. He raised his weak arm, wiped the tears from his eyes, and finally saw the face of that person clearly. It was himself with Voldemort's face. The face was as white as chalk, the red eyes were shining, and under the slender snake-like nostrils was a hideous face. Unfortunately, Merlin can't be with you, Quirrell. Voldemort said coldly, you made the wrong choice and lost an opportunity. He snorted contemptuously, but it doesn't matter if you die. I never expected you to achieve anything great. Do you know, Quirrell? I'm tired of you, tired of your cowardice, tired of the endless troubles you brought me. You should have died long ago. Quirrell's eyes were red, if he had any, staring at Voldemort. Tears uncontrollably flowed from his, or Voldemort's pale and blood-stained face. "You promised me." Quirrell muttered to himself, his voice full of endless pleading, "Master, I'm really sorry, but you did promise me." Yes, Voldemort held Quirrell's wand, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Merciful Voldemort never breaks his promise. "I said I would give you eternal life, and I will do it." He began to chant in a low voice, and as the spell was chanted, Zhou Luo's body suddenly lit up with a faint green magic light. This was the magic that Voldemort had already cast on him, and he was only waiting for Quirrell to die before he could start the ceremony. Although Quirrell was not an outstanding servant, he still had a place in Voldemort's next plan. As the magic was cast, wisps of smoke drifted out of Quirrell's body. Quirrell suddenly felt a surge of power into his body. He raised his bloody hands and found that he seemed to be turning into mist. His body seemed to be gradually melting into the mist, and soon, all the pain disappeared. Quirrell couldn't help laughing happily, and Voldemort also showed a satisfied smile. In their sight, Quirrell slowly floated out of his body. In the end, Quirrell turned into a ghost, eternal life, in another form. And his body finally belonged to Voldemort completely. In fact, Quirrell could have saved his life, and without his consent, Voldemort would not be able to occupy his body. However, Quirrell was deceived. What deceived him was Ye Ting is Snape, and even more so Voldemort. In fact, the so-called poison provided by Snape, at most, will make people feel uncomfortable for a while after drinking it, and it is impossible to poison people. Just kidding. This set of levels was originally designed by Dumbledore for the postgraduate entrance examination of Harry, so the degree of leniency in each level is almost full of showing mercy. It's like the future mobile game producer who ridicules himself as a retarded nanny software for the anti-game he made. Dumbledore is the painstaking game producer. If he designs the level too difficult, if the people who are tested can't play it, or dare not play it, then all the previous efforts will be wasted. Only Ye Ting, a pit idiot who doesn't care about the weight, will mindlessly increase the intensity in the level. This is also because he is lucky, so he can kill the right person in one fell swoop. But then again, the last potion level is not like the previous levels. In the last level, Ye Ting did not add fuel to the fire for the potion except for modifying the title. And Snape personally adjusted the level again. As a good helper of Dumbledore, how could he possibly make things difficult for Dumbledore? But the problem is, Quirrell doesn't know. Quirrell personally experienced the previous levels, all of which were difficult and fatal to the challengers. In addition, in the plant level, he witnessed Snape's message with his own eyes. How could he believe that Snape would hold back in this level? At the same time, the pain all over his body blurred his senses. So that after feeling the severe pain, Quirrell began to think that he was going to die. As a true master of the dark arts, Snape's old boss, and an old cunning man who was also good at using poison, Voldemort saw much more clearly than him. He could feel that what he drank was not actually poison. But he took advantage of Quirrell's illusion in order to make Quirrell give up his body on his own initiative. Voldemort really couldn't take over a living wizard's body on his own initiative, but deceiving the other party to give up his body on his own initiative was another matter. Sure enough, Quirrell was hit, and he thought he was dead from the bottom of his heart. So, in the magic ceremony, he tacitly gave up his body, which was a bargain for Voldemort. Now, Voldemort can finally control this body completely and carry out his plan completely according to his will. Unfortunately, this body was too badly injured. Damn Professor, damn Dumbledore. Gnashing his teeth, Voldemort waved his wand, squeezed the last magic power, forcibly opened the barrier formed, and then limped into the last room. The Philosopher's Stone, maybe it's hidden there. Until he saw a bare room with only a bare mirror in the middle of the room. Where is my Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort looked at the mirror in front of him. In the mirror, he unified the magic world as the Dark Lord, and then led the Death Eaters to enslave the Muggles, and he himself truly gained eternal life. What a beautiful dream. Unfortunately, there is no philosopher's stone in this dream. Damn it, it's the mirror of Erist. Voldemort finally understood the means of this level. The philosopher's stone is hidden in the magic mirror. But he can't even see the philosopher's stone. How can he get the philosopher's stone from the mirror? Damn. Damn, they are all a bunch of bastards. Voldemort lingered here for about half an hour, and still couldn't figure out how to get the philosopher's stone from the mirror of Erist. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. His strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain has a time limit. Quirrell wasted too much time when he broke through the previous level. If he stayed here and ran into Dumbledore, everything would be over. Then, we can only carry out the backup plan. Voldemort dragged his body and limped away from the abandoned corridor, thinking hatefully in his heart. Wait for me, Dumbledore, when I come back with everything ready, you will regret everything you have done to me. After waking up, Ye Ting got up from the bed in a daze, still yawning. Last night, he was dragged by Dumbledore to chat all night, and the content was all-encompassing. Ye Ting repeatedly hinted that he was sleepy, but the old headmaster pretended not to understand as if his ears were stuffed with cotton. If he hadn't known that he was a real man, Ye Ting would have almost thought that Dumbledore wanted to take advantage of him. No, thinking of this, Ye Ting became even more panicked. After finally making it to 11 o'clock in the evening, he went to the school infirmary to visit Hagrid and Twilight Sparkle. After sending Twilight Sparkle, who didn't want to stay in the castle, back to the Forbidden Forest, Ye Ting dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. After finally dragging his heavy steps to the auditorium, he was besieged by the little wizards again. A group of little wizards surrounded him, all wanting to dig out the gossip from last night from his mouth. At this moment, a strange voice came from Slytherin College. Ye Ting turned his head and saw that it was Malfoy, holding a letter in his hand, showing off to the people around him proudly. Do you know? I heard that Principal Dumbledore will not stay in this school for long. Malfoy smiled proudly. I wrote home yesterday. My father almost fainted when he heard that there was a dragon hidden in Hogwarts. He immediately contacted the Minister of Magic and heard that the investigation officer would arrive tomorrow. Malfoy. Ye Ting was not anxious yet. On the Gryffindor side, Harry was anxious first. He slammed the table and stood up, staring at Malfoy with blazing eyes, wishing he could rush forward and punch him. MJU4NDA2NTC3ODM1ND3NJK2JY smiley face. Malfoy also noticed Harry, and he raised his mouth and showed a mocking smile. Isn't this our great hero Potter? Wait until Dumbledore leaves, and see who can protect you. TSK, Malfoy, I really didn't know your father was so cowardly. He was scared to death just by hearing that there was a dragon in Hogwarts. Ye Ting laughed contemptuously. F. Malfoy's face instantly turned liver-colored, and he was so angry that he almost blurted out the swear word starting with F. But when he saw that it was Ye Ting who was provoking him, he held back the words. My father is just worried about me, that's why he is not 590 afraid. Malfoy argued with a stiff face, and then walked away in disgrace. Seeing Malfoy leave, Harry and Ron immediately ran to find Ye Ting. Ye Ting, you are really amazing. You scared Malfoy away with just a few words. Ron said with envy, if I had your ability, I would scare him to death. Harry seemed anxious and asked anxiously, what should we do now? The people from the Ministry of Magic are coming soon, what about Mavica? He lowered his voice, fearing that he would attract unnecessary attention in the hall. On Ye Ting's side, Zhang Qiu was also anxious. She blurted out, why don't we hide Mavica secretly? Hermione frowned and shook her head, but Mavica is so big, where can we find a suitable place to hide? Ron suddenly had an idea, we can sink her to the bottom of the lake. He became more and more excited as he spoke, we can put a bamboo tube in her mouth so that she can breathe and won't drown. Ye Ting glanced at Ron with a strange look. Ron, you are such a clever little guy. Let's not talk about whether Mavica can swim. Even if she can, with such a huge body, how can she breathe with just a thin bamboo tube? In fact, Ye Ting's heart is more curious about magic cultivation. Those Aurors always come late to clean up the mess after things are over. How come they are so quick this time? When did the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic become so high? Ye Ting strongly suspected that Malfoy was just bluffing. After all, something happened in Hogwarts yesterday. The Ministry of Magic probably came to investigate the case in the Forbidden Forest. The dragon and the like were just a way to kill rabbits. However, no matter how tense the situation is, the problems of the Ministry of Magic are still like a sword hanging over their heads, and they need to be solved urgently. So, Ye Ting comforted, "Don't worry, Mavica is fine. Hagrid happened to be in the hospital and no one took care of her. I asked Twilight Sparkle to take her back to the Forbidden Forest. Twilight Sparkle will take care of her." Hearing what Ye Ting said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After breakfast, Ye Ting and everyone went together to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Although Professor Quirrell, who was teaching the class, suddenly disappeared, the class was not cancelled. Apparently, other professors were ready to take over temporarily. In this class, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor took it together. As soon as they sat down in the classroom, the door opened again, and a figure in a black robe, with oily hair and hooked nose walked in. When Snape walked into the classroom, many young wizards felt depressed, thinking that this class might be bad. Especially those little lions, each of them had a bitter face, as if they had foreseen the suffering that was coming. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, Snape still strode up to the podium. He put down the textbook in his hand, and his sharp eyes swept around the classroom, and finally stopped briefly on Ye Ting. Then, he suddenly spoke, his voice cold and serious. "Your Professor Quirrell is now regarded by the Ministry of Magic as the primary suspect who tried to kill unicorns and attacked gamekeepers, and an arrest warrant has been issued. Therefore, from now on until the holiday, I will temporarily take over the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for grades 1 to 3. This news was like a heavy bomb, and instantly set off a heated discussion in the classroom. What? The murderer is Professor Quirrell? How is this possible? He has always been a cowardly good guy, how could he be a dark wizard? Yes, he is so timid that he fainted at the Halloween party, how could he do such a thing? The children could not accept this sudden change. In their minds, Professor Quirrell has always been the timid guy who is bullied by others. He, or a dark wizard? To put it bluntly, is he worthy? Snape looked at them coldly and said mercilessly, "So, the lesson I want to teach you is not to be fooled by the appearance of things. Many evil dark wizards are good at weaving lies, you'd better be more careful. You know, Quirrell may still be hiding in Hogwarts now." His words frightened the children, and many of them turned pale. Because they once thought Quirrell was easy to bully, and in order to get the bounty for taking off Quirrell's turban, they played a lot of pranks on him. Now, they are very worried that Quirrell will come back to retaliate against them. Seamus is a typical example. If this is true, I won't leave the castle next time. He announced to his companions in a low voice, "As long as we are in the castle, Headmaster Dumbledore will protect us, right? Who knows?" Ye Ting, who was sitting in the front, heard his words and said with a bad taste, "Before, Dumbledore went to the Forbidden Forest in person and failed to catch him. Now who can guarantee that he will not sneak into the castle without Dumbledore's knowledge? This shouldn't be possible." Seamus shuddered at Ye Ting's words. He looked around nervously, as if he was afraid that Professor Quirrell would suddenly jump out from a corner. "No, I was wrong, Professor Quirrell. Please don't come over." Seamus' voice was full of tears. Seeing that Seamus was scared like a little chicken by himself, Ye Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was still a blasting genius, why couldn't he be scared? He couldn't help but comfort him, "Don't worry, BBFJ, Seamus, Professor Quirrell wouldn't dare to break in public." But Seamus didn't believe him at all, but Professor Quirrell is here. Finally, the string of fear in his heart broke completely, and he couldn't help but scream, "Don't come over." The scream was so harsh that it attracted everyone's attention at once. Everyone turned their heads to look over, wanting to see what happened. Then, everyone was stunned. There was a transparent figure in the classroom. For a moment, the whole classroom was silent. Even Ye Ting stared at the ghost with wide eyes in shock. Professor Snape on the podium had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Because what they saw was Quirrell's ghost. In his previous life, Ye Ting had seen a recruitment advertisement. Russia is recruiting summer workers, part-time is also okay, monthly salary of 20,000, signing fee of 23,000, immediate settlement after signing. It was said lightly, as if we usually play FPS chicken games, and also provide various guns and rocket launchers. They all drive luxury off-road trucks, and they are all equipped with bulletproof equipment, and food and accommodation are all included. Regardless of whether this advertisement is true or false, it at least illustrates a truth: if you want high returns, you have to take high risks. Just like the corpse bearers in the crematorium, the salary is also frighteningly high. Why? Because if you work in a place like that, you might encounter some supernatural events at any time, and you might even become a colleague of the ghost messenger. By the way, what about the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? Not much money, a lot of things to do, a lot of pressure, and you have to deal with an unreliable boss. Wait, these adjectives seem to apply to most jobs. Then add one more sentence: this position has a high mortality rate. For decades, no professor has been able to work for a full year, and there are several who died in accidents, and some who were imprisoned in Azkaban. Now there seems to be another death case. As soon as this matter spread, rumors that the defense against the dark arts course was cursed began to fly again. At the same time, the claim that Quirrell was the murderer who invaded the Forbidden Forest was quickly thrown out of everyone's mind. After all, Dumbledore himself said yesterday that he didn't catch the intruder at all, let alone kill him. So, how did Quirrell die? There are many different opinions, but most people think that the heavy teaching pressure at Hogwarts was the last straw that broke his back. Think about it, for 7 grades, Quirrell was the only professor of defense against the dark arts. He got up earlier than Hagrid and went to bed later than Filch every day. His daytime classes were so full that he didn't even have time to breathe. In addition, he had to deal with all kinds of pranks from little wizards. Even if he had an iron body, he would fall apart after such tossing. Think about Professor Binns, wasn't he crushed by the pressure? But he couldn't rest in peace even after death, and he had to work hard for Hogwarts. The dividing line of death from overwork. Not long after, in front of the potion gate in the restricted area on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore was standing in front of a shocking pool of blood, silent. He just confirmed that the blood was left by Quirrell. Professor Snape's face was extremely ugly. He stared at the bottle of poison on the table that had been drunk up completely, and his heart was like a pot of mixed feelings. He was not sad about Quirrell's death, but worried about his own fate. No matter how much Quirrell was injured, the fatal blow must have been the bottle of poison, there is no doubt about that. Am I going to be imprisoned in Azkaban again? Snape thought to himself. What made him most frustrated was that he had diluted the poison on purpose, so it shouldn't be fatal. Is it because Quirrell was too seriously injured and too weak to withstand this little bit of poison? He felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have listened to Dumbledore. Why use real poison? Wouldn't it be enough to just put some Sichuan loquat juice to pretend to be poison? Don't worry, Severus. Dumbledore pointed to the ground calmly, look at this blood stain. Snape frowned slightly and walked forward curiously to search carefully. Sure enough, he found the secret hidden in the bloodstain. It seemed to be a part of a special pattern. This pattern, it seems that some parts have been accidentally wiped off. No wonder I didn't see it just now. Snape muttered to himself, what exactly is this pattern? This is a profound and evil black magic ritual pattern. Dumbledore slowly revealed the truth, its function is to take away the body of another wizard if the wizard is willing. Of course, this kind of forced possession of the body is not perfect. It will seriously weaken the wizard's ability to cast spells. Hearing Dumbledore's knowledge of dark magic that he had never heard of, Snape secretly curled his lips. This Dumbledore, who was so great in front of the little wizard, seemed to have never touched dark magic at all, but was actually more proficient than himself. Who is the master of dark magic? Just as Snape was daydreaming, he suddenly realized the hidden meaning of what Dumbledore had just said. You mean? Snape couldn't help trembling slightly. Someone took away Quirrell's body. Who is that person? You know it, don't you, Severus? Dumbledore's eyes were still fixed on the pool of blood. Snape took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement, but, how is this possible? I mean, how did that person sneak into Hogwarts with Quirrell? It's not hard to understand, Severus. Dumbledore sighed softly. When I saw this pattern, I understood that person's method. This ritual is not only used for complete possession. If it is slightly adjusted, it can also prevent that person from completely devouring Quirrell's body, but only staying in a part of Quirrell's body. Just a part, I understand, it's the back of the head, no wonder Quirrell wears that turban every day. Snape's face was terribly gloomy. He looked at Dumbledore and said in an almost questioning tone, You knew that person, hidden on the back of Quirrell's head? Dumbledore maintained a calm tone, without revealing any pride. Yes and no, I noticed the abnormal breath when I first met Quirrell. Although he concealed it very well and it was almost impossible for ordinary people to see through it, I have always been more careful than ordinary people. He continued, After the incident in Gringotts, I became more convinced of my intuition that he was next to Quirrell. However, I have never been able to figure out the man's lurking methods. Snape stared at Dumbledore with even more anger. You knew that the man was with Quirrell, but you still let him move freely in the school. Principal, is your head full of troll snot? There are so many students in the school, and that kid Potter. He is impulsive, arrogant, ignorant. That person wants to kill him immediately. Aren't you afraid of something going wrong? Dumbledore responded deeply but calmly, Severus, the choices Harry will face in the future will probably be much more difficult than now. This is a test and tempering for him, and he is very important. If he can't even bear this, then I must adjust my plan in advance. This is a test and a test. He is very important. If he can't even withstand this, I must change my plan in advance. He paused and added, Besides, I have been secretly monitoring Quirrell. Snape asked sarcastically, So, did you expect Quirrell's death? For a moment, the air was filled with terrible silence. Dumbledore really miscalculated this time. Originally in his script, Harry should have been guided step by step, and then he should have realized that Quirrell was wrong, and then bravely broke into the restricted area on the 4th floor. Next, Harry, with the help of his friends, broke through many levels, and finally faced Voldemort head-on. Relying on the power left to him by Lily, he defeated the big devil in one fell swoop. This is the direction the whole story should have. Unfortunately, plans can never keep up with changes. How could Dumbledore have thought that Quirrell would suddenly go crazy and break into the Forbidden Forest again last night? Not to mention that he was so bold as to come to the Forbidden Area to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The most surprising thing is that Quirrell, who was originally set as a tool, died before the end of the story. However, thinking back to the level settings he had just seen, Dumbledore was relieved. You are really good, Ye Ting. For the first time, he realized that his indulgence of the little wizard was a bit too much. Although this indulgence did fully stimulate the potential of the little wizard, this stimulated potential was also due to. He now felt a little tricky and couldn't help rubbing his temples. What are you going to do with this restricted area? Snape couldn't help asking, and what about the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore took a deep breath and pondered, keep it for now. Of course, those levels must be restored to their original state, or at least made simpler. He paused and sighed again, I know Voldemort too well, maybe even better than he knows him. I'm sure that guy has never left, he is hiding in a corner of this school. Where do you think he will hide? Snape frowned. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and whispered, there are too many possible places. I will look for them one by one, but I am afraid that he is hiding in a place I don't know at all. Snape's mouth curled up a trace of sarcasm. Is there any place in this school that you don't know? Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head. Severus, there are too many secrets in the castle of Hogwarts. Even I can't know them all. Now there is a place that I know exists, but I still can't figure out the exact location after tracking it for so long. Snape looked at Dumbledore with a suspicious look, as if trying to figure out the truth of his words. After a while, Snape asked again, what about Quirrell? He is a professor of defense against the dark arts. He can't die in school for no reason like this. The Ministry of Magic will definitely intervene in the investigation. How do you plan to explain it to them? Dumbledore seemed confident. Well, let's say Quirrell attacked Gringotts. He is a dark wizard lurking in our school. Moreover, he was also responsible for the 2 attacks in the Forbidden Forest. I believe Cornelius will be very happy to see such a criminal arrested, even if the body is not found. Where is the evidence? Will those people in the Ministry of Magic believe it? Snape asked with a frown. What I say is the evidence. Dumbledore said firmly, Quirrell didn't stay in his room at night, but ran to the restricted area. Isn't it obvious that he wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore pointed to Quirrell's bloodstains. You also saw that his last trace was here. Snape was not convinced. Maybe he was just curious and came here to have a look. To be honest, these evidences are a bit far-fetched. I have a witness named Ye Ting. Dumbledore said, I will let him be questioned by the Aurors. He will tell them that he saw with his own eyes that Quirrell was the black-robed wizard who attacked the Forbidden Forest. Snape shook his head. Is this really a good idea? Ye Ting is the only eyewitness. In order to close the case, the Ministry of Magic will definitely make his testimony public, and all the media will report it crazily. He continued with a bit of sarcasm, think about it, what will the newspapers write? First-year freshman rides a dragon to fight against dark wizards and protect Hogwarts. Is this kind of exaggerated praise really good for a child? Are you sure it won't affect his growth? Ye Ting is stronger and more mature than you think. Dumbledore responded seriously. Last night's in-depth conversation left him with a deep impression of Ye Ting's wisdom and maturity. Snape shrugged indifferently. Although he didn't like Ye Ting very much, he also recognized Ye Ting's excellence. He didn't want Ye Ting to become like Potter, reckless, arrogant, and showy. Speaking of Potter, how come he doesn't look like his mother Lily at all? Snape couldn't help but sigh, full of regret. If Harry was a girl, he would adopt her even if he tried his best. Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and a circle of flickering magic appeared on the ground, carefully sealing the bloodstains. He turned around and picked up the parchment on the table. His eyes inadvertently swept over the bottle of number 5 potion, which had already run dry. A trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he broke the silence and asked with some curiosity, Severus, what is the answer you solved? Snape raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Why, don't you know? Isn't the answer obvious? The number 6 potion is the real one. Dumbledore was speechless for a while after hearing this, so he had to look at him quietly. Snape saw that Dumbledore didn't say anything, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Isn't it right? Did I calculate it wrong? This is impossible. It must be you who made a mistake, Headmaster. Snape categorically denied his mistake. Dumbledore remained silent. He suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Quirrell's death seemed a little wronged. Soon, Ye Ting was also called to the restricted area to clean up the mess of the level. When Ye Ting learned that Professor Quirrell had lost his life in the restricted area and his body had mysteriously disappeared, Ye Ting's first reaction was the same as Dumbledore's. They immediately confirmed that Voldemort was still in the school. Otherwise, why would he occupy Quirrell's tattered body? Moreover, Ye knew more than Dumbledore. Ye Ting knew very well where Voldemort was most likely to hide, that is, where Dumbledore had always wanted to find but couldn't find it. That's right, it was Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Think about it, even the youth version of Voldemort in the diary knew how to use the Chamber of Secrets. How could this old fox ignore such a place? So, in order to find out whether Voldemort really hid in the Chamber of Secrets, Yi Jian and 10 people rushed to the abandoned women's bathroom early the next morning. Pushing open the slightly old bathroom door, a dim and shabby room immediately came into view. Under the large mirror covered with stains and mottled, a row of stone pools stood quietly. The surface of the pool wall had peeled off and was covered with moss, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. The floor was wet, and a few candles flickered with weak flames on the brackets. The dim light they emitted made the floor gloomy and mysterious. Ye Ting stood by the pool, carefully checking every corner. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a brass faucet. A lifelike little snake was engraved on the side of the faucet. This is the entrance to the legendary Slytherin Falling Room. However, Ye Ting did not intend to open it immediately. He knew very well that if he went down rashly, he might encounter unpredictable dangers, such as Voldemort or the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Now, he was not fully prepared. Although Ye Ting did not intend to go into the secret room to confirm it himself, he had other ways. He planned to ask the natives here. 00. After all, the guards were squatting in this bathroom almost all day long. He walked towards a toilet cubicle, and heard a small rustling sound, as if someone was stealing snacks, accompanied by the sound of water. Ye Ting knocked gently on the door of the cubicle, and the sound inside stopped abruptly. After a moment of silence, a weak female voice came, "It's not convenient here. Go to another bathroom." Ye Ting knocked harder, and finally, a girl ghost floated out of the cubicle. The ghost's grayish-white color made her originally melancholy face look a little gloomy, and her long straight hair and thick pearl-colored glasses covered half of her face. "This is Myrtle." But the moment she saw Ye Ting, her gloomy face immediately changed into a smile. "You are Ye Ting, right? Why are you here?" Ye Ting pretended to be a curious little wizard and said in surprise, "I heard that there are always strange noises coming from this place. Everyone speculated that there might be an evil bird hiding here, so I came here excitedly to explore." Myrtle said with a straight face, "Oh, so that's the case. You should have discovered the truth now, right? In fact, that strange sound was not made by the evil bird, but an ugly female ghost." "Oh, don't listen to their nonsense, I don't think you are ugly." Ye Ting learned the words of the Jime in a red book in his previous life. "I think the sister has a good foundation, but she is not in a good mood, and she wears glasses that hinder her appearance. If she can smile, she should be very beautiful." It must be said that the words summed up by the Jime after thousands of trials are really useful. Or maybe Ye Ting's own appearance adds persuasiveness to his words. In short, the effect was immediate. "Do you really think so?" Myrtle's transparent eyes quickly became turbulent, and tears rolled down like beads with broken strings. "They always bully me, especially that hateful Peeves." Myrtle choked and said, "I also have emotions. Although I am no longer in this world, my feelings still exist." Ye Ting took the opportunity to ask, "In addition to ghosts, have there been other wizards who came here to disturb you? For example, someone sneaked in and looked secretive?" "Of course." Myrtle answered affirmatively. "Who?" Ye Ting asked anxiously. Myrtle widened her eyes, staring at Ye Ting, and said word by word, "You." 1. Myrtle looked at his embarrassment and couldn't help laughing. "You, a boy, actually sneaked into the girls' bathroom and still cared about my feelings here. I think you are the weirdest person." After saying that, she stared at Ye Ting's handsome face, suddenly covered her face, and said shyly, "But I like him very much." "Myrtle, don't talk nonsense, I'm really here for adventure." Ye Ting's expression became serious. "Besides me, have other wizards come here recently?" Especially those who don't look like students, this is very important to me. Someone scolded me for no reason. Does this count? Myrtle floated in the air and said angrily, someone called me ugly. This happened several times, but every time I rushed out of the bathroom, I didn't see the person who scolded me. Then you left the bathroom and went to find the wizard who scolded you? Ye Ting asked. Well. Myrtle cried, my life here is miserable enough, now I'm dead, people still won't let me go. When did this start? Ye Ting frowned. On Christmas Day, I was, wanting to take a bath in the toilet, well, actually I wanted to commit suicide. Myrtle said somewhat exaggeratedly, Peeves always bullied me, so I ran here to put an end to it all. But then, I suddenly remembered that I was already dead. Then, I heard a hoarse voice scolding me at the door, ugly Myrtle. Myrtle, the son of the beach. Ye Ting nodded slightly, already having a guess in his mind. It seems that since the Christmas holiday, Quirrell has used this method to lure Myrtle away and then sneak into the secret room. Thank you, Myrtle, your information is very important to me. Ye Ting warned, don't tell anyone that I came here, this is a little secret between the two of us. I have to go back and check the information. I'll see you next time, bye. Hey, don't leave in a hurry, chat with me for a while. There was a trace of loneliness in the voice of Myrtle, I haven't had a good talk with a wizard for half a year. I heard that you threw water at Malfoy before. Ye Ting turned and left. Oh, I mean, I haven't talked to a handsome wizard like you for a long time. Myrtle added hurriedly, with a trace of resentment in her eyes. Seeing that Ye Ting was still unmoved, she even chased him out with tears in her voice, Ye Ting, I feel so uncomfortable being scolded by those people, my chest hurts. It would be great if you were a ghost, at least you could help me rub it. However, Ye Ting's footsteps did not stop because of this, but walked faster and faster. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the stairs. It was Ms. Gray. Wow, look who that is. It's Ms. Gray. She is so beautiful. Myrtle floated beside Ye Ting, looking at the elegant female ghost with envy, oh, I wish I had half her beauty. Noticing that Ye Ting's eyes were fixed on Ms. Gray, Myrtle reminded her with a hint of jealousy. Hey, don't even think about chatting her up. Ms. Gray is a famous iceberg beauty who ignores everyone. However, as soon as Myrtle finished speaking, Ms. Gray actually floated over lightly. This woman, who was as noble as a princess in Myrtle's eyes, was gently holding the hem of her skirt with her slender fingers, leaning forward, looking at Ye Ting with a natural charm in her eyes, and her voice was as soft as water, Ye Ting, so you are here. Why are you here so early? Ye Ting stepped forward and stood side by side with Ms. Gray, let's go, I have something I want to ask you for help. Okay. Ms. Gray's usually cold face now showed a charming smile, as long as it is your request, I will try my best to meet it. Myrtle was speechless and could only stare at the two people's backs in disbelief as they walked away. The unattainable Ms. Gray in her heart actually followed Ye Ting so meekly, and even kept a few steps away from him out of respect. Myrtle pinched her cheeks hard, this was not a dream. She sobbed heartbrokenly, her body rose into the air, turned over and flew back to the bathroom, and plunged into the toilet. She was heartbroken again. She didn't want to live anymore, woo-woo. Along the dim corridor, Ye Ting walked forward slowly. He glanced at Ms. Gray who followed silently behind him, and said straight to the point, Ms. Gray, I want to ask you for a favor. Help me monitor a few people. Monitor, a few people. Ms. Gray looked at the boy in front of her and tilted her head slightly, okay, I won't ask you why you did this, but you have to tell me the whole story afterwards. No problem, Ye Ting nodded in agreement, and you have to keep this a secret and not tell anyone. So mysterious. Ms. Gray raised her eyebrows curiously, who do you want me to monitor? Albus Dumbledore. Ye Ting calmly uttered the name. Based on the information he got from Myrtle, Ye Ting had already made up his mind. Voldemort was hiding in the Chamber of Secrets, secretly plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone again. Although the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain failed this time, Tom must have realized that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the mirror of Erist. Next, he had to consider how to take the Philosopher's Stone out of the magic mirror. The method was nothing more than using Harry or something. As for whether the basilisk would be used, it was still unknown. However, no matter how Tom planned, Ye Ting was fully prepared. He planned to sneak into the Chamber of Secrets on the day Voldemort stole the Philosopher's Stone and directly take down Voldemort's lair. As for the heroic feat of eradicating Quirrell and saving the Philosopher's Stone, let the savior Harry complete it. And his mission is to take away Voldemort's firewood. This is the so-called home-changing tactic. The secret room left by Slytherin is undoubtedly a wonderful treasure trove, and there must be countless treasures left by Slytherin. When Ye Ting thought of those Slytherin relics, his heart surged, and that was definitely the best collection. However, the key to the whole plan is how to seize the opportunity for Voldemort to act. In fact, it is not difficult to judge this matter. If Voldemort wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he must first lead Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. This is the reason why he was playing tricks in the Forbidden Forest before. Therefore, as long as you pay close attention to the movements of the headmaster, once you find that he suddenly leaves, it means that Voldemort is about to take action. Myrtle is guarding the entrance to the secret room. This female ghost stays here every day, and Voldemort can't avoid her when entering and leaving the secret room. Judging from her attitude, Yi Dan was confident that he could easily extract information from her. It's just that I have to sacrifice a little bit of my appearance. But for those precious relics, what's this little sacrifice? As for Dumbledore, let Mrs. Grey deal with it. And now, he has another scene to catch up with. He still has some tailwinds to deal with regarding the dragon. At the entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall, Minister of Magic Fudge walked in front with his head held high. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall walked side by side, and as an escort, behind them, an old woman wearing a pink cardigan and looking shy followed closely, looking a little out of place. But the atmosphere between the four people seemed a little stiff. Minister Fudge, do you really think I would hide a dragon in the gamekeeper's hut? Professor Dumbledore suddenly broke the silence. Fudge was slightly stunned, then laughed awkwardly. Ahaha, Professor Dumbledore, I'm just doing my routine, just my routine. How could that hut hide a dragon? His eyes inadvertently swept across Dumbledore's deep eyes hidden behind his half-moon glasses, and a panic surged in his heart for no reason. However, he still tried to stay calm, not wanting to lose his composure in front of this legendary webmaster. Minister Fudge, I have taken you to the scene of the accident. Dumbledore sighed softly and said in a more serious tone, it was just an ordinary attack. Hagrid was injured by magic. There were traces of fire spells at the scene. All of this has nothing to do with raising dragons or violating the laws of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge felt that his authority had been challenged unprecedentedly. He straightened his back and responded firmly, Professor Dumbledore, I understand your position. But this is a routine investigation of the Ministry of Magic. We must investigate all possible situations. Umbridge quickly took out a search warrant and waved it in front of Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore didn't even look at it. He just stared at Fudge quietly. The solemn atmosphere permeated the air for a long time, as if even time had frozen. In the end, it was Dumbledore who broke the heavy atmosphere again. Minister Fudge, the Ministry of Magic can investigate if it wants to. Dumbledore said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, there are no secrets hidden in Hogwarts. We have always been open and transparent. In fact, he didn't want to make things too awkward with Fudge. Fudge was secretly relieved after hearing this. As the Minister of Magic, he naturally didn't want to conflict with a legendary wizard like Dumbledore. So he also went down the steps and took the initiative to give in. Professor Dumbledore, I assure you that the search for dragons will not go further. Our Ministry of Magic is not an unreasonable place. Dumbledore didn't say anything more, but turned and walked out the door. His calm back made Fudge begin to doubt whether his insistence was really correct. Albus, you should know that I am willing to trust you. Fudge squeezed a smile on his face, trying to ease the atmosphere. After all, you helped me so much before. However, the Ministry of Magic is not under my control alone. Dumbledore stopped, turned around, and said lightly, Minister Fudge, I can assure you that Hogwarts has always been operating in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Ministry of Magic. We never do anything illegal. After saying this, Dumbledore turned and left again, but a sneer rose in his heart. If Fudge had not paid attention to the case of Quirrell's death as soon as he came to Hogwarts, but rushed to deal with the matter of the dragon, he would have almost believed the minister's words. In Dumbledore's view, Fudge was obviously more concerned about the rumors about the dragon, but he didn't seem to care so much about the invasion of Hogwarts by dark wizards and even the death of a professor. At the same time, Professor McGonagall, who was half a body behind, looked worried. She thought Mavica was still in Hagrid's hut. If Fudge really investigated in depth, it would be difficult to explain. Of course, if Hogwarts really wants to raise dragons, we will follow the prescribed procedures and take the initiative to submit an application to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore suddenly added with a smile. Fudge was shocked by this and his eyes widened. He stared at Dumbledore blankly, his mouth opened and closed, but he could only utter a string of intermittent words. I remember that there was a dragon farm in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts in history. Dumbledore winked at Fudge slyly, according to relevant laws. Hogwarts seems to have the natural qualifications to open a dragon farm, isn't it? Umbridge. Fudge was speechless for a moment, he turned his head to look at the assistant beside him, with a look of help in his eyes. The old woman in a pink cardigan frantically turned out a heavy book from a pile of documents. She buried her head in reading for a long time, and then looked up at Fudge and said, Sorry, Mr. Minister, according to the Ministry of Magic's Dragon Farm Application and Approval Act of 1845. There is indeed such a provision. It's the bill signed by Millefit on March 3rd again. No wonder I have no impression of it at all. Fudge cursed in his heart. Hortensia Millefit served as the British Minister of Magic from 1841 to 1849. She introduced the most laws and regulations during her term of office among all ministers. Most of these laws and regulations are relatively useful, but she introduced some annoying laws, such as the laws on pointed hats, which eventually led to her resignation. Suddenly, Fudge realized the seriousness of the problem in Dumbledore's words. If Hogwarts can really apply for a dragon farm at any time, it means that if Hogwarts really has a dragon this time, and he fails to catch it this time, then in a few days, the dragon may appear in Hogwarts openly, and he will never be able to do anything with the dragon. What should I do? But, as far as I know, a dragon farm must have a professional dragon trainer. Fudge said dryly, trying to find a breakthrough. Oh, don't worry about that. Dumbledore smiled confidently, I think the gamekeepers and professors of magical creatures at Hogwarts will be happy to apply to become dragon trainers. He paused and continued, moreover, many of my former students are now engaged in dragon breeding. I guess some of them must be willing to return to their alma mater and contribute their own strength to their alma mater. Fudge fell into silence and was completely speechless. He began to realize that if he wanted to use the dragon breeding matter to contain Dumbledore, now might be his only chance. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the dragon really exists. As his thoughts flew, he unknowingly quickened his pace. Soon, the group arrived in front of Hagrid's dilapidated hut. Umbridge. Fudge stood in front of the door and called softly. As the Minister of Magic, he would not open the door himself. I see, Minister. Umbridge responded with an uncomfortable shrill voice. If this voice came from a young girl, it might be pleasant to the ears, but it was nauseating when it came from Umbridge. However, Umbridge seemed to have no self-awareness of this. She pretended to be elegant and took out the wand from her small bag and tapped it lightly on the door. Open it. With her order, the door lock opened. Professor McGonagall's heart was hanging at this moment, and Fudge keenly caught her nervousness and was immediately full of expectations for the next search. However, when the door was completely open, Fudge and Umbridge were disappointed. There was no huge thing in the house as they imagined. It was just a shabby little wooden house, simple and ordinary. If it was on weekdays, Fudge would not even look at such a place. But at this moment, his eyes were scanning the house, trying to find a clue. At this time, Umbridge noticed that there were still a few little wizards left in the wooden house. It was Ye Ting and his friends. In addition to Ye Ting himself, Hermione, Susan and Zhang Qiu all took the initiative to ask to help clean up Hagrid's house. At the same time, they also came to see Kiruti. After hearing about this, Harry and Ron also came to join in the fun. Albus, I thought you had asked all the students to stay in the castle obediently. Fudge turned around and said to Dumbledore with a smile. This tone seemed to have caught Dumbledore's handle. Dumbledore smiled and responded calmly, there are always some exceptions, aren't there? Hello, Minister Fudge, I am Ye Ting, nice to meet you. Ye Ting smiled and politely took off his hat to greet him. His handsome appearance and decent manners left Fudge with an excellent first impression. Ah, Ye Ting, nice to meet you. Fudge extended his hand enthusiastically, shook hands with Ye Ting gently, and then turned his eyes to other people. When his eyes fell on the striking scar on Harry's forehead, his eyes suddenly lit up, and as for the other people standing next to Harry, he ignored them at this moment. Potter? Are you Harry Potter? Fudge walked up excitedly and rubbed Harry's hair affectionately, and his intimate appearance was like a kind uncle. Harry felt a little uncomfortable, and he tried to break free from Fudge's big hands like iron clamps, but to no avail. I must say, you did a great thing when you were a kid. Fudge said with emotion, you are a hero. If it weren't for you, the Ministry of Magic would have lost more people. Lost more people? Ye Ting secretly complained in his heart, I'm afraid the Ministry of Magic was wiped out or surrendered. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Fudge asked curiously. Harry, Hermione and Zhang Qiu looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Only Ye Ting looked calm. He gently pointed to La Rudy next to him and explained. We are here to take care of this unicorn. You may have heard of it. It is the 10 bundles that were attacked by the dark wizards. Fudge's eyes followed Ye Ting's finger to the corner, and saw a silver unicorn lying there quietly, looking at them with a vigilant face. He recalled the previous investigation report, nodded, and understood in his heart. Unicorns are sensitive by nature, usually do not approach strangers, and avoid men even more. Looking at Ye Ting caressed the unicorn's head wantonly, and even touched the horn that symbolized purity and power. The unicorn did not resist at all. Fudge felt that the black wizard's attack on the unicorn was probably true. If the little wizard in front of him had not saved it, the unicorn would not have been so defenseless against him. Thinking of this, Fudge bent down and wanted to touch La Rudy's head. Close contact with unicorns. Such opportunities are rare. But the latter did not appreciate it and directly retracted its head, with the horn pointed at Fudge vigilantly, as if warning him not to get close. This scene embarrassed Fudge so much that he could only stand up helplessly. At the same time, Umbridge had already been impatient to search in this cabin. At the same time, Umbridge was busy searching in the cabin. She eagerly looked for clues in every corner and behind every piece of furniture, tapping the tables and chairs with her wand, and carefully checking whether there were letters and other secrets hidden under the sheets with her nails. However, Ye Ting and his companions had already cleaned up here. Their work was too thorough, and she was doomed to get nothing. You little guys, if you have nothing else to do, hurry back to the castle. Professor McGonagall urged, motioning them to hurry up. Ye Ting nodded knowingly, and was about to turn around and leave, but heard Umbridge's voice suddenly rang. Wait. She walked in front of everyone and said with a fake smile, Minister Fudge, these children are the key figures in the report, especially Mr. Ye Ting. I think they may know something. Professor McGonagall frowned and retorted unhappily, Umbridge, Professor Dumbledore has explained the details of the incident. They are just children who accidentally discovered clues and came back to report. Except for Mr. Ye Ting, others don't know much. But I think there may be something hidden. Umbridge didn't think so. She approached Ye Ting and others with heavy steps. Susan was approached by her broad, loose face and took a few steps back unconsciously. However, Umbridge showed a disgusting smile and slowly said, "As far as I know, someone saw a little wizard riding on the back of a dragon yesterday." Ye Ting remained calm and responded lightly, "That was what Malfoy said, right? Why don't you ask in school? He is a famous dragon lover in the school and he would like to see a dragon in school." "Oh. Then I have to ask him carefully." Umbridge stared at Ye Ting, trying to catch a trace of something strange on his face. However, she was disappointed. Ye Ting doesn't look like a little wizard at all. An ordinary little wizard would panic in less than 2 seconds if she stared at him like this, but Ye Ting's face was as calm as water, without any emotion. "Okay, Umbridge, maybe we should go back," Fudge urged impatiently. In fact, since there really is no dragon, he didn't want to waste time on a ridiculous story made up by a little wizard. However, the dark wizard who attacked Gringotts is still at large, which puts the Ministry of Magic in an embarrassing position in public opinion. Now it is revealed that this dark wizard has quietly sneaked into Hogwarts and served as a professor for half a school year. This is undoubtedly a blatant mockery of the Ministry of Magic's regulatory capabilities. Fudge doesn't believe, nor is he willing to believe, that Quirrell is the wanted criminal of the infamous Gringotts robbery. He even suspects that all this is a conspiracy by Dumbledore, the purpose of which is to discredit the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, when he came to Hogwarts this time, he deliberately avoided Quirrell's question and focused on the dragon incident in an attempt to give Dumbledore a head start. If he could find some evidence, it would be easier to divert public attention and cover up the Ministry of Magic's negligence in the Gringotts robbery. In fact, even without this incident, Fudge had long been dissatisfied with Dumbledore. Although he had to admit that Dumbledore did give him some insignificant help when he was seeking the position of Minister of Magic, he now sits firmly on the throne of the highest power in the magic world and will never allow anyone to be above him, or even to speak more weight than him as a minister. This is his bottom line and must not be touched. When Fudge first ascended the throne of Minister of Magic, he naively thought that Dumbledore, this old bone, would soon retreat behind the scenes, or even die. However, a few years later, Dumbledore is still full of energy and has more energy than him. Fudge muttered to himself that when he was old and frail and died, Dumbledore would still be the headmaster of Hogwarts, still as elegant as ever. He knew very well that the greatest white wizard of this century had a close relationship with Nick Flamel, and maybe he had borrowed magic from him for this matter. When he thought of this, Fudge felt an inexplicable jealousy. "I think that since the dragon incident has come to an end, we might as well go to the 4th floor of the castle to find out the truth." Dumbledore took the initiative to suggest, after all, Professor Quirrell was killed there. Fudge seemed to be uninterested, and waved his hand and said, "Well, forget it, let the professional Aurors handle this matter." Next, Dumbledore and Fudge and his party returned to Hogwarts with Ye Ting and others. Several people separated at the gate of the castle. "Children, go back to the dormitory to rest first. What's coming next may not be suitable for you to participate." He turned to Ye Ting, however, "Mr. Yi, I have to trouble you to come with me. As a key party, you may need to accept some inquiries." Next, Ye Ting watched Fudge and Umbridge disappear at the border of Hogwarts, and Hermione and others returned to their respective college common rooms. Then, Ye Ting went down to the 4th floor under Dumbledore's arrangement. As soon as he stepped into this area, he was attracted by the busy scene in front of him. Several Aurors shuttled in the restricted corridor, and their busy figures went in and out of the trapdoor. Several empty classrooms were temporarily requisitioned at this moment and became temporary offices for the Aurors. Ye Ting's eyes fell on a special classroom, where there were only Snape and 2 fierce-looking men. Snape was dressed in a black robe as black as ink, but inside was a vacuum state, 277, except for this robe, he had no other clothes to cover his body. He pulled the collar gracefully, and the black robe seemed to have life, shrinking slightly, outlining his wonderful figure vividly. Especially the pair of slender and round thighs, as if they were born to wear women's clothes, which aroused endless reverie. Dawlish was a strong man like an iron tower, with short hair as stiff as a needle and grey in color, looking calm and serious. He was serious, but at this moment he was staring at Snape's eyes, and their faces were only a few inches apart. His Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He tried to peek into Snape's heart from those deep eyes, but there was a bottomless lake, calm and deep. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. It was himself hugging someone. Who is it? Is it Kingsley? How is this possible? Although he occasionally has such thoughts, he has never really put them into action. Is it the result of a drunken loss of control? What? No, 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 how could he possibly fight a big black guy? And he had confirmed that the other party's weapon was bigger than his. No, impossible. Dawlish instantly realized that he had been fooled. When he tried to use legitimate memory to spy on Snape's mind, Snape not only resisted with perfect brain acclimacy, but also killed him on the spot, spying on his mind through legitimate memory, and quickly forged a memory, causing him to fall into a brief panic. This magical attainment is really astonishing. Cold sweat slid down Dawlish's cheeks, and he finally realized Snape's terrifying side. Kingsley Shacklebolt on the side knew nothing about this. He watched Snape with interest, as if waiting for Dawlish to get tired of playing, so that he could also try his hand. However, he didn't know that he almost became a part of the play between Snape and Dawlish. For Kingsley, the purpose of his trip was just to go through the motions and ensure that Snape would not be harassed by Dawlish. He knew very well that Snape was Dumbledore's man, and from body to soul, he was completely loyal to Dumbledore, just like himself. This incident caused a sensation. A professor died openly, and it was involved in the Gringotts case, so the Ministry of Magic mobilized so many people and sent a large number of Aurors to Hogwarts. How long have you been teaching at Hogwarts? After realizing that he was no match for Snape, Dawlish began to change his strategy and tried to obtain information through normal interrogation. It's been 11 years. Snape's face showed a little impatience. These people from the Ministry of Magic should have known his situation well. After all, he had been imprisoned in Azkaban and interrogated, and he was very familiar with the routine of Auror's case handling. You originally applied to teach defense against the dark arts, right? Dawlish carefully avoided Snape's eyes to prevent being legendary again. Yes. Snape responded in a low voice. But you were not selected? Dawlish continued to ask. Snape curled his lips. Isn't it obvious? You have applied to teach defense against the dark arts many times since you entered Hogwarts, right? Dawlish continued to ask questions relentlessly. Yes. Snape frowned, obviously a little annoyed. Do you know why Professor Dumbledore repeatedly rejected you? Dawlish tried to dig deeper information. He's probably afraid that I'll die. Snape answered stiffly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He paused and continued, perhaps you don't know yet, most of the professors in this school are just messing around, and there are few who are really capable. And I am the best one. He is afraid that something will happen to me, because once something happens to me, no one can help him. After all, Professor Dumbledore is a complete idiot. You really dare to say that? Dawlish's tone was obviously unhappy. He snorted coldly and continued, then, can I understand it this way, that you poisoned Professor Quirrell to death because you were jealous of him getting the position you always wanted? Snape raised his eyebrows and retorted, you can drink potions at will, but you can't say anything at will. That bottle of poison was made by Professor Dumbledore, and I was just following orders. Moreover, the potion has been diluted, and even if you drink it directly, it will only make you feel uncomfortable for a while, and it won't kill you at all. Anyway, there are still residues in the potion bottle, you can check it yourself when you go back. But Quirrell himself said that you poisoned him to death, how do you explain this? Dawlish was relentless. Also, Dumbledore asked you to make the potion, and you made it without even asking what it was for. Snape's tone was firm. I said, that kind of poison can't kill people at all. Please answer my question directly. Dawlish turned a deaf ear to his explanation. Snape raised a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and said sharply, he is the principal of this school, do I dare to disobey him? Maybe someone else will take my position as the potions professor tomorrow. By then, will the Ministry of Magic be kind enough to arrange a new job for me? Dawlish followed up, why did Professor Dumbledore ask you to make poison? Did he already know that Quirrell's true identity is a dark wizard? Snape snorted coldly, I have no way of knowing this, maybe you should ask him directly. Of course, maybe he knows it earlier than yours. What do you mean by this? Dawlish stared at Snape fiercely with his eyes blazing. Snape shrugged his shoulders and said sarcastically, your Ministry of Magic is always a step late, and you didn't even notice the dark wizards hiding in Hogwarts. Instead of talking to me here, you might as well improve your professional skills. If you had a little bit of real skills, you might have brought Quirrell to justice long ago. Snape's words were like knives, piercing people's hearts. Dawlish wanted to punch him several times, but he finally held back. He would fight on Dumbledore's territory unless he didn't want his position as an Auror. Dawlish and Kingsley interrogated him for a while, but they couldn't get any useful information out of Snape, so they had to admit defeat. After the interrogation, Professor Snape left the classroom, and soon Ye Ting walked in. However, he was not followed by the two strong interrogators, but by an old witch. She looked to be in her 40s or 50s, with short gray hair and dark pupils with some wrinkles. Surprisingly, she was so old, but she was wearing a pink dress, a color that only young girls can wear with charm, and the style of the dress seemed old and conservative, which was incompatible with the color she wore. This strong contrast made people think of the funny picture of an old woman acting coquettishly. If it was a girl of 16 or 17, acting coquettishly like this might seem playful and cute. But on an older woman, it exuded an indescribable sense of horror. The most important thing is that the international long face looks exactly like Umbridge before. The witch was obviously very good at observing people's expressions. Seeing Ye Ting's observing eyes, she deliberately pouted her lips and said in a coquettish tone, why, don't my clothes look good? Ye Ting came back to her senses and immediately put on a flattering smile and complimented, no, old auntie, you really look good in anything you wear. Z's. The woman's face changed slightly, and she seemed not very satisfied with this title. She pulled the corner of her mouth and said, little brother, don't yell, I'm only 18 years old this year. Ye Ting pretended to be honest and simple, and deliberately said, oh. Your daughter is 18 years old, right? Maybe she is one of my seniors. Tell me her name quickly, I may know her. Get away, why don't you die? The woman was like a lit firecracker, and suddenly took out her magic wand, as if she was going to cast a curse on Ye Ting. However, facing her anger, Ye Ting held his head high, with a provocation on his face, as if saying, if you have the guts, come and try it. The old woman saw that she couldn't scare Ye Ting, so she slowly put down her magic wand, tilted her head, and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. This kind of action that looks very cute on a little girl is particularly disgusting when she does it. Then, she fumbled and took out a bottle of transparent liquid from her pocket. Little brother. She grinned and said, this is a powerful truth serum. If you don't want me to tell you about your bedwetting when you were a kid, just tell me the truth. Ye Ting sniffed the truth serum and sniffed it, revealing an expression of knowing everything. This smell is too light, and there is a hint of astringency. Your truth serum, is it expired? Tonks. Aunt? Nymphadora Tonks was hit in the sore spot, and angrily threw the bottle at Ye Ting. Ye Ting just snapped his fingers, and the bottle suddenly stopped in the air. He easily pinched the bottle with one hand, put it to his mouth, licked it with his tongue, and smiled, this is, the raw cheatgrass juice from the 3 Broomsticks bar, and added some joy potion, and then mixed with a lot of cherry syrup, it tastes good. Yes. He exclaimed, this special drink is not cheap. It seems that graduates are really different. They have more money on hand, and even drinks are so luxurious. As he said this, Ye Ting raised his head and drank the drink in the bottle in one breath. Hey, hey! You! Tonks rushed over, snatched back the empty bottle, squinted her eyes and looked inside, only to find that there was not a drop left. She raised her head angrily, staring at Ye Ting with wide eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. But as soon as her eyes rolled, her face immediately showed a pitiful expression. I'm still in the probation period, and I only get such a pitiful 30 galleons a month. I finally made up my mind to reward myself. Just like before, the same expression, on the girl, is pitiful. On this face of umbrage. Ye Ting shuddered instantly. He admitted that he was disgusted. If you are really thirsty, you can drink this. Ye Ting took out a bottle of drink from his hat as if he was the god of plague, and gently threw it to Tonks. Tonks caught it steadily, and when she looked closely, it was a glass of Honeyduke's lemon iceberg soda, her favorite drink. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she retracted her magic. Thank you, Chen Zhen. With Ye Ting snapping his fingers again, a chair appeared out of thin air. Tonks sat down with a smile, drank the drink in her hand in one breath, and then asked curiously, Ye Ting, it seems that we have never met each other before, how do you know that this is mine? Ye Ting glanced at her and reminded her, can you return to your original state first? I am not used to seeing you like this. I think so too. Tonks nodded. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, with a tense and solemn expression on his face, as if he was trying to remember something. Just 1 second later, her face began to change magically, the wrinkles gradually disappeared, and the color of her hair gradually deepened, and finally turned into a pink color that matched her dress. Ye Ting was secretly surprised. For a moment, he even suspected that Tonks would become a red-haired image with blue scales all over her body. However, when the change was frozen, what appeared in front of him was a youthful 18-year-old girl. She had a beautiful heart-shaped face, bright black eyes flashing with heroic light, and a shawl of pink hair was very charming. It was indeed a beautiful girl. Tonks took out a mirror from her pocket, turned her head left and right, and admired her new hairstyle from different angles. Then, she raised her head and asked expectantly, how is it? Does it look good? Ye Ting leaned back in the chair and said with a relaxed expression, Aunt Tonks, you look good no matter what. Don't call me Auntie. I'm only 18 years old. Tonks turned her head away in annoyance. Ye Ting smiled and joked, generally speaking, there is a generation gap between people at the age of 3. You are 7 or 8 years older than me, so there is nothing wrong with calling me Auntie. Tonks entered the school in 1984 and graduated in July last year. In other words, Ye Ting entered the school after she graduated, and the two just missed each other. Tonks was born in Hufflepuff College and can be regarded as a celebrity of her generation. Many of the senior students today were her friends at the time, such as Penelope, George and Fred. Ye Ting also heard of Tonks' name from them. Like the twins, Tonks was the troublemaker at Hogwarts. Her favorite thing to do is to dress up as a professor and wander around, causing chaos on campus. She once stole a poisonous tentacle from Professor Sprout, intending to use it to play a trick on Filch, but she accidentally dropped it into the potions classroom, and ended up catching Professor Snape. This incident brought the relationship between Tonks and Professor Snape to a freezing point. Perhaps that was why she did not participate in the interrogation of Snape just now. Hey, it's just some little pranks, Tonks shook her head helplessly, why bother about it so much? Who told you to disgust me with that face? Ye Ting snorted and said half-jokingly, unless you can conjure up a few more pretty faces to wash my eyes, I will not forgive you easily. Hey, you mean my face isn't pretty? Tonks put her hands on her hips and glared at Ye Ting. Seeing this, Ye Ting couldn't help laughing. Then, he began to look Tonks up and down, as if he was carefully evaluating a work of art. Tonks's cheeks turned slightly red at his gaze. After a long while, Ye Ting nodded seriously and uttered 2 words, Zhao Qian's, not bad. This really d off Tonks, her hair turned a fiery red, like a burning flame. Hey, look at me again. Tonks pulled her delicate cheeks that were rich in collagen. I pinched it on purpose. I have such a beautiful face, and you give me an evaluation of okay. What else do you want me to say? Ye Ting did not give in, but retorted, no matter how beautiful you are, can you be as beautiful as me? Tonks looked at the handsome face with exotic charm in front of her again, and her face flushed involuntarily, and even her hair became more pink. That's not the case. She whispered. Ye Ting was even more confident, so, I rate people with the same level of appearance as me as okay, do you have any objection? No, no. Tonks waved her hands quickly, indicating that she dared not object. She and Ye Ting are of the same level of appearance. After being criticized by Ye Ting, Tonks actually felt a little happy. How about this? Tonks raised her head, her eyes sparkling with bright light, and looked at Ye Ting and said. Tell me, how did you know that the old lady was mine? I tried many times, but no one else could tell. She put forward a condition: if you tell me your secret, I will promise you that I will transform into more beauties for you later. How about it? Tonks is a metamorphmagus, born with the ability to change her appearance at will without any training. Basically, she is as pure as the shape-shifting girl in Marvel Mutants. Keep your word. Ye Ting raised her eyebrows and asked. Keep your word, tell me quickly, Tonks urged eagerly. Ye Ting smiled. Although he learned most of Tonks and the metamorphosis magus from Penelope and the Lively twins, in the final analysis, he knew that Tonks existed and that she joined the Aurors because of information from his previous life. However, no matter where the information came from, Tonks's ability was indeed amazing. If it weren't for the information from these prophets, Ye Ting would probably have found it difficult to see through her true identity. Oh, don't keep us in suspense. Tonks urged again. Ye Ting smiled mysteriously. I have a pair of evil eyes that can see through everything, similar to Mad-Eye Moody's. These eyes can let me see the world outside the invisible boundary, so your disguise magus is invisible in front of me. Tonks showed a playful look on her face that said, I'm a fool if I believe you, and said half doubtfully, you are good at bragging. If you have the ability, you can also learn disguise magus and show me. Ye Ting rolled his eyes helplessly. This is your natural ability, how can I imitate it? You are clearly bullying me. Seeing that Tonks was still curious, Ye Ting finally told the truth. Actually, your acting skills really need to be improved. In addition to your appearance, your behavior is too different from that of a 40 or 50-year-old ant. Ye Ting analyzed seriously. Think about it, those 40 to 50-year-old ladies who sit in the office for a long time will have some problems, such as lumbar disc herniation, irregular menstruation, ovarian cysts, endocrine disorders, etc. How can such people walk as lightly and agilely as you? Oh, I understand. Tonks woke up as if from a dream. There are so many mysteries hidden in it. No wonder Instructor Moody always emphasizes that it is impossible to perfectly interpret every role by relying on disguise mags alone. Today I really learned a lot. Then, she suddenly asked curiously, Hey, Ye Ting, what is ovarian cyst? It's just a common gynecological disease. Ye Ting shook his head awkwardly and changed the subject, but this is not the point, your disguise has other loopholes. Oh. Come and listen. Tonks listened more seriously. It's rare for someone to point out her flaws in person, and Tonks took this as an opportunity to improve her disguise ability. Your clothes are a big flaw, Ye Ting said, they are too new, just like they were bought from the store for 420 yuan, or you deliberately transformed them for disguise. A real office lady's clothes will always have some signs of washing and wear after wearing them for a long time. Yeah, that makes sense. Tonks nodded frequently and even took out a small notebook to write it down. In addition, the calluses on your palms are not in the right position, Ye Ting pointed out again. A serious clerical worker should have calluses on the side of her middle finger. These are calluses from long-term writing with a pen, and not on the thumb and index finger, which are calluses that only grow from long-term fighting with a wand. Wow, you are so careful. Tonks was full of admiration for Ye Ting's insight. Finally, Ye Ting raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. I didn't know a little fact. What fact? Tonks widened her eyes and moved closer curiously. Just half an hour ago, I saw Umbridge and Fudge leave together. Ye Ting grinned. You. So you know Umbridge. Tonks rolled her eyes. She suddenly realized that she was fooled. The reason why Ye Ting could see through her disguise at a glance was not because of so many fancy analyses, but because she had just seen Umbridge leave with her own eyes. Umbridge had just left, and she turned around and changed into Umbridge's appearance to deceive him. Isn't it just sending herself to be exposed? It would be strange if the other party couldn't see that she was fake. Thinking back to what happened just now, Ye Ting's analysis was all a lie, and she was the one who was deceived. As for why Ye Ting could quickly see through her true identity, Tonks also guessed a little. The talent of the disguise magus is too rare. How many disguise magus can there be in the entire wizarding world? Just like she knew about Ye Ting through the letters between her and Penelope, Ye Ting might have learned about her existence from other people. Anyway, she knew very well that it was well known in the whole Hogwarts that she was specially recruited by the Aurors before she graduated in the 7th grade. Tonks asked Ye Ting tentatively, and sure enough, she got the names of Penelope, George and Fred from him. Speaking of their common friends, BBCF, Ye Ting and Tonks instantly became closer. Hey, since we are so familiar with each other, then tell me some inside stories about that matter. Tonks came over and put her hand on Ye Ting's shoulder intimately, as if they were old friends for many years. Feeling the healthy young body beside him, and the softness he touched accidentally, Ye Ting was a little distracted. But Tonks looked carefree and didn't care at all. According to Penelope and the twins' description, Tonks was the kind of cheerful and carefree girl, so Ye Ting was not surprised by her sudden closeness. Her soft voice rang in Ye Ting's ears, and her warm breath tickled his ears. Junior brother, Director Scrimgeour is in the principal's office now, he is my immediate superior. As for me, I am still an Auror on probation. Whether I can be promoted from a temporary worker depends on your performance. Ye Ting looked at Tonks with a puzzled look. What do you want to hear? Tonks winked playfully and smiled. Give me some explosive news, the kind that I can get over. Don't fool me with things that everyone knows. Tell me quickly. Who is behind the scenes controlling Qilu? It seems that the Auror office wants to take the warm route this time. Ye Ting figured it out and couldn't help laughing. Dumbledore actually had a reason for pushing Ye Ting as a witness. After all, Ye Ting is a little wizard, and the Aurors can't be tough on the little wizard in Hogwarts like they did when they interrogated Snape. Ye Ting is mature enough and is the person involved, so he can guarantee that he will not reveal any flaws when facing the Aurors' questioning. In addition, Ye Ting also owes Dumbledore a favor. As for the matter of raising dragons in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore readily agreed to it. Ye Ting has to admit that old Dumbledore really takes good care of him. Of course, Dumbledore did this partly to win over Ye Ting, fearing that he would grow up like Voldemort. But there is also extra care, and Ye Ting must accept it. Then, it is no big deal to help old Dumbledore appropriately. Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, is indeed an old fox. He certainly knows this. So, he sent Tonks, who had just graduated and was very friendly, to obtain information. Tonks, a witch who just graduated a year ago, is a very friendly person. She was doing well in Hogwarts. Letting her interrogate, it is indeed easy for her to get along with the young wizards. Maybe she can really dig up some explosive information that others don't know. The old fox is really calculating. I really don't know who is the mastermind behind this, but I am very sure that Quirrell is the wizard who attacked me in the Forbidden Forest. Ye Ting's tone was firm and unquestionable. Do you really think Quirrell is that powerful? If he is really that powerful, how could he be bullied so badly by you in school? She snorted in dissatisfaction. I have heard about your things this semester. Don't treat me as a fool, okay? Who says that the strong can't be bullied? Ye Ting pointed out seriously, maybe he has a masochistic tendency and likes the feeling of being bullied. Tonks glared at him and snorted in pretending to be angry. Suddenly, she approached Ye Ting again and asked mysteriously, to be honest, you saw Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest with your own eyes. Could it be that Headmaster Dumbledore asked you to say this? Ye Ting looked at her in surprise and asked, why? Are you, like Fudge, also beginning to doubt Headmaster Dumbledore? Of course not. Tonks immediately denied it and shook her head, but my boss Scrimgeour asked me to ask this question, and I can't help but listen to him. She pondered for a moment and added, Scrimgeour thinks that the Forbidden Forest is so dark, and the case file mentions that the Dark Wizard is wearing a hood. Under normal circumstances, if the other party wants to conceal his identity, it is difficult to see his appearance clearly. Ye Ting shrugged and admitted frankly, that's right. But I have my secret weapon. As he said that, he took out a delicate clockwork beetle from his pocket, gently lifted it, and the beetle flapped its wings and flew up, nimbly flying behind Tonks. It's this little guy that allows me to see Quirrell's face clearly from a long distance. Ye Ting smiled proudly. Hee hee, that's not what I heard. You know, Senior Sister Tonks. Looking at Tonks's expectant eyes staring at him, Ye Ting nodded with satisfaction. Tonks really wants this little prop. Reflected in the mirror was Tonks' back. Tonks looked at Ye Ting with brighter eyes, as if she saw some rare treasure. Doesn't your Wanyu shop sell everything? Can you sell me one of this special clockwork beetle? Oh, don't be so harsh when you say this. Every demonstration made Tonks' eyes shine even brighter. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He joked, looking at Tonks staring at him. He felt a little funny. Tonks shook her head. Penelope and the others mentioned it to me in the letter. They all said that you created this magic prop and boasted about it. I didn't believe it at first, but I really didn't expect it to be so magical and could be remotely monitored. Then he searched out 10 small mirrors. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Ting snapped his fingers. However, this alone was not enough. Ye Ting wanted to give Tonks a greater shock. Along with a layer of golden ripples in the void, a clockwork dog suddenly appeared in front of the two. His decision to take out the clockwork beetle was indeed correct. Wow, that's how it is. A clockwork beetle that can fly automatically, execute the master's orders, and transmit images back, how convenient it will be for her future work. Pictured is Tonks. Ye Ting turned into a gold medal salesman, praising the clockwork dog to the sky, as if it was a treasure that was hard to find in the sky or underground. Of course. Tonks nodded without hesitation. Tonks explained awkwardly, I am forced to do this for work. As long as you are willing to sell this little thing to me, you can let me reply to my superiors in any way you want. The reconnaissance and recording mechanism, or clockwork dog, seemed to feel the enthusiasm of its owner. It ran and jumped happily, showing off its various skills flexibly, and the most eye-catching one was the skill of firing clockwork bombs. How about it? Do you want it? Ye Ting asked with a hint of temptation. Oh. You also know the clockwork beetle in the Ministry of Magic? Ye Ting asked with some surprise. Okay, one price, 500 galleons. Ye Ting snapped his fingers, and I will also give you 5 clockwork beetles, a special storage bag, and a signal receiving mirror. However, Ye Ting deliberately squinted his eyes and shook his head. Why? You were interrogating me just now, and now you want to buy something from me? This is my latest generation of masterpiece. He proudly showed Tonks, this mirror can be connected to the monitor of the clockwork beetle, and you can see whatever you want. Yes, it was this expression of envy but not getting it. Ye Ting proudly introduced, it not only has all the functions of a clockwork beetle, but also can collect multidimensional information such as sound and smell. What's more amazing is that it can identify the smell of up to 120 common potions and more than 300 rare potions. Most importantly, its intelligence is far superior to that of a clockwork beetle, and it can execute more complex and diverse instructions, and even has certain combat capabilities. Ordinary clockwork beetles don't have this function. Ye Ting smiled proudly, I made this myself. Tonks rubbed his hands, with a sweet smile on his face, Junior Ye Ting, your secret weapon, is not the legendary clockwork beetle. After the demonstration, Ye Ting's eyes fell on Tonks. Ye Ting did not answer Tonks' request directly, but talked about another thing mysteriously. In fact, the clockwork beetle is just my work a few months ago. For you, it may be a great invention, but for me, it is already an outdated technology. With the death of Professor Quirrell, the most unlucky ones are the young wizards of Hogwarts. They have to face the dilemma of not having a defense against the dark arts professor for another semester. What's worse is that Snape took over the substitute teaching task of this course. Think about it, those young wizards now have to endure Snape's sarcasm and ridicule in the potions class, and continue to endure his venomous tongue in the defense against the dark arts class. The only good news is that they can finally learn some practical knowledge in this class. Afterwards, Hogwarts ushered in a rare period of peace. Voldemort, who was hiding somewhere, did not come out to make trouble, and the ban on the castle was lifted. During this period, Mavica and Laruti thrived in the Forbidden Forest under the care of Twilight Sparkle. And Hagrid, under the spur of Mavica, also worked hard and finally passed the Dragon Trainer's exam on Easter Day. It's really a cause for celebration. After Easter, the Quidditch tour of this school year is about to come to an end. The penultimate match is just around the corner, and the final match will be held in a month. The two teams in this matchup are Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. Although Gryffindor is now far ahead in the tournament, it is 20 points higher than the second-placed Slytherin and 80 points higher than the third-placed Hufflepuff. But this ranking is not the final one. Because Hufflepuff and Gryffindor still have one game to play, and Ravenclaw still has two chances, Ravenclaw still has a chance to overtake. The Eagles and Badgers, who originally had the best relationship, are now in a cold war, and their communication is completely cut off. Susan, who is caught in the middle, has to come secretly every time she comes to Ye Ting. However, in terms of Quidditch, the Ravenclaw players are in high spirits. In the first game before, Ye Ting and Zhang Qiu joined hands to defeat Slytherin with an overwhelming advantage, which was really gratifying. Hufflepuff is not even as good as Slytherin. The Ravenclaw players seem to have foreseen the dawn of victory in advance and their confidence has doubled. In the morning of the game day, Ye Ting was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, enjoying breakfast. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Ms. Grey signaling to him from a distance. In the corner of the hall, the beautiful female ghost floated to the boy and whispered an important message. Professor Dumbledore has left the castle and went to London because he was going to submit an application for the establishment of a dragon farm in Hogwarts. Upon hearing this news, Ye Ting couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that he was the initiator who made Dumbledore leave Hogwarts. But he immediately realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time had finally come. Ye Ting clenched the bacon and fried egg sandwich in his hand and ate it in big mouthfuls. Today is destined to be a busy day. He has to eat and drink enough to cope with the next challenge. Many little wizards have gathered on the Quidditch field, and they are eagerly looking forward to the start of the game. Although the game was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, enthusiastic spectators entered the venue as early as 9 o'clock to grab the best viewing seats. At this time, Harry and Ron went against the flow of people and ran towards the faculty and staff seats in a panic. They had just learned an astonishing news from Professor Quirrell's soul. Snape actually went to the abandoned corridor on the 4th floor without telling anyone. This news made the two people's hearts rise to their throats, and they must inform Professor Blitto as soon as possible. Harry and Ron hurried to the stage. At this time, Professor McGonagall was sitting alone in the stands, and Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout were walking towards her from a distance. Harry said breathlessly, "Professor, I have a discovery. I guess. Professor Snape. Someone may want to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must immediately, tell Professor Dumbledore about this. Professor McGonagall frowned and looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Professor Dumbledore is not in school at the moment. He went to London. The group will be back tomorrow. She shook her head gently and said firmly, Potter, I don't know how you know the news about the Philosopher's Stone, but please rest assured that it is absolutely safe. We have taken strict protection measures to ensure that it is foolproof. But, Professor. Harry tried to explain. Potter, I know what I am talking about. Professor McGonagall's tone became serious. I suggest that you focus on the game and think less about unrealistic things. If you can cause less trouble, lose less points, and win the House Cup for Gryffindor next year, then I will thank God. Faced with the professor's reprimand, the two had to leave in disappointment. Ron whispered, Harry, Professor Quirrell is right. It is true that only Snape has not come to the stadium yet. Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts either. Harry concluded, Snape will definitely steal the Philosopher's Stone when the game starts. What should we do then? Ron asked anxiously. Harry's eyes involuntarily turned to the Ravenclaw locker room. They originally planned to ask Ye Ting for help. In their minds, Ye was undoubtedly the most powerful little wizard. You know, he easily defeated the troll in front of them and even rode a dragon to drive away the dark wizard. However, unfortunately, Ye Ting was going to participate in the game today and was probably preparing in the Ravenclaw locker room at this moment. Harry recalled the importance that others attached to the Quidditch game. He knew that he could not expect Ye Ting to give up the game to accompany them on the adventure. Let's act now and steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry made a resolute decision. Ron thought about it and Zhou too accompanied him. Hogwarts Castle, the fourth-floor restricted area, was quiet. Harry and Ron, wearing invisibility cloaks, sneaked in carefully. Seeing the slightly opened wooden door, Harry suddenly recalled that he had lost his first kiss here. Ah, it was a memory that he could not bear to look back on. The two tiptoed into the room and saw Fluffy, the three-headed dog who was supposed to be guarding the door, lying on the ground, immersed in a sweet dream. This scene made them more convinced that Snape had been here. Ron held his breath and walked lightly to the trap door. He bent down and gently pulled the pull ring on the trap door with trembling fingers. The door opened with a bang, revealing a bottomless hole on the ground. Did Professor Sprout mention it in class? Harry tried to recall. If it were a few months ago, Harry and Ron would not want to listen to this stuttering voice. Harry eagerly lowered his voice and asked, But you said before that Snape came here and he wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, right? I don't know. Even if he did, I've forgotten it completely. Ron wailed. This is Devil's Snare. Hurry. Hurry up and use the fire spell. But, it's still too dangerous. Quirrell shook his head, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He will hear it. Ron's mouth twitched slightly. He obviously doubted that Quirrell, the ghost, could help, but in the end he swallowed his words back and just nodded silently. Harry jumped into the bottomless passage. He fell rapidly like a meteor, and just a few seconds later, he found that he did not fall on the hard ground, but landed steadily on a layer of soft things. There should be something underneath, we can jump down. Harry said decisively. But at this critical moment, the familiar stuttering sound seemed to have become the most beautiful melody, and it was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn that penetrated the darkness and despair in my heart. Harry reacted quickly, and while his arms were not completely bound by the vines, he hurriedly chanted the spell, Flame. In an instant, the flames leaped up, forming a stream of fire that illuminated the darkness. The vines seemed to feel the threat of the flames, and as if they were afraid of the shadow of the sun, they quickly retreated and loosened their fatal entanglement with the two teenagers. Those originally hideous plants twisted and twitched, automatically untying the shackles wrapped around them. Harry and Ron finally broke free from the clutches of the vines and regained their freedom. Harry struggled to stand up, tore off the black vines that remained on his body, patted the dust, his eyes slightly red, and his gratitude was overflowing. thank you, Professor Quirrell. Thank you for saving us. He reminded again, this is a restricted area of the school, not a place you should come to. Ron hesitated, he was worried that if there was nothing below, wouldn't this jump be a way to death? How did you know? Quirrell's voice seemed very surprised. Harry looked around, picked up a broken brick, and threw it down without hesitation. Those double-standard Hogwarts professors, I don't know when they changed the biting cabbage to the devil's snare, otherwise, you two little bastards would break their legs just by coming down. They waited nervously, but there was no expected crisp sound of bricks falling to the ground, but a muffled sound could be heard. I can't see anything. It's too dark. There's not even a ladder. Ron's voice was trembling. Quirrell's ghost was listening, secretly cursing the two ungrateful boys for not knowing how to appreciate their blessings. However, the reckless Harry had already walked to the edge of the cave. Okay. Ron stood at the door, looking at Harry with worry in his eyes. Ron also stood up shakily, still with lingering fear. Why is there such a dangerous thing here? We almost died. Don't mention that thing, Harry. We're almost strangled to death by these vines. Ron's voice was full of despair. We guessed it a long time ago. Ron smiled triumphantly. A stuttering voice suddenly sounded and answered Harry's question. But on the surface, he still maintained a concerned attitude and patiently explained, This is a protective measure. Harry suddenly thought of something, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. It's still a bit difficult for the two of us to deal with Snape, I hope you can help us. This is too risky. I'll jump down first to explore the way, he announced proudly. If I land safely, you can follow me. If there is anything wrong below, you should immediately send Hedwig to report to Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell looked at Harry, and seemed to be very touched. He nodded and said, as expected of you, the boy who survived. Potter, you actually have the courage to challenge Snape. You are so brave. Well, I will go with you. As your professor. Even if I am dead, I am willing to use my wisdom to help you. Harry and Ron immediately became more confident. Ron couldn't help but ask curiously, Professor, why are you here? I also want to stop Snape's conspiracy. Quirrell said in a deep voice while leading the way, although I am just a ghost, I also want to do my part. Professor, I'm sorry. Ron was suddenly moved, although your teaching level is not very good and your magic is really lame, your courage really makes us look at you with admiration. We misunderstood you before. Thank you for your compliment. Mr. Weasley. Quirrell was almost angry to death. Professor Quirrell, can you go in with us? The Philosopher's Stone. Harry muttered to himself. No problem, Ron. Harry's voice was full of excitement, and he shouted at the cave entrance, Jump quickly, it's safe here. Hearing Harry's shout, Ron hesitated for 2 seconds, and jumped down, landing beside Harry. He stepped on his feet and asked curiously, This place is really good, soft, I don't know what it is. Harry shook his head, I don't know, maybe some kind of magical plant. They are spread here, probably to protect us from falling. To be honest, it's a good thing that these plants are here. Ron screamed as soon as he finished speaking. The seemingly harmless plant actually stretched out its snake-like tendrils and tightly wrapped around his ankles. At the same time, Harry also felt his legs being firmly bound by vines. They struggled hard, trying to get rid of these annoying vines. However, the more they struggled, the tighter they were. What the hell is this? Harry roared. I don't know what the hell. Ron shouted anxiously, who would recognize this thing? Quirrell's ghost looked at Ron steadily, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, and then he sighed deeply, as if he had made up his mind. That lifelike acting skill, it can be said that he performed exceptionally well today. It's him. Quirrell's voice was trembling, and one could hear his deep disappointment and heartache for someone. I didn't expect Severus to go this far. For power, he even didn't hesitate to kill me. Professor Quirrell, is Snape really working for that person? Harry was both confused and worried. Voldemort. He paused, as if he was also afraid of that name, for demons. Quirrell's body trembled violently when he heard that name, as if his deepest fear was touched. Harry, don't mention that name again. 0.1-inch Ron also seemed a little panicked. He lowered his voice, fearing that the name would attract Voldemort himself. Okay, but Vol. You know who isn't here right now, so we have nothing to fear. Although Harry said this, he still changed his name obediently.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.